seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number one seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, "I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today." Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, "Are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league." Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans there.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep.
it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
And look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless, and yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision. And through an interception, they lost. And those weren't two good teams.
He's the best. I mean, he does. I mean, you read some of his books; they're unfreaking believable about a lot of it corruption in college athletics. The Red Wings are red hot, and they have a game Sunday after the Lions game is over. So here's the deal: we have a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to see the Wings take on the Calgary Flames this Sunday. Now, I believe that Michael Stone of the Calgary Flames is retired, so you won't be able to see him. But for tickets and more info, go to DetroitRedWings.com. Be the ninth caller when you hear Jamison Williams at the Red Wings game. The ninth caller at 248-539-9797. And you can get some Red Wing tickets. And like I said, more info, go to DetroitRedWings.com. Football season is here. Dive into the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of our 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of our massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football. Swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on the wildest street in the world, Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Seasons are very long, and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
All right, 248-539-9797. You heard Dan Wetzel. We'll take your phone calls on it as well if you'd like, because we want to hear from you. But we really want to hear from you on some positivity, we hope. The Detroit Lions have a big game in Baltimore, the home of the crab cake, on Sunday afternoon, taking on the Ravens. I believe, if I read the press release correct, it's the Kevin Burkhardt, Greg Olson crew. The A crew.
Yes, I believe so.
The A team. Yep. The A team for this
A-team.
game. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So that means the referee will be talking to America. All right. So what do you think's going to happen on Sunday? 248-539-9797. I think the Lions are going to win the game, and I think they're going to win like 24-20, something like that. They're going to cover too, which is not usually my brand.
Oh, you think the Lions are going to win?
Yeah, I think that's what I picked in my picks, didn't I? Yes, I said the Lions.
Oh,
I thought, no, you're right. I said Baltimore would win, the Lions would cover. My bad. That's my brand.
We already switched.
I can't remember. I'm telling you, I can't remember.
He's flip-flopping so much,
No.
you can't even remember if it's flip or flop.
Exactly. You are so correct. My favorite show on HGTV is the Flip or Flop. Right.
Yeah. You're a beauty. I'm going to stay the same. I'm going to say Detroit wins this game. 27-25. Baltimore.
What did I say? 23-21, I think. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Baltimore and Detroit are very similar in that they both have started fast in games. Baltimore has outscored opponents 41-6 in the first quarter. Detroit, a little bit more on both sides, 48-10 in the first quarter. The Baltimore Ravens, we know they play really good defense, and they've gotten to fourth quarters with double-digit leads, but they haven't been able to finish things off. And, that's why they're sitting at 4-2 right now. They're still a really good team. Lamar Jackson is a good quarterback, but they are trying to use him, and they're trying to develop him for the entirety of this contract. This is the first year of the new deal, and they want to make him more of a passer. They understand. They still want that, hey, we've got a guy that's a great athlete. He can run, he can extend drives, he can convert third downs. We can use him, but we want to make sure he stays healthy. He's throwing the ball more, running a touch less, and I think they're still working through that. I think the Lions, for all those different reasons, and if you get even just to the Lions, they have been more consistent through four quarters than almost every other team in football. And I think that consistency, the discipline that they play with, I think the Lions go to Baltimore and they come away with a win.
I hope you're right. 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls, your texts. What do you think is going to happen on Sunday? And what is the key to the game? I mean, it's obvious when you have a player like Lamar Jackson, one of the keys is, containing him. Make sure he doesn't run wild. The last time these two teams played, the Lions were fortunate for a while because was Hollywood Brown dropped the pass. There were a few drop passes there. He played pretty well, and then at the end, the Lions played way too soft, and they got into field goal range for most non-human beings. But Justin Tucker kicks a 66-yard field goal. I don't anticipate that happening, but you never know because Baltimore is not inside, so I don't think he's going to kick a 66-yard field goal outside.
It
Depends on the wind.
It's puzzling, like, how good are the Ravens? Because you can make the argument this way, that they led 19-16 under 2 minutes to go against Indianapolis, and they lost in OT.
Right. They
They led 10-8 in Pittsburgh under 2 minutes ago and lost 17-10. Lamar made a crucial mistake in that game. So they're that close to being undefeated. But John nailed it in terms, this has been a bugaboo for them for 3 years now, that they can't close. Like, they have problems closing out games. It is going to come down to the Lions and how they can contain him. I am a little bothered by that's the way the Chiefs game was even as close as it was in my mind, is that Mahomes' elusiveness, not necessarily rushing yardage, but elusiveness was what kept the Chiefs in that game.
Right. And, the fact that the Chiefs didn't have Kelsey, and if you're going to compare the two games, the Ravens have, look, this may not be accurate because people say, well, he's not underrated. I think Mark Andrews is like the most underrated player in the National Football League. Because when you talk about the great tight ends, people always mention, obviously Kelsey, and they mention Kittle. Is Mark Andrews mentioned as much as them? I don't think so. I think he's terrific. I mean, he's just a great player. And he's
He
perfect
is.
for that team.
And he is, and he's kind of been underutilized so far. He's only got 24 receptions, just shy of 300 yards, and he's a guy that Lamar Jackson needs to find more. And if he does, we've got to find out, have the Lions been able to solve the Rubik's Cube that is, the tight end position?
But the problem is for them, teams can prepare to stop Andrews and make Lamar throw outside.
Right.
I mean, that's really my thing with Lamar is I feel like he's been cheated in terms of they've never gotten him a stud receiver.
And OBJ they've
He's
hardly
not a stud.
targeting him anymore.
Well, he's been hurt.
I know.
He's
over the hill.
He is. He's lost it.
I know. Of course, now we say that he's going to get 2 touchdowns.
Well, I think a quarterback like Matthew Stafford can
That's
bring
the
the
old
best
mindset.
out of him.
Yes. What'd you say, John?
That's the old mindset. You can't go into this game with that mindset.
Now
that we've said something, now all of a sudden the guy's going to go off. That is in the past.
Well,
we have a defense that can go out there and actually perform.
I agree with that, but I wasn't saying that just because it's the Lions. I'm saying it just because it was me. 248-539-9797. We'll take your phones and your text. 97 on the ticket. Okay.
Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, tweeted out a video last night of Lions fans just going nuts after the game. And he tweets, I've seen a lot of opposing fan bases make noise for a team after a win, but the Lions might have topped them all today. Or as Jared Goff said to me as he left the field, are you seeing this? Best fans in the effing league. Peter King estimated there were 25,000 Lions fans there.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
Yep.
What is that, a third of the capacity there? That's amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they'd travel well, and I know that you already got a bunch of transplanted Michiganders down there in the state of Florida and go to Tampa to see the Lions play when they're good. It doesn't surprise me that there'd be a lot, but that number,
yep,
that's a big estimate.
Yep.
it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman,
248-539-9797. We'll take your calls, your texts. Lions, Ravens. What do you think is going to happen Sunday? Rivalry. There's a big game Saturday night. I mean, Mike and Costa and Rico are going to be out at the Fiji House. If you're going to East Lansing, stop by, say hello. I think John's going to stop by. There'll be greeting. There'll be no cheating signs there, like there will probably be in Columbus for game day. Jim Harbaugh stole our sign. That's going to be at least one or two signs, if not 100, in Columbus. So you want to talk about that, talk about the Michigan situation. Open lines as always. Have some text here. I think the Ravens are fake this year. Played two rookies, quarterback two, backup quarterbacks, Joe Burrow on one leg. Lions win by double digits again. Okay, yeah, they haven't played a lot of great quarterbacks. I get that. Joe in a tractor says, I think the Lions walk away with a 31-24 win. Having Brian Branch in the lineup is huge. Expecting a big day out of the front seven to contain Lamar Jackson. And Goff's going to do his thing. Michael from
I agree that, go ahead.
Michael from Fowlerville says Lions are definitely showing up with each and every game. I think they definitely can play a higher tier team and bring home the win for us. It's so funny when you watch some of the national shows and, we kind of alluded to it before the season started, but now that they're 5-1, people are thinking nationally, this is a legitimate team that can go to the Super Bowl. And it's just so weird for us.
It is. And this is an opportunity for this team to show that they're legit. You start off and you go on the road against Kansas City. That's a legit win. But then you're thinking, okay, is it a one-off? Is this repeatable? You go down to Tampa, and it adds some credibility. You go to Green Bay on Thursday night, it adds some credibility. Now this is another credibility opportunity for the Detroit Lions. And here's the thing about the inconsistency of Baltimore. They beat the Texans, and we heard about the whole Joe Burrow was injured at the time that they played. That was week 2. They beat the Titans. I get that. They lose to the Steelers, which makes no sense. It was in Pittsburgh, but they only were able to score 10 points. Here's where the inconsistency comes in. They were in Cleveland, and they were able to score 28 points against that defense. That's what you're concerned about, is this offense finding a rhythm. It's Lamar Jackson being that quarterback that is able to stand back there and hit some receivers, because if you could do it against Cleveland, in Cleveland, you can really do it anywhere.
Right,
but they've been very inconsistent.
But to be fair, I think Goff pointed out earlier in the show, in that game they had a lot of short drives because of defensive turnovers. So it wasn't that they dominated.
Yeah, 2 of the drives were 38 yards and 10 yards.
Yes.
It sounds like...
No, I agree.
Sounds like the Ravens play up and down.
Yes, they do. The Lions. Just,
yeah. So Greg, by that theory, what is this one? Is this an up week or a down week? I can't.
Down week for the Ravens.
Follow.
They won in London last week against the Titans after they had lost to the Steelers and lost that bad game to the Steelers.
Although, as Greg pointed out,
take it to the bank.
Greg
said it.
This false narrative of teams coming back after being in Europe is that they can't play the next week is completely false.
No, but so we're not saying that. What Greg is saying is true, is the up-down. So if we're going with that one, which is a much longer-standing theory, then this should be a guaranteed win for the Lions.
What's the up-down in London games when you don't have a bye after? Greg, I'm sorry.
But this isn't...
The head hurts with all these Michigan calls. Please stop.
Well, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. They won last week, so this is not an up-down game, right? Didn't the Ravens win last week? They beat the Titans?
The Ravens won
last week.
Yeah,
right. So did the Lions. So this is not an up-down game.
I think it is an opportunity for the Ravens to be down because they have played inconsistently this year.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and Stoney, you've admitted this. Like, this doesn't necessarily apply to good teams. So if the Lions are a good team, up down doesn't matter.
Right, and
but the Ravens right now, if they're kind of that in the middle of the pack, then all of a sudden now it matters to them, but it doesn't to the Lions. This is the lunacy of the up-down theory.
No, but this game doesn't qualify because it's 2 ups. So it's completely moot, this discussion. The up-down theory is only in effect.
No, it doesn't apply to the Lions because the Lions are a good team.
It doesn't apply to the Ravens either because they won last week.
Up, down is
So they're up.
Now
Now it's down.
You have two ups. You have the Ravens up.
No. It doesn't apply to the Lions because the Lions are a good team. Everybody has always said you can't apply the up-down theory when you've got teams on the top and the bottom.
I know. I don't think you understand my point. The up-down theory, if it's used any way you want to do it, only works if one team is coming off a win and the other team is coming off a loss. So because both teams are coming off a win, the up-down theory is non-existent. That's the point. Let's go to Greg.
I mean, we just make up these rules as we go.
That's
however you want to say it.
That's not making up rules. That's the premise of the whole up-down theory. Greg and Shelby on 97 won the ticket.
Hey, good morning, Mike, John, Mr. Positive.
Well, you know what? I'm Mr. Negative, so see you later. I'm sorry. Use your real freaking name. I'm done with this.
Look what you did to him, John. You got him in a bad mood.
You got me in a bad mood.
Wow. Oh, don't blame this on me.
I'm not.
F you.
I know. No, I'm not. Just say Greg from Shelby. I don't need to know that you're positive. I really don't.
Oh.
Okay?
Wow. I didn't see that one coming.
I'll either get yelled at or praised after the show. I can't figure out if Jimmy heard it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Sydney when you get home.
Oh, no. Well, why are you so mean to that guy? I have no problem with him.
Is that what she sounds like?
No. Greg is a good caller, but use your name. Don't come up. I don't care that you're Mr. Positive. I don't think America cares that you're Mr. Positive. I know too much.
Whatever he wants.
Okay. So you know what? Come the end of February, you can take all the Mr. Positive calls you want. Because Mr. Negative will be out of your hair.
I have heard Costa take him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's calling back.
Let's see what he says.
I'll take his call if he just doesn't use the name Mr. Positive. Just, what the hell?
Does he have to use a name at all?
Sure. when Greg screens. Yeah, yes, he does. All right, let's talk about the football game.
Yeah, please.
I mean, it's almost as ludicrous as the one fan, the Ravens fan, who said the Lions have no chance because they're honoring Terrell Suggs to put him in the Ravens Ring of Honor.
Is he playing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I actually, you know what? I hope he's playing.
Right.
He's kind of an older gentleman now. I mean,
yes, Mr. Handsome.
He was a great player, though, man.
Oh, he was a terrific player.
Yeah.
Well, but obviously, just because you're honoring someone doesn't mean that you're going to come away with a win.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I mean,
what are you whispering over there?
Well, there's a picture. No,
I've been doing some digging stuff. Me
Yes.
and Evan on,
Yes.
because Connor Stallion's the guy, the spy in the Michigan program or whatever you want to call him.
Yeah.
He has scrubbed everything already, like his Twitter accounts and all that stuff. But there are still images out there of him on Google. If you just Google him and go to Google Images, very few though. By the way, I don't know if does he have the power to actually hack Google?
And by the way, John, I will send you one of them that I don't know if you'll be okay with it, but he's in the locker room holding the Big Ten trophy. So, and
I also uncovered a picture of him hugging arms aroround Chris Partridge on the field.
That's okay.
So all of these pictures are coming up. He's at Michigan. He's not somewhere else.
No, I know.
Scouting another team.
No, I know. I'm just saying this is what he looks
You
like.
have to be busy at the time. Yeah. I mean, and so I don't care if he wants to hold the trophy. Fine.
All right. Let's go to Greg and Shelby. How you doing, Greg?
Good morning, you guys. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Thank you. Love you guys. I just want to make the world a better place.
We got it.
Oh, love you too.
Thank you. Thank you. You don't realize I could cry. The Lions are playing great on both sides of the ball. And you guys articulated that they are now playing well 4 quarters. It's no longer 2 quarters, 3 quarters. They're playing well 4 quarters. Momentum is overused. People always bring up we've got momentum. But like I've said, Jared Goff has the confidence. He's feeling great. He's looking great. He's measured. He knows he's not throwing wild balls most of the time. the running game. We're a very complete team. So I see us winning you guys 24-17, and you guys have a lovely day, and thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797.
Just had to get that in there, didn't you?
What? Get what in there? I said, thank you, Greg.
Uh-huh.
What did you want me to do?
You're welcome.
No, I don't. Nothing. Just say thank you.
I did.
Have a nice day.
I said, thank you, Greg.
Uh-huh. Yeah, if he started crying, then I would have had to have hung up on him.
All right. We will wrap this bad
There's no
boy
crying
up. Take more of your
sports talk.
Take more of your phone calls and texts. Lions, Ravens, Michigan, a bunch of cheaters. 97 the ticket. It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
Look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless, and yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision. And through an interception, they lost. And those weren't two good teams.
Two 248-539-9797. Last night in the NFL, the Jacksonville Jaguars defeated the New Orleans Saints 31-24. Did you know, John, that in the last 19 days, Trevor Lawrence has won at Wembley Stadium, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Everbank Stadium, Caesars Superdome. Only one other NFL quarterback has ever won at 4 stadiums in 20 days with a 90 or more passer rating in each, and that was Aaron Rodgers. Pretty impressive. 4 different stadiums in 20 days. Absolutely, Jamo. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That audio from him, by the way, Jamo, on not realizing that you can have an empty net in hockey. Oh, it's so great. Do you hear that?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he's like, realize you can score and there's no goalie.
All right, we have some ticket text here. Thank you, Stoney. I heard him say Mr. Positive and went to change the station. That's Nick in Livonia. Dang, never seen the dark side of Stoney. Anthony with kids in the car. Well, there used to be some guy called Evil Stoney. That was years ago. Wow, is Stoney going through the change?
I wish we had audio of Stoney when the guy used to call up all the time and call you ugly.
Oh, yeah. Well, I hate Mr. Positive. He's such a tool. That was great on Stoney's part. Forget that self-glossing guy. Neutral texter. F that Greg guy, Stoney. Stay strong. Gonna miss you. So happy Stoney just hung up on that guy. I think you're all thinking it. Coming from a guy that calls himself Stoney. That's true. Yeah, but that's basically just that. Anyway, yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, it's a nickname, yes.
Stoney, thank you. Thank you for hanging up on Mr. Positive, or should I say Mr. Annoying. Stoney, I disagree with you 99.9% of the time, but blasting Mr. Positive was awesome. Thank you. That's Al from Macomb. Shouldn't you use your name, the Mike and Jansen Show? Possibly. Stoney is the man. That Mr. Positive dude annoys the hell out of me. We love you, Stoney. Can't drink my coffee. I'm laughing so hard. That's Randy from Des Moines. No, he's Randy from St. Clair Shores. Just kidding. And finally, there is no reason to treat Mr. Positive like that. Sincerely, Super Reside, Paul and Shelby, Little Brian Fisher, KC, and Linda from Grand Plain.
We completely come off the rails. The only one's allowed to do it and people like it is Doughboy.
Yes.
And he calls in as Paul, right?
Jim.
Or Jim.
That's
He's
his
Jim.
name. Right.
Unless you ask him to go Doughboy mode.
Right.
Or the
Exactly.
tournament.
Right. No doubt. Once in a while he'll do it, but he doesn't call that much. And he doesn't call every freaking show. Robert, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Since we're giving out John Jansen platitudes, I want to compliment him. I live in Baltimore, and he was tremendous yesterday on the local affiliate here, 105.7, breaking down the Ravens-Lions game and all that sort of thing. So I wanted to compliment John there.
Oh, thank you.
And I think it's going to be – I'm going to the game on Sunday, and I think it's going to be – I don't think there's going to be much Honolulu blue and silver as much as I'd love to see it, in part because they're retiring Suggs' jersey and number, and they're putting him in the Ring of Honor. And so I know a lot of season ticket holders around here we're going to sell those seats. But then when they announced that, they're like, "Oh no, I want to go to this." And Jansen, I don't know if John played against him, maybe not, but
I did.
But in any case, okay. So he's a local legend here and that sort of thing. So I think it's actually going to be, not surprising, like everybody's saying, a really close game. I would not be surprised in least if it comes down to like their punt returner, Devin Duvernay, or Raymond on our side, or Reynolds. I don't think it's going to be any of the stars. I think they're going to be so keyed on Andrews and Jackson and St. Brown and that sort of thing. I would not be surprised if it comes down to one of those lesser-known guys. And, obviously hoping for a Lions win.
So you live in Baltimore?
I do indeed.
Have you ever been to Bertha's Mussels?
Oh, yeah. Bertha's Mussels. That's a good spot.
Yeah.
Thames Street Oyster House is a great spot. There's a bunch of them. But, there's a bunch of them. And we're going to tailgate on Sunday. I got one of the guy coming in from Michigan. Hopefully we'll see a good crowd.
Right. There'll be a few.
A sliver of blue and silver would be fantastic.
There will be a sliver because I know somebody, people from guests for the Goldman Herkovitz wedding in Washington, they're going to come down. The Detroiters are coming down the route on the Lions. Congratulations to Rob. I wanted to get the names right. You think they're Jewish? Rob oh, come on. Congratulations to Rob.
Right, yeah, you can say.
That's exactly right.
Right, exactly, yes. Yes.
Congratulations to Rob from Clinton Township. He heard Jamo talking about the Red Wings at the Red Wings game, and he wins a pair of tickets to see the Wings take on the Calgary Flames this Sunday. For tickets and more info, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. Big early season game for the Wings tomorrow afternoon right here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's the Wings against the Ottawa Senators in Canada's capital. We remember last year the two games that Ottawa beat the crap out of the Red Wings. So all of a sudden Stevie said, I got to sell. We're not making the playoffs. So a little revenge. Alex DeBrincat going back to his former team. It should be a glorious, glorious afternoon for hockey in Canada. And, of course, the Red Wings game, just the pregame show to Valenti, Rico, and Costa at the Fiji House in East Lansing on the campus of Michigan State University. John's going to stop by as well. And we have Michigan State right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And don't forget, Sunday, right here, Dan Miller, Lomas Brown, and Hall of Fame nominee and Super Bowl champion T.J. Lang on the broadcast. Mm-hmm. And then after the game, I'll be here doing the post-game show. Jennifer Hammond will be reporting live from Baltimore as well. So a lot of fun, big football weekend here. All right, John, real quick.
Football everywhere.
Yes. Now, I know we made our picks. What do you think the crap with Michigan will have any bearing on the game, on the psyche of either the coaches or anything for tomorrow?
Nope. It's like bulletin board material, all of that stuff. I think as soon as the ball is teed up and kicked off, most of that stuff goes by the wayside, and it's just going to be two teams out there battling. I think it's going to be physical. I think it's going to be physical and fast early on in the first quarter, and I'm excited about that. That's the beautiful thing about rivalry games, and however it ends, it's going to end, but the start of it is going to be just like every other matchup that Michigan and Michigan State have had, and that's going to be, both offensive and defensive lines hitting each other in the mouth and trying to set the tone.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator wearing a classic Spartan hockey jersey, I guess you would call it, hockey sweater.
Sweatshirt, sure.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, for the pregame show, if you are by a television, Channel 4 is covering, NBC has the game, so they do a pregame show. Gator and I will be on once again.
A lot of fun.
Yes.
A lot of fun doing that stuff.
Absolutely. So lots of stuff to go through today, huh, in the show. Not your typical football Friday.
The news broke yesterday at around 12:30 with an official, word. I saw some stuff maybe a half an hour earlier. And then our buddy Dan Wetzel from Yahoo Sports came out with it, and I texted Dan right away and it said, "Ooh, juicy."
Yeah.
And he said, "Hey, I wanted to jazz up the last 90 minutes of your show."
Uh-huh.
So, there's that. But obviously now there's more details that have come out to make this, more intriguing, I guess. It's all about what happens next. What's the evidence that they have? How damaging is it?
And what does it mean for Michigan moving forward? What does it mean for Jim Harbaugh? Really, I think that's the big question. Is if the university is looking for it's not a great relationship. Doesn't seem like with Jim Harbaugh and Ward Manuel.
Right.
So if you're looking for a reason to move on, you've got a reason. Although it's awfully hard to say or do something like that when you're in the midst of a national championship run.
Exactly. All right. Hi, Doug. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. I was in Schembechler Hall yesterday, and I'll tell you what I heard.
All right. Coming up next, 97.1 The Ticket. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Good to be with you on a Friday. Guess we'll get right into it. Story broke yesterday, as we all know. And this is something that, it is and should be taken seriously. And, we can talk about how it's treated and how it comes out and all that. And we probably will. But I will say that I happened to be in Schembechler Hall yesterday. And who did I come across? One Jim Harbaugh. And so
you just happened to be there.
I happened to come across Jim Harbaugh. And so I had a chance to talk to Jim Harbaugh about this. And when it came to specifics, and I asked some questions, he basically said, refer to the statement. It's the statement speaks for itself. Then the statement denying any knowledge of it. And, he said, the only thing he said to me is, I don't break NCAA rules. And so that was the one thing he said. But he was enthusiastic to defend himself. And, I asked him about how the team, is this going to have what effect it has on the team? Because there's two views of this. There's the 30,000-foot view, what it means for Jim Harbaugh, for Michigan, for the program, and all of that, which we will discuss. And then there's the microscopic zoom-in view, which is they play a game tomorrow, and it's a reasonably big game, and they've got games to play the rest of the way. But I will say that Jim Harbaugh's demeanor that I saw, he is enthusiastic to defend himself, and I would describe him as confident That was my interaction with Jim Harbaugh. And again, he wouldn't get into too many specifics, but that's what I saw. I called back today and kind of followed up on that. And then I've got kind of the affirmative. Yeah, that's where he is right now. But did he go into specifics? No, he did not. He just referred to the statement. So, look, Harbaugh and Ward Manuel have released statements saying that they will cooperate on all fronts with the NCAA. Jim Harbaugh said it. Ward Manuel said it. As of this morning, I was told that Michigan has been presented with nothing from the NCAA. At this point, they have been told they're under investigation, but that's it. And my whole thing is, if you're innocent of this, then the truth is your best defense, right?
Sure.
So, you invite the NCAA in, and you say, all right, what do you got? But they don't know where these allegations come from. There has been reporting that it's a staffer that has been accused of this, and that story should be vetted, and either he should be cleared of that, or they should focus more on what he may or may not have done. So, I'm not into making excuses, but I am into the process of let it play out, because in this world, unfortunately, you're guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah, I'm dying to see what the evidence is, hear what it is, read about what it is. Is it something? Because by all accounts so far, that the reporting being done, whether it's Dan Wetzel or it's done by the people at ESPN, they seem to think it's pretty serious. That it's not just, oh yeah, some guy was watching TV, took notes, and passed it on. That it's much more elaborate than that. And then you have reports from Big Ten sources that people are saying that it's worse than what the Patriots did. It's worse than what the Astros did. That could be hyperbole. Well, I don't know. Also, that's why I say just let it all play out. I want to know what the facts are in this case, because it's really intriguing. And if Jim seems really excited to have his day in court, so to speak, or whatever, it's interesting. I get the impression that he is someone who likes to know what the parameters are, know where the line is that you can't cross, and walk right up to that line within the rules, as much as you think it is anyway, and not cross it. But with what happened with the recruiting violations a year ago that came to light, I mean, there were lines crossed, and because of his stubbornness, it got worse.
According to the accusations, yes.
So if this is...
But that story isn't even done yet.
I know. That one's not even done yet. So this one coming around, if this is just more of that same attitude, then I don't know. It doesn't... I don't think it's a good look for Jim Harbaugh to keep doing things like this if this is all true.
So this morning, Paul Feinbaum said on Get Up, it's hard for me to imagine that the NCAA will be able to make a solid case. I sense that there's some piling on here to Jim Harbaugh. If it had been someone else, this investigation probably would have not gotten to this point. And I don't think Jim, I do think there's some truth to that he hasn't endeared himself to the NCAA. And like you said, walk up to the line and whether or not he crossed it, I guess, is what we'll find out in both of these cases. That, the NCAA processes, this is probably just going to hang over the program for quite some time.
Well, I mean, he's poking the bear being the NCAA. Whether or not he's got every legal recourse to do what he has done, we'll find out. Mm-hmm. But it's at some point, if I were Michigan, it's just stop. Stop poking the bear.
Yeah, maybe lay low here for a minute. And I hear what you're saying, but again, this will all come out. There's like I said, the zoom in view is, does this serve as a distraction? Does their season go south? Do they rally around Michigan against everybody? It's Michigan against everybody. It always has been.
Uh-huh.
Quoting from Ryan Day.
That works well.
Do they, I mean, seriously, do they just internalize this and say everybody's out to get it? I'm talking about the kids, the players, how they how they come out on the field. And I think you say all the right things, but you don't know. You don't know until like that's inside you, whether or not you channel this in any way. Because there's nothing that the players can do about it.
No, I mean, look, if you're Jim Harbaugh on the coaching staff and you want to motivate your players, all you got to say is that, this is what happens when you're the number one team in the country. Everyone's coming after you. You're going to get your best punch from everyone in every facet of life, not just on the field for 60 minutes. It's every second you walk around, people are taking shots at you because you're number one. I think that's the motivating speech you give the guys.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tom. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tom.
Morning, gentlemen. I enjoy your show as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of quick thoughts here. I'm wondering what the level of expected privacy is for these coaches in a stadium, maybe 80 to 800, or excuse me, to 100,000, giving these signals, especially when everybody in that stadium has some kind of recording device. I'm also thinking about, these scouting films that coaches get. They get a film of every single game of their opponent, and they don't get the TV film that you and I see. They get a press box view, which includes everything, including, the sidelines where they can see these coaches giving signals. So I'm wondering what in the heck we're even talking about here.
Well, I don't think the All-22 is focused in on the guy who's, throwing on the 4-picture card there with the sign. It's an All-22 view.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm also thinking every time I see these coaches giving signals on the sidelines, there's 2 or 3 guys giving signals. Why do you think that is?
Well, because they know that teams are trying to steal the signs, and it's illegal.
It's not illegal. Well, no, it's not illegal.
Well, it's illegal.
It's illegal to use recording devices, and certainly at games that your team is not playing in.
They know you're stealing signs because that's what people do. But how did you go about stealing those signs?
I was wondering if the next move, what we'll see, and we'll get to that coming up in a minute, but 248-539-9797, your reaction to the latest on the sign stealing accusations against Michigan. Told you what I saw yesterday at Schembechler Hall. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, cancel your weekend plans and listen to this. Twin Peaks will be primed for all the fun Saturday. It's shaping up to be a great sports day. It all starts at noon as the team to the south takes on Penn State in a marquee Big Ten matchup. Stay seated after the game for UFC 294. Usman taking on Chimaev, leading up to the highly anticipated matchup of Makachev and Volkanovski. And just as that wraps up, be prepared for Michigan. Well, they head to East Lansing to take on State at 7:30. Talk a lot about it, but there isn't a better place to catch a game or a fight than Twin Peaks. Scratch-made food to hand-cut and breaded to order wings and tenders, smashed and seared burgers like the Billionaire's Bacon Burger, and shareable favorites like the house-made smoked brisket nachos. I had some nachos there with chicken once. I absolutely loved them. Pair that up with my favorite, the 29-degree draft beers, the $3.99 screwball shot, and kick back while the Twin Peaks girls take excellent care of you. Did I mention they're open late night too? Night Owls, take advantage of this because not only are they open late, they have a late night happy. Seasons are very long. So and things those change games throughout get the course late, of the season. Monday, Thursday, if the Lions go Saturday to Baltimore night, and win,
you
get a late night happy hour to take advantage of. Check it out for yourself on the website, twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Join the E-Club, and you'll know about this stuff before the public does. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. And look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless. And yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision. And through an interception, they lost. And those weren't two good teams. John Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Talking about the accusations against the University of Michigan. Told you what I saw yesterday and what I heard yesterday. Being in Schembechler Hall, Jim Harbaugh seemed very confident and enthusiastic to defend himself. When I asked him questions about it, he just kept referring to the statement. But, I asked him about the team. And, it's funny. Harlan Barnett said something last week that I thought was an interesting approach to what's going on in East Lansing. And he said, years from now, wherever this goes and whatever success we have, we're all gonna revisit and talk about what we overcame, what we had to overcome. And I actually said to Jim, I said, Harlan Barnett had this quote. Now you guys are kind of in a similar situation. Like, yeah, that's exactly it. Is we're gonna keep moving forward, and implied it. Yeah, that's the case. Harlan Barnett. What's interesting too is I think Harlan Barnett, I think Jim actually been told likes him because of his tie-in with Willie Taggart. They're both, I guess, friends with Willie Taggart. Although I'm not sure they really know each other all that well, but Jim is tight with Willie Taggart, and Taggart, I believe, is tight with Harlan Barnett, and that might be a connection that they have. But anyway, I thought that was interesting. So, Gator,
there's nothing not to like about Harlan.
Right. So let me, do you remember the era where a coach on the sideline would have a player standing next to him, and he would turn to the player and say, 65 toss power trap. And that player would run onto the field and get in the huddle, and another player would come off, and then that player would tell the quarterback, 65 toss power trap.
Yeah, like when I played high school football, it's exactly what we did.
And then the quarterback would pull the huddle in, say 65 toss power trap on one. Is that what everyone's going to start doing now?
No. I was watching a little bit of Pat McAfee yesterday. He had Nick Saban on, and they weren't talking about this this situation with Michigan, but they were talking about play calling and how it's changed over the years, and with teams going no huddle and all that. And Nick made a really interesting statement. He said, instead of calling a play that has like 5 or 6 components to it, he goes, it takes too long to that, and there's too much to process. Instead, what we just do, we just say Buckeye, or they'll have one word that encompasses everything, so everybody knows what the role is. I mean, everybody's trying to actively make things simpler and easier when it comes to play calling. And maybe it's going to be the same type of thing, that because of there's this admission that everybody steals signs. Whether or not they do it legally is the issue, but will they go back? I could absolutely see it going back to, grabbing the wide receiver, having him run the play in.
65 toss power trap.
Now, back in the day when he used to do that, I think there was a lot more running involved, and the running game was a lot more prevalent than the passing game. So maybe it was easier just to rotate wide receivers that aren't going to be involved in the play as much. But something like that, sure. Or do they just go and use the pro method, and you put a signal in the quarterback's helmet, and then the offensive coordinator can talk to him directly, and you call the play?
Well, that's who was it that said that yesterday? Andy Staples said that yesterday. He's like, that got put in place in 1994. 30 years later, the NCAA hasn't adopted that, and they really should. Feedback coming in. U of M is in a title run, and the team worries about players doing something or saying something to the media that becomes a distraction. Harbaugh has done that. He is the distraction. The team is running on all cylinders, and Harbaugh's putting sugar in the gas tank. Next text. Just because coaches have accused U of M of knowing their signs doesn't mean they have broken any rules. Well, that's the thing, is that they are waiting. From what I was told this morning, they haven't even gotten what they're accused of doing, other than they've been known that there is allegations. Now, there's some reporting on it, but Michigan officially has not been told by the NCAA what evidence they have and what they're defending themselves against. Is Harbaugh poking the bear, or is the bear, the NCAA, poking Harbaugh because they just don't like the guy? I think there might be truth to that. I don't think that Jim has friends in the NCAA office. When Michigan wins a national title, Jim is on his way to the NFL. The writing's on the wall now with teams like Chicago, the Chargers, and New England. He'll be able to pick his choice of where he would go. He'll definitely avoid a year-long suspension from the NCAA. That's from Marlon in Walled Lake. Well, these things move at a snail's pace. So my guess is we won't find out any result. I mean, the Kansas case took years. This is not likely to be adjudicated quickly.
But if evidence is revealed quickly enough for the school to review it, they can make a decision.
They could, yep.
Does this put a screaming halt to contract extensions for Jim Harbaugh?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't make it easier.
No, of course not. No.
I mean, I know some Michigan fans want to give the NCAA the bird, and I'm not sure. Look, crisis management isn't my strength, but I've always thought.
Yeah, architecture is.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to be an architect. Is get through when you got something on your hands,
or civil engineer,
one or the other.
Yeah.
But when you have an issue on your hands, potentially, you try to get through it as quickly as possible, minimize the damage, and move on.
Wasn't it this week he was asked about contract extensions, and then reports where they were moving towards that, and then this happens.
I just want to be where I'm wanted.
Yeah, it's like, whoa.
Well, that's a pretty sure sign that they didn't see this coming.
Yeah.
Yep. What do you make of all this?
Doug, you know how I am. I've become more cynical of sports, specifically college football, over the years. And in Kang court, the court of Kang, usually when something comes up in college football, accusations, I tend to believe they're true. Now, that's not fair, and that's not responsible. Because the responsible and fair thing to do is innocent until proven guilty. With any accusation, any allegations, you got to let it play out. We're all dying to see what this evidence is, because you would think the NCAA is not going to come forth unless they have some real tangible evidence, right?
Exactly.
What is this evidence? We'll find out eventually. Is it going to move at a snail's pace? Will we find out in 6 months, 6 weeks, 14 months? Who knows? That's sometimes how the NCAA works, right?
Mm-hmm.
I saw some comment the other day that said it was making fun of big schools that get the slap on the wrist, but then it's the little school that really takes the brunt of it because they don't have the wherewithal to defend themselves.
Yep.
Somebody said Central's really in trouble.
Like I said, I become so cynical. I feel like a lot of schools cheat. Now, some cheat very minor, going 5 over. And some are like, hey, reckless DUI driving, and I just feel everyone's trying to keep up with each other. It's so hard in today's college football. And now we've opened up NIL. I mean, it's just it's anarchy sometimes out there. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's how I feel.
Yeah, well,
and what I see.
The NCAA doesn't have to focus on payment of players anymore, right?
Well, that's one thing now.
They could just now they'll focus on other things, and maybe this is the outcome of that. Now we're focusing on the rules we have in place that don't include boosters. So,
but they do have to focus because there are NIL violations.
So. Of course they do.
I mean, that's part of it too. Is you've got all of this.
But it feels like it's all up in the air because they're asking Congress to look at it, or at least Congress is looking at it.
I don't think they'd even know how to enforce those rules yet. I mean, it strikes me that they don't even know what they've got on their hands with NIL. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback on this. We'll get to that. Also coming up, Lions got a game. Are they in a weird no-lose situation? We'll ask that question coming up today at 10:38. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797 for people just joining us. I happened to be in Schumacher Hall yesterday. Ran into Jim Harbaugh. He had a very confident demeanor.
If he's hurt for a
seemed
long
like he
term,
was
or if he was just out.
ready to enthusiastically defend himself. When I asked him specifics, he basically said, I'll refer to the statement on that. And then, it's the 30,000-foot view is what does it mean for Michigan? What does it mean for Jim Harbaugh? What does it mean for the athletic department, the program, all of that? And I will tell you that, I hope that they have a solid defense. Harbaugh seems to be giving off that presence, at least he did to me. I can almost guarantee when he's asked about it tomorrow postgame, he's going to say, I'll refer to the statement. But that's what I saw with my own eyes, and asked him what he could, and I wasn't going to say much, but he seemed very, very confident in the defense of himself. Innocent until proven guilty, right? And let this thing play itself out. The allegations that this staffer, Connor Stallions, went and crossed the line. Jim in his statement said they have no knowledge of that. So we'll see what happens next. What do you think happens with the team, Gator? What do you think they rally around it? Do you think they go us against the world? Do you think this is a huge distraction?
I think it's become a much bigger distraction over the last 12 hours, I guess. I don't know. I don't know when the report of Connor Stallions came out and his involvement. But I feel like it's become a much bigger distraction because it's more than just an accusation. Now there are details attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they've got, if you're a member of the team, how are you not talking about it?
I'm sure they are.
And every second you're spending talking about that and not talking about a game or talking about what you need to do is a distraction. So, yeah, it has to be. Now, is it big enough to affect an outcome of a game? Not tomorrow night, I don't think. But if this gets bigger and bigger by the time you play Penn State, that could be a real problem.
It's really weird how the last couple of months have cast a bit of a pall over this game. And I've talked for a while about how the temperature needs to be taken down just in general with Michigan and Michigan State. And I don't know that the fan bases collectively are going to be particularly chesty tomorrow, as we like to say, in East Lansing. Maybe it's, they'll both watch the game and cheer for their teams, but hopefully we won't have any incidents. Feedback coming in. Redwing2244 on Twitch says, if these allegations end up being true, I think it's pretty safe to say this will be Harbaugh's last season at Michigan. No way between the recruiting issue plus cheating, he sticks around for punishment. He will go to the NFL.
Someone mentioned in a Ticket Text last segment about the Bears, the Chargers, Patriots. My crazy off-the-wall prediction, Gator, is that Harbaugh does leave and he replaces Bill Belichick in New England. And I think the only way you can replace or move on from a legend is to get someone like Jim Harbaugh, and the Patriots go, dude, you don't have to worry about cheeseburgers. We've gone through the Spygate stuff and Deflategate. Well, here's $10 million a year or whatever. Robert Kraft is one of those owners, I think, that would throw a ton of money at him and say, just take over our team and move on from this college. You don't need this college football crap anymore.
It's interesting. Like, I think Doug and I talked about it off the air yesterday about where would Harbaugh go if he went to the pros, and I said Chicago or the Raiders. And then Doug said, what about the Chargers? I'm like, okay, well, that kind of makes sense too. And then, you're bringing up the Patriots, or the texter brought up the Patriots. And yet I'm not even sure if he's got a future in the NFL. Does the NFL even want him? Because the last go-around, it looked like there were shoe-in jobs, and he didn't get them.
Does the NFL want him? But his name is always brought up, right? Every year, every coaching cycle, Jim Harbaugh's name is always brought up.
But it looked like it was lock, stock, and barrel with Minnesota, or the same thing with Chicago before they hired Eberflus. And nope, didn't happen. I don't know. I would imagine that the pro game suits him very well. It already has, because he's already been in the pros and done a hell of a job. Was it 3 straight NFC championship appearances? Went to a Super Bowl, lost to his brother. I think he'd be very well suited to coaching in the NFL, because these distractions of having to recruit, having to deal with NIL, having to deal with all that, it's all gone. But he's got a different job right now. Right now, he's got a team that's capable of winning a national championship. And now you throw this monkey wrench in there, this big investigation, and it's a specter. Now, fortunately, their schedule is such that it shouldn't hurt them right now. But that Penn State game is looming quickly.
If they win tomorrow, go into the bye week, and get some time off, come back. They've got Purdue and at Penn State. That's going to be. There's going to be so much focus on the game, and that's going to be something.
Well, and let me just say this: with the bye week, is the NCAA going to use that bye week as a time to say, "Hey, Jim, we want to talk to you"? And then how does he handle that? Is he going to say, look, we can talk after the season, or is he going to get cantankerous about it, or is he going to cooperate like he said?
I don't know. I do not know. Kitech says, I think Rich Eisen is right. This is Michigan State trying to keep attention away from their school this week. I don't think it's Michigan State. If anybody, I don't think that's not the rival that I suspect it came from. Let's just say that.
Michigan State is so downtrodden right now. I don't think they. No,
I would not be the rival. I would suspect. Hot Dog Bathwater says Paul Feinbaum is defending Jim. That's how you know this thing is blowing up in the NCAA's face. Nayrock says you'd be hard pressed to convince me that everyone does this already. If the alleged reports are true that Jim allegedly had a military codebreaker scouting games, I mean, unpopular opinion, that's pretty amazing to me. Like Belichick levels, I respect that.
Well, I don't know if he's a code breaker. We know he has a military background. Yeah. He was a captain with the Marines. But from the ESPN story, it says sources said the NCAA enforcement staff's level of interest in Stalions is so significant, it sought access to his computer as part of its investigation. Sources indicated that the process is underway, although it's uncertain what investigators will find. And then it said that a source told ESPN the Wolverines have used an elaborate scouting system to steal signals from future opponents since at least 2021.
Who's this? My big question on that, and that's if I were Michigan, who's the source?
Yeah,
because is that source from a rival school,
or is it from the NCAA?
Or is it from the NCAA? Because if it's from a rival school, I mean, it would also be a covert op to undermine what Michigan is doing. But again, they haven't been presented. Like I was told this morning, Michigan has not been presented with the case against them yet. 248-539-9797. We'll continue to monitor that. Gator.
Doug.
Lions playing Baltimore on Sunday.
Yes.
This I am wondering if we've reached a very strange place. You tell me if you think this is accurate.
This whole season is strange, Doug.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Strange and wonderful.
I feel like this game has loss written all over it. And I'm not picking them to lose. I don't know what I'm doing just yet. We still got 3 hours and 20 minutes to figure that out. But on the road, it's going to be windy, windier than it was in Tampa. It was windy there. And the team with the better rushing attack in the wind is a very simplistic way to look at it. But if the wind impacts the game, I'll take the team with the better rushing attack. Baltimore has the better rushing attack, but that is led by the quarterback. It's not sort of a traditional we'll line up and shove it down your throat classic rushing attack. My question is, have the Lions actually reached a point where they have built up so much credibility If they win, everyone says, yeah, they're tracking towards a legit shot at the number 1 seed. And if they lose, it's not actually the end of the world. We won't have end of the world is coming.
I do think that's the case, and I think part of that is because Baltimore's a good team, and they're perceived as being a very good team. It's a road game. I think there are, aspects of this game that allow people to say it's okay. The Lions aren't favored to win. Mm-hmm. Well, let's look at it that way. They're a 3-point underdog in this game. So yeah, I do think that people will. It's exactly the feeling. If they win a game, they're an underdog in. Then they're better than you thought they were, and you already think they're good. If they lose the game, well, you thought they were going to lose, and you still think they're a good team, so they're still a good team.
This again, this is why I say it's like having a job, not only a new job, but a job at a different industry. You mean we're not going to get same old Lions calls?
I didn't say that. No, you were talking. I presume you were talking about this from a national perspective.
No, I'm talking
from
about
a
here
local perspective. I mean, a lot of that depends on what happens on Sunday. If they were to lose, how do they lose? Is it? Well, don't need to go into the litany of things we've seen.
They're 5-1. We're not beyond that this year.
I am.
I know you are.
I'm well beyond that.
Because, they're one of the more elite teams. This week you read it off, Doug. All the national praise they're getting, from analysts and, media members, even fans, if you talk around the country. The Lions, I think we should start talking. I know they're underdogs by Vegas standards, but shouldn't we be talking, we should beat this team? Because the Lions are just that good. Now, there's keys to this particular game. No Montgomery. That's going to hurt. Is it going to be Divine Zigbo back there? Gibbs looks like he's going to play, right?
Gibbs and Reynolds both practice, and it seems like they're both ready to go.
But Dave Montgomery's been so good for this team. I mean, that's going to hurt still, even if it is just Gibbs and Reynolds back there.
I don't want to lower the bar for this team.
That's what I'm saying.
But I also don't think they're going to go 16-1, and this to me looks like the most losable game on the schedule. So if I'm going to pick a game for them to lose, why would I not pick the most losable game on the schedule? Is it unanimous that this is the most losable game on the schedule? Is this the last time this year that they'll be an underdog?
I don't know. Dallas is an interesting one later on. We'll see how they respond to how they've been playing. But the thing that I love about the Lions this year is that we've seen them play without their full complement of players. We've seen them play without Gibbs. We've seen them play without Montgomery. We've seen them play without St. Brown.
Without Branch.
Without Jamo. I mean, we've seen him play without offensive linemen. Like, when was the last time we saw Jonah Jackson play? He's missed a couple games. So I'm not looking at this and I'll say, oh, well, they missed that guy. That's why they lost. That's not it, because they've done this all season long.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. That is the best place for great food, great atmosphere, and great specials. They also have the best wings in town. The NFL Sunday Ticket. And how about this? This Sunday, starting at noon, they have a Lions tailgate party up on the rooftop at 24 Seconds. Barbecue and hot drink specials during the game. Plus, the Lions shuttle is back for all the home games. This way, you save the hassle of driving and parking and book your seat right now. Plus, this Saturday, UFC 294. Makachev, I should say. Makachev versus Volkanovski, Usman versus Shemaev, and the special start time is at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, so you're going to want to make sure about that. Also, 7:30, you got the Michigan State game coming up. Drink specials are going on there. $4 drafts at Miller Lite and Coors Light for all the Lions games and all the Sunday football games. You get $4 drafts at Miller Lite. For Red Wing games, $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light, and you can catch the baseball playoffs there as well. The specials are all day, every day. And 24 Seconds is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. That way you can check up on what the contests are that they have. And if you need any party or event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. It's great to have them take care of that. Plus, every seat in the house when you go there is a great seat. It happens to be my favorite place to go. Check them out for yourself. Their service is awesome. The food's even better. And check out the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com. Grab a taste of the action for yourself. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number one seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lots on the table today, including the latest and the accusations against Michigan. If you want to continue that conversation, 248-539-9797. We got the Lions getting ready for this game at Baltimore in a strange place that I'm not sure that we actually get same old Lions calls if they lose this game. I think we have topicked and talked a lot about the mentality of Lions fans throughout the years, the mindset of Lions fans throughout the years. And it feels to me like we've reached a strange place that they actually can endure loss without taking a public beating that they're the same organization.
It's been a strange season because it's one that started off with high expectations from fans. Fans not only expected to win the division, or I should say not only make the playoffs, but win the division. And as the season's grown, the expectation is, and the bar is raised even higher. It's win a playoff game. And I think a lot of fans now are expecting this team to play in the NFC Championship game, which is kind of crazy because there's a long season to go. They played 6 games. There's 11 left. But they're playing very well, and they're doing it with a limited roster. Mm-hmm. And this is what good teams do. And this is unfamiliar territory for all of us because we're not used to having a good team. And, fan bases from good teams tell you, that's what happens. You overcome those things, and you look at a week ago, the number 1 team in football was San Francisco. And then they go play Sunday against a team with quarterback from the practice squad without the best player, Nick Chubb, and they lose. It's crazy.
Yep.
And then watch the fan base change. Well, we had injuries. Well, hey, welcome to the club. We're fighting through them, and we're winning games. What does it mean for Sunday? I think the expectation is to win the game. Win the game until you prove that you can't win the game.
Yeah. Well, feedback coming in on this, and there's quite a bit of it, but yeah. So if Decker, Ragnow, and Sewell are all healthy, this team will be hard to beat. That's from an unnamed texter. I think there's some truth to that. The strength of the team is the offensive line. If they're operating on all cylinders there, that's the strength. You can flex on people. I see this game going in favor of the Lions. They will be down a score or two early. However, the Ravens have issues closing games. 27-21 Lions. You remember that call we got a couple days ago from the guy in Baltimore?
Vaguely. Refresh me.
Yeah, he said that people in Baltimore are frustrated with that one pass that Lamar Jackson always seems to make, or that some of the passes that he makes. Like that's the book on him that's coming out on Baltimore. And we also saw the game against Pittsburgh where I only saw the highlights of that game, but boy, did they highlight receivers dropping footballs for him.
Yeah. Well, when you've got a good team, I was thinking about this yesterday, actually. Who takes the criticism when things go bad? If you had to rank it, it feels like quarterback is number one,
mm-hmm.
head coach is number two, offensive coordinator is number three, maybe defensive coordinator number four, and then well below all that is some other player.
Right.
It's the quarterback and the coach, and they're heavily scrutinized, as they should be, because the quarterback's the highest paid player on the roster, and the coach is the guy who sets it all up.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to John next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Okay.
Hey, I just wanted can we kind of compare the Kansas City game with Baltimore? I mean, not a whole lot of people were expecting them to go into Arrowhead and win that game. So can it be that same type of a game set, or are we just a lot better now than we were when we played Kansas City?
I think more people expected the Lions to lose at Kansas City than would expect them to lose at Baltimore. Like you would think that the Kansas City game would be a tougher game.
Yeah. See, that's what I was wondering too. Which one of the two are the tougher teams to play in their building? But when's the last time the Lions have won in Baltimore? Do you know? Are we due to win there? I tell you truthfully, I think we will win.
You think just because they're due to win there?
I think that, and plus the way we've been playing these last few games, and that the defense has gotten better, and they're shutting down the run. And I think if they can contain Lamar, I think we can pull out a victory. Why not, right? Aren't we due? It's about time, huh?
I don't. Well, first of all, I don't think the Lions have ever beat the Ravens in Baltimore.
I'm looking at it right now, and
See, that's what I think, too. I don't think they ever won there.
No, they haven't beaten the Ravens. They've only played the Ravens 6 times. And they're 1-5.
1-6.
1-5.
1-5,
yeah.
okay. And the win was in Ford Field, right?
Yes, 2005.
Yeah. Okay, so like what they've always said in the past, they always throw up these records about how they haven't won here in so many years or whatever. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Let's snap that record.
I mean, look, that's John. Are they due? Like, I don't know that when two teams take the field, the fact that one team has never won there is a tangible reason to pick them to win there. You know?
Look, I have the box score of that game. The Lions won in 2005 at Ford Field.
Yep.
The Lions won 35-17. It was early in the season. The Ravens dropped to 1-3. The Lions were 2-2. Keep in mind, the Lions won.
Mm-hmm.
Joey Harrington was 10 of 23 for 97 yards, a touchdown, and 2 picks.
That sounds terrible.
Anthony Wright was the quarterback for the Ravens. He went 20 of 37 for 230, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. The difference, the Lions were able to run the football. They had like 160 yards rushing in the game and 4 rushing touchdowns, including Sean Bryson, who took one from 77 yards out.
Nice.
Kevin Jones ran 26 times for 58 yards, but 2 touchdowns. And our Toos Pinner, Toos on the loose.
I always liked him.
He had a touchdown as well.
Look at that RB by committee, man.
Yeah.
All 3 of
RB
them.
by committee.
Jeez. Well, that's the thing. I think I said it earlier this week. Is this a Gibbs week? No Montgomery, no Demo. You know, the heartbeat of this team, right? The bell cow. When Gibbs had to do it earlier this year, I think he averaged like 4.6 a carry. I think he had 17 carries or so. He was able to do it. Can he do it again? The weather's not going to be that great. These are 2 good football teams going to play on Sunday. And I know it sounds boring, but it's kind of whoever shows up Sunday is going to win the game, right? Whoever, because they're both good. This isn't, if the Lions win, is it a huge upset? Of course not.
No.
They're 5-1. They're one of the best teams in the league. The only thing I kind of worry about is Lamar Jackson, that extremely mobile quarterback. Is that the Lions' kryptonite?
They haven't faced an immobile quarterback yet this year.
No, but this guy is a different level than
Of course.
this, right?
This is like having a running back there.
Yeah. Yep.
That game in 05, the Lions beat the defense that had Ray Lewis, Bart Scott, Terrell Suggs, Ed Reed, Chris McAllister, and Coach Prime.
Really?
Yep. That's what they put.
That's like a Hall of Fame defense. Right?
That's a Hall of Fame defense, and they threw a 35 Trisket on them.
Ooh, toast point.
35 toast point.
Hey, so I heard this
With
earlier.
cheddar.
You mentioned Terrell Suggs was in that game?
Yeah.
I think we got the call. I heard the morning show got the call. This Terrell Suggs being like, well, he's
Means
being honored.
nothing.
Why is this? Does this mean anything? Are we just brushing this under the rug for no reason?
I tell you why I brushed it on the rug. Why it means absolutely nothing. Right? Real simple. Lions' first home game this year. Who was it against?
Kansas City.
Home game.
No, home game.
Oh, home game. I'm sorry. It was against Seattle.
Seattle. What did they do before that game?
Was it the Barry statue?
It was the Barry statue. Okay? Barry Sanders was being honored there. They had all these great, dignitaries who were there at the game, and they lost in overtime. It means nothing that you're honoring a former player.
Well, I mean, Kansas City was raising a banner.
Right? Right. There's that too, right?
Is that good?
Is that good to raise a
I mean,
Super
these are, again, we're talking about my man saying they're due, and I don't mean to like completely dismiss his point, but think about that. They've never won there, so they're going to win there. Or they've never won there, so they're not going to win there. What makes more sense? Now, is there an element of due? I think when 2 teams are equally matched, but one has gotten the better of the other, there might be an element of that. But historically, I think Baltimore's been a better team. That's called into question now. Now, if it's super windy and it's supposed to be windier Sunday in Baltimore than it was in Tampa, that could play an impact. Could make an impact. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford Hamp, And, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
Look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So we opened the show and talked about, happened to be at Schembecker Hall, talked to Jim Harbaugh, and I would describe him. He wouldn't go into answer really any questions about the specific case. We talked a little bit about the team, but he said, with all that, he said, well, I made a statement, I refer to the statement, but I would describe his demeanor as enthusiastic to defend himself. That was the takeaway I had in speaking with Jim Harbaugh. So we'll see what comes out of it. In the meantime, we'll take your calls on that. 248-539-9797. Also got this Lions thing out there of, whether or not the Lions have actually reached a point where they have created an environment where a loss isn't the end of the world. Every Lions loss in the past. Gator, how long have we been doing this? You always know, like, down to the day.
Over 17 and a half years. It'll be 18 years in January.
Have we done a loss after a loss that there hasn't been a same old Lions call or they're doomed type of demeanor? We haven't taken one call about how doomed they are.
Well, there have been so few winning seasons that we've done in the near 18 years. Yeah, it's hard to think about that. I mean, because it's like the way that they have lost would lead people to go down that path. I mean, regular season games, I suspect there have been some regular season games where in good seasons where it's, hey, you're not going to win all 16 games back at that time. You're not going to win all 17 this year. It's already guaranteed you're not going to win 17. It's really hard to go through an NFL season with 1 or 2 losses. Not many teams do that. So you have to expect they're going to lose from time to time. Is this week going to be that week? I mean, it could be. And I think Lions fans seem like they're a little bit, when it comes to if they're going to lose a game, they're level-headed about it right now. Now, does that change Monday? I hope not. I don't think it will, and I hope it doesn't, because you don't want to go back to that. Fans I think that they're really fighting inner demons to go back to the SOL mentality. They don't want to. It's tiresome. It really is. What there's no fun in that. It's just like, ugh. I want to enjoy things. So, if it ends up being that they're 5-2 come Monday, it's okay. It's 5-2. Still have a lead in the division. You still have all your goals in front of you, and then you'll have 10 games to right the ship, so to speak. And I don't think that's really going to be the topic of conversation of how to right the ship after a game on Sunday.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Next up is Scott. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay.
Yeah, my question is about golf. When do the Lions have their? Do they have another bye week or no? I'm drawing a blank right now.
They have
they just
bye
have one.
Week. Yeah, just one.
Yeah. So they already had it.
No, they have it coming up.
It's after the Monday Night Raider game.
Okay, sorry for being an idiot. My thing is, it is going to be so important to sign Goff as soon as possible, and I think they're playing with fire. I mean, last year he was top 10 in every major category. Now he's top 5. The salary cap's going to go up $134 million in the next 4 years. I mean, his pay's only going to go up. Our alternative is a 25-year-old rookie coming off a knee injury.
Well,
right?
Here's what you got to remember. He is under contract the following year. You can franchise him the year after that. So you
want to do that and start making him upset so he doesn't resign you?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm just pointing out that if that's the route they want to take, and I think they only take that route if they think what Jared Goff is asking for is beyond the is beyond what they think they can maintain building a winning roster around.
Yeah, I would hope that they have a good enough relationship with Jared Goff and his agent that they can maybe already kind of lay the groundwork for some sort of deal in the future and know where each side is at. And is it going to be where he's going to ask to be the top paid quarterback in the league when his contract is up? I hope not. I don't think that's the case, and nor do I think he's going to be deserving of that kind of a contract, but he's going to be deserving of a contract that probably starts with $50 million a year.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, I listen to many experts have him in the top 5 for MVP voting.
He should be right now.
Whatever he does right now, it seems like he's really good in this offense, and the players around him are good too. So whatever he does is only going to raise the price. At what point do you bite the bullet and just say, let's sign him, he's our quarterback, because he's only going to cost more each year?
Well, I think, look, my strong suspicion is they sign him to a contract extension before he enters his final year. I don't know what the right time is.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if it's now, if it's Monday, if it's after the season ends. I don't know.
Is it going to come with other signings too?
What do you mean?
Like, did they sign him and then also, hey, we've also announced a deal for an extension with one of their other young players that they know that they're going to have to sign? Yeah, Penny Sewell's in his third year, or is his third year right now? Yeah. So next year will be the 4th, and you're going to have to pick up the option for the 5th,
which they will do.
Of course, they
probably sign an extension with him.
Yeah. So do you try to get an extension with Penny Sewell as well in the offseason, so you can write that one off and know where you are moving forward?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Jason, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, fellas, it's a pleasure. So I'm looking for coaches and former players that have no skin in the game to get their reaction. Now, Ryan Day has not come out in the past 24 hours and made any statement as far as I'm aware of, which makes me believe that this is more of a common practice than people are given credit for. And the NCAA obviously is going after them for something that's probably
well,
on
Jason,
a wider
I think everybody acknowledges that, trying to figure out the signs from teams is widespread. The question is, what methods did you use to get those signs? And that's what's at issue here.
I have one question. Let's say Michigan goes out the rest of the year and they continue to dominate these teams. Can we put this to rest? Because if they go out and they go 3-3 over their next 6, obviously they cheated really bad. But if they go out and they beat Michigan State 40-7 tomorrow night, would this have the same effect come Sunday morning?
Well, I will, Jason. I would say that if Michigan continues to roll, like if there was an illegal scheme put in place and they continue to roll, it certainly will reflect better in their defense than if their season goes to hell. Does it lock up innocence or lock up guilt? No. But I mean, if they don't miss a beat on the field, because I would have to think, Gator, okay, again, talking in hypotheticals, if they were doing something that was against NCAA rules, they wouldn't keep doing it, right? Now, they wouldn't do it.
You would think not.
No. And so your assertion that they're obviously guilty or obviously innocent, it would certainly help the one case or the other, but I don't think it locks up guilt or innocence.
I don't think it matters. I mean, the fact is it's a really good football team. This really good football team may not need that advantage to beat the teams that are left on the schedule. I don't know how good Ohio State is. I don't know how good Penn State is. I happen to think they're both pretty good football teams, but I think Michigan's also a pretty good football team. So if they win all their games there and they win by a narrow margin, then what difference does that make? You can't make any assertion either way. Assertion? What? You can't make. You can't make.
Not drawing any conclusion.
Yeah, you can't draw a conclusion either way based on how they're going to play the rest of the game, because the rest of the season, it may be a major distraction. Maybe they lose the games because it's a major distraction, not because they don't have the advantage of cheating and stealing signs.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
So they got the big games going on tomorrow, right? There's some Red Wing game going on tomorrow afternoon. You've got the Michigan State game going on tomorrow night, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to have some watch parties and hanging out. You got some tailgates if you want to do that. Don't go empty-handed. And in fact, don't go empty-handed ever again to a tailgate party or just a party for that matter. Bring something that's really going to put a smile on people's faces. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. Now, of course, the best part about Flying Ace is the taste. It's got hints of vanilla and ripe stone fruit. It's so smooth, you're going to want to come back for more. It's versatile. You can drink it any way you want. You want to start off the day doing shots with your friends, getting ready for the big night, that's fine. You want to drink it neat, around the rocks, mix it up with cola or with ginger ale. Have it however you want, my friends. It's delicious either way. And the best part, one of the best parts about it, at only $30 a bottle, Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon is not going to bust your budget at all. Flying Ace Bourbon is made in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know that it's quality. Give it a try yourself. I'm telling you, you're going to love it. You can follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
Set up for the best path to success given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless. And yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia
was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision and threw an interception. They lost. And those weren't two good teams. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jason, who's been patient. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the Lions a little bit. A couple things. First, I see us getting by this game by a score of roughly 28-24, and I do think Goff will throw an interception at some point during the game. But in terms of our team this year,
but you see him winning 28-24, you said, right?
Yes. I see the Lions winning 28-24.
Okay.
In terms of the Lions, though, bigger picture, it's clear that we are a contender for, in my opinion, the NFC Championship. Maybe not the Super Bowl yet. But with that being said, if I'm Brad Holmes, I am reaching out to the Panthers about Brian Burns, and I'm reaching out to the Commanders about Chase Young. And I'm willing to give them somewhere in the realm of, maybe a third or a fourth and a sixth for one of those guys to pair on the other side of Hutchinson.
Do you honestly think that would get the job done to try to get Brian Burns to offer up a third, a fourth, and maybe a sixth?
Maybe not Brian Burns, but I think Chase Young. I think the Commanders are done with Chase Young.
They might be done with Chase Young, and maybe it costs you. What do you think, Doug? A second-round pick, third-round pick?
If I'm in Washington, I'm hoping for a second. I'm not sure that they would get that, but he would definitely be the cheaper of the two.
Yeah, Burns starts with a first-round pick. I think that's how you get the conversation going.
And that's fair. But you know what? If I'm the Lions, I'm giving a third-round pick for Chase Young, or I'm at least offering it. And on top of that, last week or earlier this week, I saw a video about Janoris Jenkins saying that he wants to play for the Lions. I'm not saying that guy could play anymore. I mean, obviously he's older. I think he's 34 or 35. But, he does bring up a thought to me where it's, Jerry Jacobs is playing pretty well, but it seems to me like the Lions need another secondary piece just to solidify the defense on the backside.
So, look, I mean, they do. They've managed to get by. I think that's the question that Brad Holmes has to ask himself is, are we managing to get by, or are we going to have a problem? I mean, it's a valid question. Like, is this a even though they haven't really been burned by all the injuries in the secondary yet, are they going to be able to continue to weather that storm?
Yeah, which is, I mean, there was a report that the Steelers were going to maybe waive Desmond King, that they were taking trade offers for him. Do you look at that and offer the Steelers some kind of conditional draft pick to secure that, just to shore up your secondary, add more depth?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not against that. If he's better than what you have in your practice squad, or better what you have on your active roster, of course you do it. But I don't know if he is at this point.
248-539-9797. Jeff is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, I just want to chime in on the Michigan situation.
Yep.
I see this as nothing more than an orchestrated PR hit piece by the NCAA. This goes back to Burgergate when they were investigating that. Harbaugh told them to take a hike, and they break their own policy by issuing a statement with a bunch of innuendos. And so then this offseason, Harbaugh says, you know what, the NCAA, you have a lot of money. You should pay your players. And so now, instead of issuing a statement, they take a cowardly way and leak a bunch of information to ESPN with a bunch of innuendos and no facts. It has inflammatory language with no substance.
You have no idea if you have no idea if there are no facts. They claim they have evidence, and the evidence hasn't been released yet. And it wasn't Burgergate. There were violations of the rules.
Were there?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, he served a 3-game suspension. I sure as hell hope that he didn't just do that out of the goodness of his heart.
So you know what the results of the investigation were?
Well, I feel pretty confident that he knows that there was some wrongdoing. Otherwise, why sit out 3 games?
This is to get ahead of the NCAA and their nonsense. There's
if you didn't do any wrongdoing, then you're going to fight it with every fiber of your being, as he has been known to say, or whatever he says.
With the enthusiasm unknown to mankind. Jeff,
there you go.
I will look. I kind of agree with Gator.
You think the NCAA is cool with? You think the NCAA is cool with it? That's why they leaked this information with no substance, with inflammatory language to ESPN.
Well, obviously they think they have substance. If they say they've got evidence, then let it play out. See if there's evidence there.
Then why wouldn't they issue a statement? Why would they take a cowardly way and say this is worse than the Patriots?
Well, hold on. They didn't. The NCAA didn't say that. A quote Big Ten source said that. And which could be, be anything from somebody in the league to somebody who's a rival coach.
The Big Ten released a statement.
Yeah, the Big Ten, but it didn't say that. The Big Ten didn't say that. Do I think Harbaugh has friends in the NCAA office? No. Not at all.
And let me say this, okay? Because I know people will say, well, you're Spartan. Of course you're going to say this. Do I think that the NCAA would love to get after Jim Harbaugh? Yep, I do. I think he's been combative with them, and I think he's played games with them, and they don't like that. And I kind of do like that he's messed with the NCAA, because the NCAA is, like, I think they've obviously made some major mistakes over the years. But this might cost him because it gives them extra incentive to find anything wrong. Go over the fine-tooth comb and go for it. And now maybe they have the evidence that suggests that it is, because obviously they think they do.
Michigan, as of this morning, hadn't received a report from the NCAA. Have they seen the reports that are out there? Of course they have, but they don't know what the NCAA has. And I do think that I don't think I think there are people in the NCAA that don't like Jim Harbaugh. I think that's pretty clear. 248-539-9797. Brandon is next. Hi, Brandon.
What's going on, guys? First and foremost, love the show. Secondly, I felt compelled to call. I love the feistiness on the radio from this morning until now. To see you guys get heated up by this, it's fantastic. People are calling in. But last thing I want to say is the last caller, maybe 2 callers ago, he mentioned that, giving up all these draft picks, right, for maybe defensive end, et cetera, maybe a Chase Young. I would disagree with that. I think where we need the position is in the secondary because there's a lot of pressure that is lifted off the receivers opposing us, and you usually see that pressure being released by 7 to 10 yards. What is your guys' take on that? Is it worth picking up a Chase Young type guy? Is it worth paying that type of salary? Or is it worth giving the current Lions members that type of salary to keep them around for another year to 2 years?
That's a great question. I mean, I go back to what I said about the corner position is they have to figure out what they've gotten away with thus far and what they don't think they'll continue to get away with. And they know better than anybody else, right? If you see them go after Rochester, as Gator once said,
That's right.
then I would say that is a sign that they're like, okay, we absolutely have managed to win these games in spite of the fact that we aren't getting home enough. They are pressuring quarterbacks, but they're in a weird place.
Yeah, they're eventually getting pressure on the quarterback. I think it'd be interesting to look and see how much time the quarterback has to throw. I'd rather see it. I know what you're saying, Brandon, to get a defensive back, but I think if you end up getting a pass rusher, and I'm not looking at Chase Young as much as I'd look at Daniil Hunter from Minnesota or Brian Burns from Carolina. And if you paired that with, Aiden Hutchinson on the other end, I just think that you're really getting after the quarterback at that point. You're adding maybe at least a sack a game because of that, because you can't just double team the one guy. You got to worry about the other side as well. With that added pressure, it makes the secondary better, because the quarterback has less time to throw. I just think that there's more impact coming from an elite pass rush. I mean, I don't want to say elite, from a good pass rusher as opposed to a good corner. There's value to a corner for sure.
Thank you for that insight.
Well, interestingly, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm going to let you guys go with this, and I appreciate the explanation. I'm going to take the Lions here. I'm going to say 37-31.
Wow.
High scoring.
Wow. That would be
I think it's going to be high scoring. I think you're going to see a lot of run plays, those RPOs that we've been talking about. I think more importantly, I think you're going to see Jared Goff throw for 275 to 305 in today's or in this Sunday's game. I don't know why. I got an itch. It's a big challenge coming up.
You got to scratch the itch.
We're going to do good, guys. Thank you.
Well, maybe this will help. A reporter just asked about Dan Campbell about the trade deadline, and we'll get to his comment. Coming up today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Seasons are very long, and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Great observation, Gator.
Just saying. Maybe Kang will have some insight in this, too. Am I the only one that finds it funny that TJ Lang walks around with a backpack?
He's always got a backpack.
Always got the backpack.
And the thing is, he's such a mammoth individual that the backpack looks tiny. It's not.
No.
But it looks tiny.
No, I think nowadays guys have to carry their stuff in something. I don't know if you guys seen the whole fanny pack has come back into style, but you kind of wear it around your shoulder instead of around the waist. And I don't think TJ is that type of guy. So I think he's going to go with the backpack.
The backpack?
Yeah, which is kind of looks like a fanny pack on his back because he's so big, like you said, Doug.
Does each generation have their own thing?
Well, every generation has their own thing.
Like our parents' generation, our dads had the briefcase.
Yeah. I, for a while, had one of those a bag, like a leather bag that had a strap around it I wore.
Like Indiana Jones?
Like the crossbody.
Like
it wasn't like a satchel.
It's a satchel.
Maybe. And now I'm a backpack guy.
I've got a backpack.
I got backpacks for different things. Like I got the backpack for when we're traveling. I've got the backpack for when I'm coaching baseball. And I've got the backpack for the Michigan stuff.
I was never a backpack guy. I have a couple of them that I've gotten over years. I've never bought one. It just, from like, hey, here's a media gift, the backpack or whatever. That's how I've gotten them. But I've never been comfortable using them. I'm not sure why. Like, it seems a great idea. Like, even on a plane, I never take one on the plane. Like, you've seen my carry-on.
Dude, you're very...
this Gator's carry-on is a Ziploc bag. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
And by the way, your suitcase is pretty old, too, I think. Or is it the carry-on?
No, the suitcase is... it's...
I think it's
like
broken,
it's a carry-on. Well, the handle is.
Yeah, you can afford a new one.
I probably could.
I think Gator's like, maybe you like that one. Maybe it's sentimental. I don't know.
But for the, one time a year that I travel, I'm okay with.
Oh, boy. Big D Dog says, does Gator think TJ carrying a backpack is weak and girly?
Absolutely not.
Dan Cambaugh says, why is Gator always poking the TJ bear? Gator doesn't want that smoke. Sounds like he's insinuating a lot here.
I don't want that smoke. TJ's awesome.
Yes, he is.
I just made an observation.
This isn't the first time he's got a TJ, is it?
No. Shots fired again.
I gave him the biggest compliment you could give somebody on when we're playing softball. He was like Brooks Robinson out there on the diamond.
Well, it wasn't a compliment to him.
I guess he's like, who's Brooks Robinson?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that a store at Somerset?
Yeah, you can get your backpacks there.
Yeah. I've seen that store. Is it next to Mrs. Fields Cookies?
Justin Fields Cookies.
Oh, Justin Fields.
Justin Fields.
Okay.
Cookies are delicious, but
yes,
my God, are they expensive?
Are
ridiculous. Yeah. It's like $4 a cookie or something like that. You're crazy.
Is it as big as a basketball?
They're bigger, but they're not like, it's not like having a, manhole lid
you ever
or something.
What about the Haagen-Dazs ice cream? It's like $6 like for like a sample.
I can't tell you the last time I had like a Haagen-Dazs ice cream.
You can't afford it.
But you can afford a carry-on.
Yeah, from Brooks Robinson.
Right.
I swear to God, the first time I saw the Ziploc bag, I'm like, what do you got there? My carry-on.
Well, it's not a Ziploc bag. I would bring a plastic bag, like a bag you would get from the grocery store, or something like that, plastic one.
That's
right?
your carry-on?
Sometimes. Because I don't bring much. I travel light.
That's true.
You know, whatever I put in everything I need, I put into my luggage, which is technically carry-on size, so that gets stored above. I don't usually check luggage because I'm not gone for more than a few days.
Doug, this goes back to Gator just never left high school. I mean, this is how high school
This
Gator
is-
would travel,
what are we
right?
talking
Just
about?
give me all I need is a Kroger bag. I'm good. What?
I remember reading in Men's Health about guys like kind of freezing in their favorite time of life. Like you wardrobe wise and your musical tastes and all that. And sometimes not all the time, sometimes Gator serves as a case of that.
You saying he just got thawed out and he's, what's up, guys? Where's my Fiero? What? I don't know what kind of car you drove in here.
Fiero's, that's a great
It's got a
call.
sweet tape deck.
Yeah, right.
I did not drive a Fiero. It's a 1981 4-cylinder Mustang.
Oh, the 4-cylinder Mustang?
It
They made
was-
those?
It was a hatchback. It had AM radio. That summer, I worked hard to afford to purchase a real stereo for the car.
Yeah, you did.
Got the Fujitsu L2.
Out of
I think it was
quadraphonic
called.
blood punked.
Yeah. Got it from Highland Appliance.
Sweet. They
Had
install it. You had to leave the car. They
Yeah,
install
no,
it.
I installed it while I waited. I waited a couple hours for them to install it. Took a while.
There was
Yeah.
no greater feeling, man.
Plus, that was money that I earned, and I bought it. I felt great about it.
Did you upgrade the speakers? Was it?
Oh, you had to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to. Yeah. And then it was shortly after that the driver's seat broke, and then we had to switch the driver's seat with the passenger seat.
What?
And then
Physically?
yeah, it just because it was like bare
Was the
bones
seatbelt on the
car.
wrong side?
No, just the seatbelts stay stationary. The seats just can switch out. So it was, it was rough.
Wrap it around your body and click it in
I
behind
told you
you.
before. So when the seat, and then my dad and I switched the seats, and shortly after that, then maybe a month or two after that one broke. So in order to keep the seat working, I had these speakers from a home stereo speaker, right? From a crappy home stereo speaker that I had set up that I wedged in the well behind the chair, the driver's seat, and also in the well where you would put your feet if you were a passenger in the back seat.
Yeah.
It was wedged in there to keep it in the same position. To keep it upright.
You know what? I'm not going to make any fun of that because I've had all kinds of cars, hoopties back
Yeah,
in the
but-
day where
Yeah.
you just
You
figured
did what
it
you
out.
could.
You figured. I had
That's
one-
exactly what I did.
I had one that the seatbelt buzzer, my Volkswagen Scirocco, the seatbelt buzzer sometimes would just come on whether your seatbelts were buckled or not and just stay on for 40 minutes.
Oh.
And I
Remove
couldn't.
the fuse or something.
I just endured it.
Yeah. I got to tell you something, Gator. I don't think your car was street legal, and not in a cool way.
No, it definitely wasn't. No, if I had gotten pulled over and the officer had looked in the car and seen that setup, what is that?
Sir, are you sitting on a milk crate? Buckle in at least, all right?
Is that a home stereo speaker you have back there? Are those hooked up? Maybe. The Fujitsu speakers weren't enough. I had to use these.
So great. All right. I said before the break, and Jennifer Hammond of 97 won the ticket in Fox 2 tweeted out when asked about the impending trade deadline, Dan Campbell said he talked briefly in passing with Brad Holmes yesterday. Quote, he's always looking. I trust him. He's going to handle it.
There it is.
So that quote, the interesting part to me isn't the actual quote. The interesting part to me is thinking about, okay, if Dan Campbell talked briefly in passing with Brad Holmes yesterday, was there something to talk about? Like I'm sure they see each other a lot.
I would think there was something to talk about.
So what was it they were talking about? Dun, dun, dun. Like we often talk about fly on the wall. There's one. There's one I'd like to be a fly on the wall to know what that conversation was. You know?
I like it.
248-539-9797. Dan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. I want to chime in on the Michigan investigation.
Sure.
I think it's bull. Number one, they get film of all the teams they're playing throughout the year. And if it's a new coach and a new system, they just go back to the college he came from. So this idea that Michigan would send somebody to another stadium to scout an upcoming opponent is ridiculous.
There's nothing wrong with scouting the opponent. It's what you do with the scouting and what methods you use to scout. That's the issue at hand.
Well, you know what, Gator, I disagree. If a play,
and you disagree with the NCAA rulebook.
I guess I do.
All right.
If
well, then that's a problem.
Scrimmage, well, if they're at the line of scrimmage and the offense sees that the defense is in the right set, they just change the play. So what difference does it make?
Well, I mean, whether it can be, but you have. I mean, I would say that you'd still want to follow the rules. The deal is this, okay? The Michigan will have every chance to defend itself. Unfortunately, in the court of public opinion, clearly many people consider them guilty before they have their chance.
Or innocent.
Or in that case, innocent. Yeah. And so, like I said, I talked to Jim Harbaugh yesterday. He seemed very confident and enthusiastic to defend himself. Describe him that way.
To defend himself that he didn't know.
Well, and the program. I mean, he didn't get into it. He said, I refer to the statement, but I'm just talking about his overall demeanor. He did not, seem like this was eating him up inside, like, kind of like his day would come. And I think it's important to give them their day. And
Absolutely.
They'll get their day. And if it is much ado about nothing, we'll find that out.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Sean is next here on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Sean.
Guys, I keep thinking about all these defensive players out there to trade for it. Part of it is I want to keep up with the 49ers and the Eagles on their D-lines and all that. But then I got this nagging, Devontae Adams thing going where, what would that – we would just go the other way. What would our offense be if we added Devontae Adams to it for a playoff stretch? I mean, I don't know. I think it might be really awesome.
Well, look, I've talked about how I used to be a defense wins championships guy, and that has changed in the last 3-4 years. The old dog has learned a new trick in that I feel as though you win with offense. You look at the predictor who goes to the playoffs. It's typically the best offenses more so than the best defenses. Now that doesn't mean defense isn't important, but if you are going to follow what I think is the current model. Devontae Adams would certainly put him in that category as one of the better offenses in this league. They currently lead the NFL in rush defense. They're top 10 in scoring defense, and they're middle of the pack in passing defense. They're doing enough here defensively that becoming an elite offense, that might be the way to go, Sean.
They're also at the top in rushing offense and passing offense, right? So if they add Devontae Adams, is there an argument that they've got the best offense in the league? Is that something we could discuss?
Well, I don't think they're at the top of rushing offense. I have to double check this. I don't think they're anywhere near the top for rushing offense.
Let me take a look.
Oh, I thought they were in the top 10.
They are in the top 10. My bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're 8th. But it's 124 yards a game, and to move up to 7, you got to add 12 more yards.
Well, that's with Montgomery missing some games too.
Yeah, that's more than serviceable.
Yeah, no, I think the running game's been good. I just when you start looking at you got Christian McCaffrey with San Francisco, that makes a difference. The Eagles have run the ball very well, partially because they got a quarterback there. I think there's another level to jump up to. But as far as getting more offense and kind of killing teams with it, to get Devontae Adams, I think the cost would be so prohibitive, it's not worth it for the Lions to do it. Because not only is it draft pick wise, but he's still signed, right? He's signed to a couple more years, And it's like a massive contract.
Yeah, he would be owed his base salary next year would be $16.89 million.
Can we split the bill though with the Raiders? That's always on the table, isn't it?
I mean, I guess.
I wouldn't imagine so.
I don't
Depends
know.
on which draft picks you're willing to give, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And then there's an out. They can get out after next year because if they keep him, the cap hit, the base salary goes to 35.6 and 35.6, which I don't know that he ever thought he'd see when he signed that contract.
I'd love to add Devontae Adams, but
I mean, because he's such a special talent. He's an all-pro receiver, but I'd be floored. I'd be completely shocked if they made a trade for a wide receiver. I would be more likely a defensive end, a defensive back, even maybe a running back. But because Jared Goff relies on trust so much with his receivers, and not that Devontae Adams couldn't gain his trust quickly. Reynolds, Khalif Raymond, St. Brown, and now they got Jamo back. I just don't see them adding a receiver to this core. They didn't add one when Jamo was out. I don't see them adding one now when Jamo's back.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page.
Oh, yeah. Football game tomorrow.
We got football tomorrow?
Yes, we do.
Huh.
Yes, we do.
Better get my picks in.
Yeah, I was just taking a look. I had some ideas, but there've been other stuff going on. I'm a little late putting them together, to say the least.
Got some real exciting matchups.
Oh, there's one that stands out, though, right?
Well, there's one that stands out above all else.
You want to say it at the same time?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Minnesota,
Iowa.
Yeah. Give you another one. Illinois, Wisconsin.
The Big Ten West.
Illinois, Wisconsin is supposed to be a shootout. 41 over-under is at 41.
For the West?
Yeah. I mean, that's a shootout.
That's basketball on grass.
Yeah, it's not 31 like the Iowa games. The over-under's at 31. Have you ever heard of it so low?
Am I wrong for thinking under?
No, I mean, I want to take the over. I'm not going to take the over. I'm not going to touch this game. But I mean, could you see it 31 under 31? Absolutely. It happened last week. It was 21.
Yeah.
Iowa's got quarterback issues. Minnesota's got
offensive issues.
Yeah, that's true.
The problem with that game is if Darius Taylor's going to play. Local kid here.
No, from
is
Minnesota.
Yeah, from Walled Lake Western, I believe, and he was leading the country in rushing and got hurt, and he was leading the country in rushing in yards per game when in the opener he had one carry, and then after 3 games he was leading the country in rushing.
Well, Iowa's got a good
back.
rush. Iowa's got a good defense, though.
Oh, I hear you. But I think that's a pretty big factor. But
Well, we'll break it down.
well,
No, we won't.
no,
That's about as much as we'll go into it.
we might pick that game though.
Huh?
Might have something to say
Take a
about
look.
that. And that was rushing yards per game he was leading in. But let me see if he still is. In which case, give a local kid a little bit of love. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John in Brighton. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, so the Michigan thing, yeah, I think it's probably BS. I mean, as a season ticket holder, I feel like whenever these things pop up, especially the NCAA, they never come out with the evidence. They say they will, but it never comes out. It's like the burger thing. Yeah, we did some stuff. He took this stuff. But as far as the details of him lying to the NCAA, that's never come out, and it's been almost 4 years. So, like with this incident, let's say Michigan State would have canceled the game. And then later on it comes out and finds out, okay, well, there wasn't anything. This was really a fishing expedition. Well, somebody should get sued or something, or at least the captain of the Marine Corps should sue them for defamation. There has to be facts, and it has to come out eventually. It can't be like, well, we're going to release it in 5 years.
Well, I mean,
that's not acceptable.
I think you're right. There has to be facts, and if there are no facts, then there might be some legal cases.
The problem is, right, the problem, Doug, with this is, and this always happens, let's say down the road it comes out this is not true. Is everybody going to come back on the air? Is ESPN, is everybody going to come back and apologize?
Probably not.
Is everybody going to say, hey, we're sorry for smearing a Marine Corps captain for being a cheater when he wasn't? You know that's not going to happen. It'll be like the Duke lacrosse thing, or be like everything else in this country where people come out, make an allegation.
Or it's the other way, John. Or they have the evidence, and the evidence points the other way.
But
well,
right, and Doug,
wait for it to come out, and if it doesn't come out, you've got a point.
It takes too long. It takes too long for them to get the evidence out that the damage is already done.
Well,
that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, the way that this is gone down, I can see why Michigan and Michigan fans have a huge issue with it, because it's. I mean, if you did it, you did it, and own up to it. But the fact that they haven't been handed anything by the NCAA as of today.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, they can't even prepare a defense.
Doesn't that say odd? Doesn't it odd to you that they can't even hand them what they have at the moment? Like, at least hand them and say, hey, we got a picture of this guy at the game. He was there, or his buddy was there. He gave him the email, or he gave him the video. There's not even like a little bit, nothing, not even just a tad to say, oh, you're right. You know, they do have a smoking gun.
I would imagine
nothing.
I would imagine in the Michigan administration, it's awfully frustrating to not be able to know exactly what you're defending yourself against. I would agree with that. But again, that evidence might come out. And if it is nothing that is that big of a deal and Michigan can defend themselves,
then they will.
I mean, it's guilt, but he's the guilty till proven innocent thing is a very difficult thing to get around.
Well, that's in everyday life.
I know.
That's not just
and he's right, and it sucks, and it feels like with some of this stuff you're covering politics more than you're covering sports. And neither you nor I want to do that. 248-539-9797. Tim is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
You got an edge rusher on your team. He's a little injured right now. Houston, I don't know when you're going to get him back, but I can't see going out and spending money on another edge rusher if you already got somebody on your team.
But if they don't expect him to come
I never
back.
hear from you guys. No offense, I never hear from you guys when he's coming back.
I was just going to say, because he's got a broken leg, so, I mean, it could be a long time. So if you got the trade deadline in 11 days, it's coming up quickly. You got to make up your mind if you want to add to your team right now, or you're going to roll the dice and take a chance that Houston can play in the last 3 games and get into the playoffs.
Isn't he off injured reserve right now?
No,
Houston,
I don't think so. No, I think it's going to be a long time.
Really?
In fact, I thought he was. Am I wrong? He was out for the year, right?
James Houston, they said 6 to 8 weeks when it was originally diagnosed.
My bad.
Could you guys check into that? I'd appreciate it.
Yep, we'll find out for sure. I'm not
All
counting
right,
on
thank
him
you.
this year. What are you laughing at?
Can you check in on that? Yeah, I'm on her. We'll do it our best we can. I'm a big James Houston fan. I love James Houston.
Houston is on the IR, by the way.
But that's not season ending.
No, just the shorter IR, not the season ending.
Right. So if they were to take him off IR, then they have, was it 3 weeks to activate him to the roster?
He was placed on the IR. He was out, and they said he was out 6 to 8 weeks on September 18th. Okay, so we're 1, 2, 3,
So November
4.
18th.
This coming Monday will be 5 weeks, and then Monday the 30th will be 6 weeks. So it could be somewhere between October 30th and November 13th, and then they get him for the second half of the season, kind of just like what they had last year.
Kind of. Yeah, except he's coming off an injury.
Yeah.
Hasn't practiced. Don't know how long it takes for him to get up to speed and all that. It's not going to stop me from trying to add an edge rusher.
Yep.
For the right price. If the price is too high, too steep, then you let it go. Like anything else, you just evaluate it. But I'm not going to give up the chance to make this a special season. Going to try.
Josh Paschal is supposed to play this weekend.
Well,
maybe he's the guy you're looking for. I know he hasn't shown it. Houston showed something last year, but
Yeah, Houston showed he's a pass rusher. Josh Paschal has shown that he can
get hurt.
I mean, he's not that
right?
type of player. He's not the pass rushing kind of guy. He's a versatile guy. Can play inside, can play outside, and has shown some flashes of making plays, but not necessarily tackling the quarterback.
He was the one that blew up the jet sweep against Kansas City on 3rd and short, right? Wasn't that Paschal?
I'd have to consult my notes.
Did you bring them with you?
No, I didn't.
Are they in a Kroger grocery bag?
They might be. Probably a Kroger trash bag.
248-539-9797.
It's my filing system.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Yep. Friday indeed. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're all doing well. Hopefully it doesn't rain tomorrow. Hopefully we get some good weather, period. It's been a lot of gloomy days lately.
Yeah, I mean, they've upgraded the weather forecast a little bit to now spotty showers.
Okay.
For today and tomorrow. I could live with spotty.
Well, it depends when the showers take place.
Any tips, Doug? I know you're the make a good clothing decision guy.
Great question, Ken.
I
Poncho?
When
mean,
you were
is this-
sidelines for Michigan, like how
I
would you
would have been
address
totally
this?
geared up.
Yeah?
I mean, I would have been completely like, I would have the long johns. I would have because I mean, cold I could handle. All right. Snow I could handle. Cold and rain is the worst.
And throw wind in the mix too.
If you,
I
mean,
wind.
Wind is awful.
Talk about, it's an underrated life annoyance. It really is an underrated.
There are a few times when you want wind, right?
I mean, how many times if you're sailing?
If you're sailing, if it's really hot out, wind is nice.
But wind is, a breeze is nice.
Yeah.
And then it's kite flying.
That's it. That's all you got.
What else? Wind. Yeah. That's about it. I think we
and we're done.
Who's on top? It's a list of two.
Good things about wind. Well, they help with those big turbines.
Yeah. Can provide energy. That's good.
Here's the greatest post I've ever seen on Twitch. Red Wing 2244. Doug, I can live with the rain as long as Brady Kachuk gets punched in the face tomorrow afternoon.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I like it.
Clean costume, gonna step up.
Yeah. How about somebody
How much
else
is wind?
just pointed out Mike at U of M, downwind on a short par 4 or 5. The problem with wind on the golf course is as much as it can help you, it can hurt you.
It hurts you on the other 9 holes. All right. I swear to God, every time I played when the Little Traverse Bay Country Club course, which was public at the time, when it used to be open.
Well, now it's
like
a nature preserve or something. Yeah.
That course was so beautiful because of all the elevation.
Yep.
But it felt like all 18 holes were going uphill. Even though
Which
they
isn't true. I would say this about that golf course back in the day, and I would play it, and it was so beautiful. And every time I got to a green, I regretted playing it.
Because the greens were impossible.
The greens were impossible.
It was a beautiful golf course.
It was beautiful, but I mean, 3-putt win. on the putting for birdie and thinking protect bogey, right? I mean, that's.
But nothing better than going into a 450-yard par 4 uphill into the wind.
Yeah,
that was fun.
That was impossible for hacks.
Par
like
6.
us, yeah. All right, so Michigan State tomorrow. Obviously, the story that's dominated the headlines is the accusations against the University of Michigan. For people just joining us, I was in Schembechler Hall yesterday, and I saw Jim Harbaugh, and he had released a statement. And when I asked him any questions about it, he said, "Well, refer to the statement." And we, continued to talk sort of about the team and where they were at and how much this might impact the team. And I would describe Jim Harbaugh as enthusiastic to defend his program. Seemed like he was ready to do that, defend any of the accusations against them. Now, what the specific accusations are from the NCAA, I mean, the media's unturned some stuff about a staffer named Connor Stallions that they believe used potentially illegal means. But as of this morning, and that might have changed since I talked to somebody that said Michigan hadn't received the formal accusations from the NCAA. Have they seen what is out there? And obviously they have. But Harbaugh seemed like he was ready to defend themselves. Now, what comes out of this? Who knows? The 30,000-foot view. We will continue to take the innocent till proven guilty, and no need to rush to judgment one way or another. And if you do that, I mean, I think you can lose credibility if you just immediately say, "Oh, there's nothing to this," or "Oh, there's definitely something to this." So we're not going to do it. But we'll find out what the formal allegations are and if Michigan has a reasonable defense for said allegations. But there's a lot of people around the Big Ten that I'm sure are leaning into this. Michigan has been on top of Big Ten the last couple of years, and they
definitely want to take their shots. And, at this point, because of the way this works, there's not much you can do other than take it and wait for Michigan to have their day. In the meantime, the zoomed-in view is, does it affect the current team in the current season? And who's to know?
Well, there was that video clip that was going around of Greg Schiano at halftime of the game. I don't know if it was this year or last year, where he was upset.
It was this year.
Yeah. That people are trying to glean whether or not he was insinuating that the things he was upset about were that he knows that Michigan was stealing signs.
Yep. Maybe. We also got a Lions big game against Baltimore. We brought this up a little bit earlier. This is a game that feels like, they're the underdog, right? So does that mean they're supposed to lose? Is that what that means?
No. It means that if you play this game 100 times, that the majority of the time you'd expect Baltimore to win. Is that what it means?
Yeah.
The probabilities in Baltimore's favor?
Yep.
Doesn't mean they're going to win. I think as this week has gone on, I'm feeling better about the Lions' chances.
Really?
Yeah. When the week started, I was like, I think this is the one where the Lions lose. I'm not sure why I'm getting more chesty as the week goes on, but I think it probably has something to do with knowing that Gibbs is going to be back, the Branch is back, that the receivers are healthy, and that Jamison Williams has got 2 games under his belt now, had a bunch of snaps the first game. In the second game, he didn't have a bunch of snaps, but he was impactful. And can they, give him more impactful plays? He's going to get more chances. I'm starting to feel that way. I'm starting to get a little chesty about this.
The fact that they're underdogs, you guys, do you think that's not that they're not just expected to lose, but is it okay to lose? It's never okay to lose. You don't want to lose. Don't take that the wrong way, but they are the underdogs, and this might be the only game the rest of the year they're underdogs.
I think it's one that if they were to lose, they could put it in the rearview mirror quickly. There'd be no shame if you did. Everything depends on what happens in the game. Like the outcome, win or lose, you can say whatever you want. But if you lose because you got throttled, there's no excuse. You're unprepared. You can't excuse that.
I keep thinking back to last year. There were 2 games in particular that stand out to me. And there might have been more. I don't have the schedule in front of me. But the New England game and the Carolina game, where the Lions just looked awful.
Yeah.
They just looked awful.
Non-competitive.
And in the end, they were an above 500 team. I don't want that. That could happen, though. Because seasons are long and performances are, in football seasons, weird stuff happens. But this almost feels like they've reached a point of borderline unprecedented credibility where if they do lose, I don't think we're getting same old Lions calls Monday, and I don't think we're getting panic calls Monday.
Just stay healthy. Just be in a better position Monday than what you were this past Monday in terms of health. Like there were nothing substantial on Sunday, and you're getting more guys back for the Raiders game.
Yeah, they lose this game and lose the Raiders game, then I think things change a little bit. But right now, I think they've built up enough equity in Detroit, actual football equity, that a loss doesn't lead to full-scale panic, which is, you said it, almost 18 years of doing this show together. I guess there wasn't full-scale panic when they stunk and lost another game, but you know what I mean?
I'm expecting them to win now.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
You just somewhere between noon and 12:10, you crossed the threshold.
That's right. That's right.
Is there a nugget of information that pushed you over the top?
I think it's just going back and seeing how that they are getting players back, but also looking back at the schedule for what Baltimore has played this year.
It's a lot of young quarterbacks.
Seeing who they played and when they played them, and this is the best.
No,
offense
that's not
they're going to
it.
face.
That's not it, Gator. Doug, you know what it is?
No, I'm excited though.
Is our man Gator a big hockey fan?
Huge.
Is he a big Red Wing fan?
Yes.
I don't know who was at the game this week.
Oh, Jamo?
That's right.
Went to a Red Wing game?
That's right. I think that he sees Jamo in a Red Wing jersey, that number 9, that glorious.
He bust out the Gordie Howe jersey.
Sweet jersey. I think Gator's like, I think I pushed him over the top. He doesn't know it, but it did.
Maybe. I mean, I was watching last night on Fox 2 Sports, Dan Miller doing an interview with Jamo, talking about his experience.
Did you hear
at the hockey game?
Jamo's response to what he learned about hockey is so great.
It's the best.
We will play it for you today at 12:15. And get to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. Anything on your mind, fair game. Carson Anderson, 97.1. And look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless, and yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision. And through an interception, they lost. And those weren't the good teams. I didn't get to empty the bucket.
Not now, Kang. Not now. Kang's like immediately goes for the open. We'll do that later. This is stuff I don't get to use in broadcasts, which I don't think these are. When we empty the bucket, I find the most ridiculous, meaningless thing from the previous week when you have all this intel on a team and you don't get to use it. So we'll get to that a little bit later on. 248-539-9797. Why are you smiling back there?
No, I just can't wait for the bucket, man.
Right?
It's just,
Bucket's great.
It's a cool
Love the
story,
bucket.
bro. Yeah. Hook 'em horns.
Cool story.
I emptied the big voice guy one day. I got to get more stuff.
Oh, there's more for empty in the bucket.
Yeah. Gator likes it.
I do.
I think you guys are laughing at me. That's what I think is going on. I think you're laughing at me.
No, with you.
Are you?
Well, I think some of these little nuggets you get together, you think they're oh, this one's kind of funny and obscure, and yeah, we're here for it.
I think they're making fun of me.
No.
I've got a DeQuise Carter fact. Indiana wide receiver. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Rob. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Rob.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I wanted to, not a subject that I thought I'd ever be talking about in terms of the Lions' outcome, but you made me think of it earlier this week. There's a few different things that it's going to, in my opinion, I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game. They've both got great defenses. But the one phase of the game that you guys talked about is the kicking game. They have a significant advantage over us with Tucker versus Patterson. And I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game. And I think it's going to come down to Dan Campbell. He's going to be put in a lot of situations where we're going to be going for it on fourth down. And if we don't convert those fourth downs, the only hope I have is with Tucker. Last week, he did go 6 for 6 in field goals, but they obviously can't put the ball in the end zone. So
Rob, clearly that is advantage Ravens. And that's like having this great weapon in your arsenal. It's like having potentially a nuclear warhead when it turns out it's hand-to-hand combat, right? You don't know if it's going to matter in the game. It depends on the flow of the game. But if it comes down to a long kick either way, there's really one guy that's doing it at an elite level and another guy that's completely unproven, right?
Yeah.
So could it be a factor? Yes. It may not be a factor, but it could be a factor.
Yeah, and I know the past doesn't predict the future, but that last game with Tucker hitting that 66-yarder to win the game, I still have pain from that loss.
That thing echoed. That, in particular, field goal feels like it's echoed.
I have a
like
question
people
about
just
that.
keep bringing it up.
Because, yeah, well, it literally echoed because it hit the crossbar and went in. It's the only kick you'll ever see that where it hits a crossbar and doesn't bounce back, it bounces forward. On that play, are they allowed? Is the defense allowed to have a player back there
to block it?
Yeah.
No.
To do like a goaltender?
No, once the kick gets above the shoulders, or above the crossbar, I think it is, that's it. It's over. You can't just go up there and goaltend or anything.
Okay. Glad to know that.
All right. Well, there you go. Thank you, Kang, for clarifying that. 248-539-9797. John and Shelby. You're on 97 to ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. First time, long time. Huge Lions fan. Been a fan forever. Remember my grandpa took me to the shortest overtime game in history. First time I heard him swear, I think. But
for people who don't know, the
yeah.
Lions played the Bears, and the Bears returned to kickoff of overtime for a touchdown.
Awful. Yeah, I think we were all pouting when we walked out. But I think everybody should take game by game. This year, they're amazing. I love them. So there's no big letdown. Don't think about playoff. Don't think about NFC Championship. Just, game by game process and, be ready for them to lose, but always be excited for them to win. So that's my philosophy.
So is this your approach? You're saying this is your approach as a fan, or this is the approach
Correct.
the team should take?
Yeah, well, just as a fan, obviously, yeah. But or other advice for anybody else that's looking long term. I think just the way they've been, just go game by game and then go with it. And they win, great, awesome, love it. But when they lose, obviously be ready to accept it, of course.
Well, the team, I think the thing about it is what's most important is the team's approach, and I think the team has done a tremendous job of going game by game. I don't think they read their own press clippings. I don't think they're in a position to do that. They haven't proven anything yet. They haven't accomplished anything yet.
My point. Exactly.
Yep.
Once they prove it, then I'm in. Like next year, they go that far this year, whether it's a playoff game or championship. I mean, next year is a different outlook. It's just, expect them to win and not be so worried about, the other end of it. But yeah, anyway, appreciate it, guys.
Thank you for the phone call.
I still expect them to win.
I know you do. And the funny thing is, we got this text, and I've lost it. It's lost in the wash. But if they win that game, I mean, we've broken new ground in terms of what people are saying about our Lions. It's going to go next level. And don't think that this season isn't going to go on without adversity, without bumps in the road. And it's not realistic. It's not.
Of
Gator,
course.
you got an extra man's ear?
Yeah. You want one?
I think I want one.
Okay.
He's super chesty, people.
I think I want one. I'm with you. And Doug, you're right. They're not going to go 17-1. But the next game they lose is not going to be this game. It's not going to be the Ravens game.
No, they'll go 16-1.
16-1,
What?
sorry.
Are you now saying the Lions are going to win?
I'm with Gator. That's why I want an extra man's ear. A bra.
A bro.
Why are you convinced?
They're a really good team, and they're going to lose a game at some point. It just won't be the Ravens. I think the fact that Marcus Williams, the safety, is out for the Ravens, Jamo goes over the top again. After seeing him in that hockey jersey, he is pumped up, my friend. And yeah, the only thing that I'll just caution a little bit is Lamar Jackson's escapability, but his receivers will let him down again. He'll get out of the pocket and force a sack a missed sack. He'll fire it down the field, and Zay Flowers will drop the ball.
I like that Anzalone has been covering tight ends well this year. I like that they have 3 linebackers on the field at the same time for the first couple plays.
Brian Branch
I like
is
that Brian
back.
Branch is coming back. Brian Branch is back.
All right. Do we have the soundbite?
Yes.
Okay. So was this a scrum yesterday?
Yeah. And Birchie is the one who asked this question.
All right. Can we? All right. We'll play it. So do we have Birchie's question?
Yes.
All right. So Jamo goes to his first ever hockey game was at the Red Wing game.
And he got to sound the horn after each goal.
And the Red Wings were up 4-3. Pittsburgh pulled the goalie, got an empty netter. They pulled the goalie again, got another empty netter. And here was the exchange in the locker room yesterday.
Cover 0 coming,
That's
baby.
awesome. He starts with free goals.
Free
I love
goals.
it. But then he's right. He's like pulling the safety. He gets cover 0. Take advantage.
What'd you learn about the game?
Free
goals, man.
They move the goalie, and you get free goals.
Dan Miller was asking him last night, he said, do you think you could skate? And he's like, yeah, I skated once last year. He said he went downtown and the campus marches thing, and it took him a little bit, but he goes, it's just balance. He goes, once I got the balance, he goes, I think I could go. I love it. Athletes, man.
Yeah, well.
I don't think it would take them long.
It's a hard sport just to pick up, man. Now,
Well,
skating,
skating, without
just
question.
Just lacing up your skates.
Yeah, just having somebody
not
lace
a
your skates
smart.
up for you.
No doubt. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Actually, let's go back to the phones. We go to John next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
How you doing, guys?
Okay.
My take on the Lions is this game is 2 evenly matched teams, and the only reason that they are picked to lose this game and they're underdogs is because it's played in Baltimore. If it was played here, the Lions would be favored.
Probably.
It's that simple. That's the way I see it.
Well, I mean, maybe. I guess. I mean, I guess that means that the
They'd
Lions
be favored here.
What's the spread?
3.
Isn't that the what home field advantage means? Don't they? Isn't the old cliche? It's
So
worth.
you think it'd be a pick'em?
I think it might be a pick'em here. Well, no, because it's the point is Baltimore gets 3 because they're at home.
Otherwise, it would be a pick 'em on a neutral field, and Detroit would be getting 3 if it were here. I mean, if that old cliche is true, right?
I just feel that that's the way it is in this game.
Yeah.
I just think they're really evenly matched.
Well, look, it's not impossible, right? I mean, the idea that no, this is not an impossible task. They absolutely can go win this game. Hell, Kang and Gator are picking them to win the game. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. if the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing.
Yeah. So
there's one thing
with the Harbaugh story,
but
dominating the headlines,
really setting
and
themselves up to have
taking
a
up a
chance
good portion
at
of
that
the
number
show.
one
And the
seed.
Lions' big game against Baltimore taking up a good portion of the show. There are two other reasonably large games that haven't gotten their just due, and we will talk about what happens on the field, Michigan State. But the Red Wings play in Ottawa tomorrow, and I do want to talk about that.
It's a 1:00 game.
Yep. Ohio State, Penn State, or Red Wings, Ottawa? If you only have one. So you're going to be working the ninja like a madman.
I mean, well, yeah, got some other things going on. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but
fair enough.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I'd watch Ohio State, Penn State.
Would you?
Yeah, because it's probably in 4K.
If you turn to a 4K snob?
Yep. It's in 4K, I'll watch it.
And if it's not?
Well, if it's not, I'm forced to watch it in high def. Then I'll watch it in high def. But look, not much is in 4K. You get like 2 shows a week that are in 4K. It's the big noon kickoff is usually in 4K.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to John here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, John.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Listen, just to elaborate on talking about the Lions, I'm not going to say I'm not concerned. I think they're going to probably grind out a victory against the Ravens. I think there's a lot of Michigan factor there with Harbaugh, and I think that this is a real test game because, Baltimore, I was at that game. Everyone was excited and thought the Lions won. I'm like, it ain't over, even if there was a 97-yard field goal. And he freaking made it. I couldn't believe it. It was like a 68-yard field goal. So
yeah.
I think the Lions have a lot of respect for the Ravens. I think that they personally want to win the game. The game I'm concerned about potentially for the next loss, I think the Chargers after the bye, I think that's an elite quarterback with Herbert, and he's got pieces. And for some weird reason, Goff does not play well when he goes back to L.A. I mean, I don't know if he's caught up in the emotion of it, but there's something that I've noticed that when he's back in L.A., it's just, and certainly this is all past stuff, but it just appears that his game is not as sharp. So I would be more mindful of the Chargers game. That's not to take any game for granted, but I think the Lions will be ready to win this week. That's all I have. Thanks.
How many times has Jared Goff
I was just
played
going to
in
say, I'm going to take a look at his game logs and see if that's factual or not.
He did last year, right? Didn't they lose there last year?
Well, they played the Rams in 2021.
So it wasn't last year. That was a game where Sam Martin, they faked a punt, right?
I don't recall which game
They
it was
did
in.
like a bunch of fakes, remember?
They lost
It was a crazy game.
They lost 28-19 in that game. He was 22 out of 36, had a touchdown and 2 picks, but that was the first season here, and that's when he wasn't good in that stretch. And then he turned things around a couple games after that. It was a game against Chicago where he started playing.
But last year he didn't play there. He's played one game in LA since he left. I mean, he's going to play another one this year because they play the Chargers, but it doesn't feel like it's enough to go on, is it?
No, I don't think it is at all. Every time he goes back to LA.
So I don't. Whatever. Still, it's a big, huge game coming up on Sunday. 248-539-9797. We go to Robert next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Robert?
Love the show, guys. Love the show. My thought is I think there is some SOL PTSD still. If they were to lose, and they were to lose badly, which I don't expect. I'm feeling chesty as well, and I'll get to that in a second. But I could just see like the phone line just lit up. Unfortunately, like, God, they lost by 2 touchdowns, and why did Campbell go for it on 4th down, and blah 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 blah, and just being like the coaching shortcomings, all that sort of stuff that's in the rearview mirror right now. I could just see coming back like a freaking just like a tidal wave. But unfortunately, I think it's going to take a little bit longer for some of this PTSD to get further back in the rearview mirror.
Well, you might be right. I don't know that. Look, after a loss, specifically if it's a close loss, I don't know that questioning coaching decisions or questioning stuff that happens is, as we described, full-scale panic.
Yeah, no, I agree. I guess my point is, like, if they were to lose, if they were just to have one, and I don't expect it, but like for example, the Carolina game last year, like if that were to happen, it'd be like, what in the entire heck just happened? What did I just see? This hasn't been the team for the first 6 weeks of the season, but I could see that. But one thing I wanted to pivot to is, or a couple things was, I'm feeling much more optimistic now because, you know, Gibbs and Campbell's comments and all that sort of stuff, and Branch coming back, they're healthier. Like that's feeling super chesty, as Gator has alluded to, and everything like that, right? And then on top of that, looking at the forecast, it's supposed to be pretty blustery. It's like 10, 20 mile an hour winds, 17 mile is the average. I don't know if the kicking game is really going to, I should say, the field goal game is going to maybe matter as much. If it's windy like that, you know, give Gibbs the rock 18 times, and I'll be in section 123 rooting my head off and everything like that. I think it's going to be a run-heavy, close contest, and partly due to the weather and the health is really, really helping them.
So did you say you were going to be there?
I am. I called yesterday and I made the very astute comment that turnovers will be critical.
I love it.
And then you made fun of me. No,
I did not. We did not.
No, you gave me a ton of credit. But one last thing, if I could, is the Devontae Adams that was brought up earlier. I don't know if you guys saw his tweet. I think it was yesterday, the day before. But I don't want anything to do with him because he talked about whatever his ex now. He talked about how, you know, I'm trying to leave my mark on the game, and it's not about wins and losses. It's about my production and the impact that I have on the game. And I read that, and I was like, man, I used to think he was like, wow, I'd really want him. But that seems like the complete opposite of anything we would want on the culture, the grit, and all that sort of thing.
Well, my guess is they would do their due diligence over any player that they'd want to add to the locker room. Would you not agree that they're probably going to avoid adding somebody that they might struggle with buying in or in any way?
Yeah, I don't think they want players that don't buy in, but I think, you know, I saw some comments that Devontae Adams made. I think it was after the game that they played at the podium, and it was like a minute and a half worth of him talking about the situation. He wants to win, and he thinks that he's a big reason why you would win. And it's just as simple as he just wants, throw me the ball. I'm going to help us win games. It's not about his own ego I just need my stats. It's, no, I'm going to help you win the game. And he hasn't gotten on the same page with Garoppolo yet.
248-539-9797. Marcus in Ann Arbor, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Marcus.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. So just wanted to get my thoughts out there about the game tomorrow. I think Michigan still wins by a bunch, but with this whole thing going on with this sign stealing issue, I feel like there's a deeper meaning behind this. I feel like there's almost like there's a hidden context that we don't really know much about, or it's present and we just can't see it. And I could see this being like a point shaving situation where spread controls and they're trying to meet a certain point range. I mean, we've seen college football games where there's been play calls that have been so obvious on a 4th and 1, or it's looked like it should be an easy pickup, or it looks like it's too easy to make that stop. I mean, it makes you wonder if this has been not just a Michigan issue, especially with the problems that they've had under, Ward, but, other universities that have possibly been investigated or something similar to this, to the point where this Vegas betting line has controlled all aspects of the game to the point where now cheating is really another way of becoming like more of like gambling when it comes to like point shaving. That's just my thoughts. I know it maybe seems kind of out there, kind of conspiracy-ish, but who knows? I just think there's a lot more of a bigger context than what meets the eye on this whole situation.
Jesus. Look, that is what I would call wild speculation. Wild speculation. I don't even think Michigan's that good against the spread.
I don't recall how they've done against the spread. I know a couple times that I've used them to cover. They have, but I don't know in total what they have.
I can't.
I was listening to Mike and Rico yesterday, and at some point they made a reference to some kind of group that puts alerts out when it comes to betting, and that Michigan has been under alert now.
TJ told me that they had Derek Stevens on, and Derek Stevens said, yeah, we get alerts every weekend, all kinds of them. It's not unusual. But, I mean, as soon as that story came out, I went and looked to see how the spread was affected, and they hadn't taken it off the board, and I don't think it ever came off the board. So,
it's 24 right now.
Yeah. That is what I would call wild speculation. Michigan is 3-4 against the spread this year. 248-539-9797. Well, now I have this. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel. America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including splits, player props, over-unders, and more. God, that was crazy. I think they drew that conclusion. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. He talked about a win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Get back to your phone calls in a minute. We'll pick some college games coming up today in about just under an hour's time. We do it every week. In the meantime, we do something called Empty the Bucket. These are the most meaningless things that I got in my preparation for Michigan games that I didn't get to use on the air. Stuff that I didn't get to use and you probably didn't want to hear. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Let's empty the bucket.
It's not useless.
Right. Do you know, Gator, that Indiana defensive lineman Philip Bleedy is married with 2 kids?
Philip Bleedy?
Yeah. Or Blighty. Maybe it's Blighty.
Blighty?
Yeah.
The Blighties?
Yep. Married with 2 kids.
I didn't know that.
No.
I didn't know that. You think that affects his play on the field at all?
Yes. Gang, you're married with 2 kids.
It affects everything, Gator. Everything.
And then there's this one, which might be the all-timer. So you look up how transfer kids did at their previous stops.
Yeah.
Indiana has a transfer wide receiver named DeQuise Carter.
Okay.
He spent 4 years at Fordham.
4 years at Fordham.
Before transferring to
That's
Indiana.
in the state of New York, I believe.
As a freshman, he played Bucknell and had, at the time, a career-high 10 catches for 97 yards.
All right.
The next year as a sophomore against Bucknell, he had 10 catches for 97 yards.
Wow, same number.
Same opponent, exact same catch total, exact same yard total.
Wow, any touchdowns out of that?
Wow, the second game he had 2 touchdowns.
That's that's it? That's all you got?
That's the most useless crap I discovered preparing for that game. Not even remotely.
So you didn't get the opportunity to say to John, hey, John, JaQuise Carter, wide receiver, did you know that his first 2 years at Fordham, when they played Bucknell, each game, 10 catches, 97 yards?
Yeah.
No, John didn't get to say, I didn't know that, Doug. Thank you.
No.
Well, now everybody knows.
You wrote that down?
I try and come up with like one fact for every opposing player. And
everyone?
Yes, because I never know when. On the 2 deep, I never know when that player might do something, and I want to provide a little.
Goodness gracious!
But I will say that I typically don't want it to be stats. Usually, he's a transfer from Fordham would be enough, but then I got down the wormhole and discovered he had 2 games against Bucknell in his career, 10 catches, 97 yards each game. What are the odds?
Every
week we do this segment, I wonder if it's the last time.
I gotta believe there. Kang, are you with me on this? I think he had more interesting stuff to do.
Well, hold on.
You just hang on a second, sir. If he didn't, that means he actually emptied the bucket, and this is all that's left over.
No, this is the most ridiculous stuff that's left over.
Did you empty the bucket?
No.
Okay.
Not even close.
I mean, they didn't score a lot of points.
Yeah, but if a guy that I have a note on doesn't do anything. The thing is, DeQuise Carter did some stuff, but I never got around to that.
You thought you took notes.
Who's your spotter? Do you have a good enough spotter for the game?
Oh, yeah, I got a great spotter. Rich Marion.
Was Rich pointing out to everybody, or at that point, is Rich just sitting back having a Pepsi?
Late in the game.
Yeah, he's like, this doesn't matter.
We're still working.
We got this.
You start telling stories so late in the game, and you will find that you're like, 2nd and 4, pickup of 3, and 3rd down and 1. They stop short. They're going to punt. Like you get a couple plays behind when it's a big difference in the point total. But can we move on?
Maybe does John keep notes like this too?
I think John has notes. Yeah.
Does he have stuff he'd like to empty the bucket?
We can ask him.
I'd be curious. Maybe we should do that.
Maybe somebody else.
Oh, you're already. Well, he asked you.
You're ready to move on.
No, in addition, just I'm curious if you compare and contrast.
Maybe John's will be better. Is that what you're hoping for?
Does Brian Bush have a bucket too? Or what about your spotter? Your spotter.
I'm just asking.
Yep.
Maybe John's got some interesting stuff there.
Wow.
And had you guys, in addition to you having interesting stuff, attempted a save?
Are you calling that interesting?
No, not the last 2.
Okay,
No,
right.
But typically I think you've got some interesting stuff.
Do better this week. Is
like
that what
you're just
telling me?
dying that the 3rd string linebacker gets a tackle.
There are times where I'm like, I hope this kid makes a play.
Like at some point late in the second half, you've got it circled and you just keep circling the number and like, please, make the tackle, make the play. And even if he doesn't make the play, just so you can call his name and tell the story. Oh, goes right out of.
Are you asking are there times where I'm rooting for that? The answer is yes.
100%.
Yeah. But I mean, you end up walking out with most of the stuff you prepared for not being used.
And that tackle just missed there by Nev Brierton. Let me tell you something about Nev that you may not have known, John. Nev played the glockenspiel in an 80s Billy Joel doo-wop band.
Is that right, dog?
That is correct, John.
Yeah. Nev Brierton.
You wouldn't know because you're a big Taylor Swift fan.
And I love kale.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. That concludes emptying the bucket. Let's go to Julian, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Julian?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I got a couple of things I want to talk about. I called in about the Lions, but also I'm a big Michigan fan, so this sign stealing thing that's going on is a really weird issue. With the Lions, I think a couple callers ago, he had such the wrong mentality about being, he was like scared to go all in and want to win this year, when all we've shown and all Brad Holmes has shown is that he has competency up top and he's put together a team that can compete for the NFC right now. I've been a little worried with our secondary, and I haven't heard it been talked about enough. Obviously, we've been injured and stuff, but our D-line's been amazing, and we've stopped the run with everything. But I want to see us make a move at the deadline with Gardner Johnson being hurt and I can't remember his name right now, Emmanuel Mosley tearing his ACL. But I think we should go in on maybe Surtain or just go in on the secondary. And one more thing with Jamo is I absolutely love him, and I hate hearing the fans talk about him the way they do. I think he'll completely win over the fans with his personality and with his play on the field. I just feel that it's going to blow up soon, and I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts on that a little bit.
So there's a couple things. The Surtain thing, it probably starts with offering 2 first-round picks, and you might need more than that. So, I mean, if you're willing to pay that price, you might be able to get.
It doesn't have to be Surtain.
Right.
But I've seen, glimpses of certain games. We haven't played crazy quarterbacks yet. And when we played Seattle, we were a little bit exposed, and I felt like we ran zone too much, and our secondary was getting beat up. And then, even against Tampa Bay, probably the best quarterback-wide receiver duo. Mahomes was hurt. He didn't have his number one target, and they haven't even looked the same this year when Kelsey isn't all the way healthy. There was moments where we looked a little bit exposed, and it's been a little nervous for me. And I feel like throughout the offseason, all that was talked about was our D-line, and we need to put someone next to Hutch and all these things. But they've been the one.
Julian, the tenor of your call really has changed from the beginning about a guy being scared to go all in to now you taking credit away from them for the quarterbacks they've played. Julian, are you there? Oh, we lost him. So here's the thing about the secondary that I keep reminding myself that I want to be cautious of. It's got to be the right player. It's got to be the right player. Don't you feel like there's a difference between just adding a guy and adding a good player? You have to make sure you're going to get a good player that can help. You don't want to just add a body.
No, you're adding. You got to go for an upgrade. You're not just doing it for the sake of doing it. It's got to be an upgrade over somebody that's on your active roster. That's why when I brought up Desmond King, I don't know if he's an upgrade over anybody on the roster or not. That's up for the coaching staff to determine. But it's a guy that could be available real soon.
There's not a lot of film. He's played 1 snap this year.
Right. But he's played in the NFL for a number of years here and, obviously had the ability to play in the league, and he's had some monster plays in the NFL. But if he's not good, then he's not good. But you're only going to go after somebody if you think that they can help this team out.
Maybe that's obvious, but I guess I don't. What I'm reminding people is there's not a great defensive back tree that you just go into the store and you pluck one off the shelf. It's hard. It's really hard to find.
Right. So the name Patrick Surtain comes up a lot because he's playing for Denver. Denver's terrible, and he's on a rookie contract. And would he be available? Some people think he's available. So I get it. I love Patrick Surtain. He's an all-pro player. But the price tag to get him would be enormous. You might be looking at 2 first-round picks and then some to get him. Now, would he be a lockdown type guy? Kind of feel like he would be. But is that too steep of a price to pay for a corner
It'd be a steep price.
I mean, but
question.
he's beyond this year. That's the thing. Mosley's contract. Mosley is done after this year, isn't he?
Yeah, he was a 1-year guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, Sutton was the only guy they signed for a long-term deal out of the free agents. So, that's another reason why you look at Surtain and say, well, I'd like that because he's here.
248-539-9797. We'll have picks today at 140. 97.1 the ticket.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
Look, I think it's a safe debate that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless. And yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost.
Philadelphia.
Kang just
was
told
in
me during the
process of
break that the Iowa-Minnesota over-under, which is 31, is the lowest point spread for an over-under in 30 years.
Which is crazy because it was 34 last week for Iowa's game, which had to be close. I mean, I would assume the lowest was 32 going into this, but I mean, that's just a couple points off. Iowa is horrific offensively. You talked about this weeks ago when you mentioned that there's a clause in a contract for Kirk Ferentz's son, who's the offensive coordinator, that if they didn't average, is it 20 points a game?
25 points.
Oh, my God, 25?
Yeah, he's way behind schedule.
Good God, was it the greatest show on turf if they're going to get 25 points a game?
Yeah.
Might need to steal some signs.
I mean.
Too soon?
Dude, they're not going to come after Kirk Ferentz.
So I was trying to think, like, who would the previous matchup have been? Like, Army versus
you ask?
Army versus Army?
Guess what?
Army Navy? Yeah.
Last year, Iowa versus Minnesota was 31.5.
Oh, my God.
And last year, Iowa-Kentucky was 31.5. Last year, Army-Navy, 32.5.
All right, hang on a second, because now.
And then 1995, apparently Arizona and Oregon State was 33.
Wow, that seems crazy. It was Pac-12 teams in retrospect, right?
So you're talking last year, Iowa, Minnesota.
It was it finished 13-10.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this. It was
Under.
Who got the under? And the other one was the
Iowa-Kentucky.
Iowa-Kentucky.
Wasn't
That
it
was
like
from,
21-0? Wasn't that?
It was 21-0.
Under again.
Unbelievable.
I wonder how low it would have to go before everyone would be like, take the over.
Well, okay. So let me just give you the results of Iowa's schedule last year, because this is kind of funny. They start the season against South Dakota State. Get the cupcake in there. They win 7-3. They play the big rival, Iowa State. They lose 10-7. They beat Nevada. They shut them out 27-0. They win at Rutgers 27-10. Whoa, 37 points in a game. Slow down. They lose to Michigan 27-14. They lose at Illinois 9-6. Then they give up 54 points to Ohio State. They blew out Northwestern 33-13. But every other game was 24 points or less. 24, 13, 17, 21. What a horrific offense.
Yep. They sure are.
They didn't have how many times they throw for 200 yards? 3 times last year they threw for 200 yards in a game.
Now, it's slightly in their defense. They've had a bunch of guys get injured. They're the Lachey kid, their top tight end, got hurt. He was exceptionally good. Obviously, Eric All and Kate McNamara got hurt. They would have helped. But all right, let's get back to your open line calls. 248-539-9797. I can't wait to see if you pick that game again. Let's go to Brandon in Shelby on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Okay.
So I have a couple things I want to talk about. One about Michigan and the one about the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
So my buddy Joe, who's in the car right now, his daughter Peyton's listening. She's an early Michigan fan, so they're getting her on the bandwagon or the team early. So I just wanted to throw out a shout out to them.
Okay.
And so for the Lions, I know the Lions have like the best run defense, but they haven't really versed a quarterback that can run at the same time. So I don't really know who the Ravens running back is. So do you think we're going to be able to stop the running back and Lamar Jackson? Or do you think the fact that he can like play action, pass, and run is going to mess us up?
So they have statistically a pretty good rushing game, but it's led by the quarterback. Gus Edwards and Justice Hall, their running backs, they get the bulk of the other carries. Look, if it's a windy day and it affects the pass game and they've got essentially 2 guys in the backfield that are a threat, it's going to be difficult to stop, and it's up to Aaron Glenn to scheme and do it. But
well, they got 2 guys in the backfield. I mean, if you're not including the quarterback, I would say Edwards and Hill are the running backs. Mm-hmm. Between them, they average 4 yards a carry.
Mm-hmm. Hey, can I say one more thing, guys?
Yeah.
So the Lions fans travel, right? You go to Tampa Bay. Oh, I'm going to go to Disney World. I'm going to go to Tampa Bay at the same time. Oh, I'm going to go so-and-so. How many people do you think are actually going to travel to Baltimore? And I'm not trying to throw a blast on Baltimore, but what is there really to do in Baltimore? Do you think the Lions will take over?
It's a great city.
If you've never been to Baltimore, then I think you should give it a shot in the summertime. The Inner Harbor is fantastic. There's a ton to do in the Inner Harbor. Great restaurants. It's you can take a water taxi, which is kind of fun to go check it out. There's tons of bars.
I've never heard anything but good things about Baltimore. I've never heard anything but good things.
No, like any other major city, there's some issues with it too, but the Inner Harbor area is great. And that's, I think, walking distance from the stadium.
I won't ask Doug this for obvious reasons once I ask this. Gator, have you ever had, I have not, a pit beef sandwich?
I have not, actually.
So I guess this is a Baltimore thing, or that area.
Is
It's like roast beef, but cooked by charcoal?
Is it similar to what Chicago does?
Not from what I'm seeing. Someone texted us this week, and I had never heard of the pit beef sandwich. I've never been to Baltimore though. So, Doug, have you even heard of it?
Nope.
When you do like Maryland games, you've been out to Maryland for games. Nothing.
Yep. We've had the Chessie.
What's the Chessie? It's not the Chesty.
No, the Chessie is a giant, like comes in a pizza box pretzel, massive pretzel that has crab and jalapeno smeared on top with cheese melted on it. And they serve those at Maryland football.
Did you try it?
Yeah.
And?
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even Jansen and I, there's not a lot of crossover, but that was one of them.
I just, Googled pit beef sandwiches. It looks delicious.
Yeah, right? It's more...
it's like a roast beef sandwich
on a
with
roll?
a horseradish sauce and horseradish crust, actually. On a Kaiser roll? Yeah. Well, it's Italian beef they have in Chicago, right?
Yes. This is what kind of meat?
This is bottom round
Bottom
meat?
round, yeah, that's it. And it has to be cooked over charcoal, apparently. I got to try this.
Okay, back to his question, though.
Whatever, dude. We're talking food.
Yeah, sorry.
What are you stopping us for?
Do you think that there'd be a sizable amount of Lions fans there? We've gotten pretty good at the stadium takeover thing.
Because we haven't heard about a whole lot of people making their plans to go there. I don't think so. I think you'll see some, but I don't think it's going to be like 20, 30% like we've had at these other stadiums.
I agree, but when you fill up Green Bay and you fill up Kansas City, I think you could. Now, fill up is a strong term.
I was going to say, I don't think they filled up Green Bay. They were there in Green Bay.
When you are that noticeable in Green Bay and Kansas City, I think there's a chance you're going to be noticeable at Baltimore.
Well, if you win the game or you're winning the game, you'll see it'll be noticeable because everybody congregates in the same spot.
It's a valid point, and they make noise.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it's going to be like Michigan fans tomorrow night in East Lansing. If you're expecting, a massive Michigan crowd, which a lot of people are, it'll be noticeable tomorrow night before the game starts. To see how many Lions fans are, you have to see what it looks like at the end of the game if the team is winning.
248-539-9797. We go to Bob next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Pit beef.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
I got a question for you. I'm curious as to what your thoughts are. The Michigan scandal, the scouting scandal, I understand by the letter of the NCAA, it's a violation. People are talking about putting an asterisk by wins, vacating wins, and all that. My question to you is, aren't there 3 and 4 dummy plays being called on the sideline every game? I'm watching people flailing their arms, doing. How do you scout that? How do you know which plays are going to run? And I don't understand how this whole thing translates into Michigan wins.
Well, I guess let it play out and see what they say.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it, right? The whole asterisks and all that, that's way down the road, and a lot would have to be shown to have happened before that, we get into that. I would say that I think everybody has people on every sideline that are focused on what's going on the other sideline and trying to figure out who's calling in the real plays and see if they can find some consistencies.
But there's a line you cross where it becomes illegal.
There is a line you could cross.
The allegation is.
It gets into the NCAA rule book a bit. So,
well, I understand that Michigan's not a holier-than-thou organization like they profess to be, and there's issues there for sure. I'm a Michigan fan. I'm not happy with what's going on, but I don't think it's helping us win. I just think they're idiots for doing it.
Well, I mean, I've heard in this context.
If it wouldn't help them win, then nobody would do it.
Yeah, everybody tries to do it, okay?
It's a question of how many people, because right now, just like anything else, when something like this goes down, there's probably other programs around the country going, all right, everybody shut this down, shut that down. Like, I mean, this always happens. All right, they're looking for this now.
Let's scrub emails.
Yeah, this is typically how these things, something is brought to the NCAA's attention, and we'll see if there are others that are brought in on this. But, I mean, what's going to happen now and what is happening now is there's a lot of, I'm sure, other people at other schools that are asking not to be named, that are being quoted in stories saying, I knew it. And they're not going to get any sympathy. They've won 20 in a row, whatever it is, Big Ten games. So people are going to jump on board and just say, I knew it. We knew it all along, when maybe they just suspected it. But, that's why there's a process. And with respect to that process and every other process that anybody goes through, there's no point in rushing to judgment. And there's a lot of that going on right now. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We'll get to that. We also, we will be remiss. I mean, the Red Wings in Ottawa are tomorrow. That's a big game.
That is a big game.
I kind of feel like it might be one that this organization tries to send a message. We'll get to that today at 1:23 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, it's a big football weekend coming up. We've been talking about all week. Saturday night, Michigan is a 24.5-point favorite at Michigan State. Western Michigan is a 16.5-point underdog at Ohio. Sunday, 1 o'clock, pro football. Detroit is a 3-point road dog at Baltimore. The over-under is 42 points in that one. Bet more than the score, though. You can bet player performances for passing and rushing yards, touchdowns, and more. The only app I use and recommend to do all this is the Play Gun Lake Casino app. Right now, all your favorite casino games also are right at your fingertips. Plus, bet on college and pro football, like I said. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. The casino comes to you wherever you are in the state of Michigan. Have fun and get in on all the action. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Great offer right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake online casino app. And right now, you get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or the Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision and threw an interception. They lost. And those weren't two good teams. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Lots on the table today. Let's get back to your calls. We go to Jared. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jared?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing good.
Hey.
Oh, sorry, had it on speakerphone while I was waiting. I apologize. So I had one complaint, is that we should be giving the Lions love, and we're talking about Harbaugh. But my most important thing was, how fun is sports finally? I'm just digging the hell out of everything. Red Wings are playing good. Pistons, the sky's the limit, and the Lions are winning.
So, yeah, I mean, it was we're in a weird time. We've been through a terrible time for Detroit sports, and we could be clearly with the Lions. We're at a much better place. That is clear. The Red Wings, it's possible. It's possible.
Hey, so far so good. And Gator had one the other day on the radio about the Lions. I have no anxiety, which gives me anxiety. And that is the greatest statement of anybody that, is a worrywart and it's going good.
Mm-hmm.
When's the ball going to drop? You just enjoy the ride. Don't get too carried away. And it's so much fun. It really is.
I'd rather be enjoying it than just living in fear of what the next thing is going to happen. That's no fun.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to fight the feeling of being.
No, I'm not arguing with it. I'm just, I don't understand the people that like hold on and can't wait for the team to fail so they can throw out SOL. I'm like, why do you want to live your life like that?
Well, my dad and his friends always called the jinx a Kurt Gowdy, because turns out that baseball analyst just consistently did that. He's 10 for 10. He misses, whatever it is, And but you got to appreciate the moment a little bit. And it's just, oh man.
Look, everybody can choose to. I like to not tell fans how to act or think, because you can do whatever you want.
Just treat each other with respect.
Yeah, I do appreciate that.
And stay safe.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm wired in it. I'm glad I work with you, because we're both wired to how can things go from good to better, how things can go from bad to average. Like, how can this work out? Instead of how will this fail?
Right.
How can this work out?
They'll never get better.
Mm-hmm.
That's not fun. There's no fun there.
And, I find it's a lot easier way to go through sports fandom. Otherwise, I feel like I'd be depressed all the time.
Then you hear people say, well, I'm just being a realist.
Everybody thinks they're being a realist. Nobody goes, I'm just going to live in a fantasy world my entire life.
Except for the Martins. Well, one of them. That's different.
248-539-9797. Matt is next. Hi, Matt.
Hey now. Hey, you guys are awesome, man.
Thank you.
I'm one of the guys heading to Baltimore, and I can tell you this. I just fly Delta. There's only one flight on Delta that's coming home late enough that you could catch on Sunday. I'm on that one, and it is almost completely sold out. So that's just one airline, plus people might fly home Monday, plus there's other airlines. So, and by the way, I'm coming out of D.C., not Baltimore.
I was going to say, you got multiple airports to go, yeah.
Yeah, so I think there's going to be much more of a turnout. And I tell you, this season, I'm 53 years old, been a Lions fan my whole life, season ticket holder, 10 years. I've been to every single Lions playoff victory, every single Lions playoff victory.
It's amazing.
And I've never felt this way about this team. I'm not saying they're going 16-1, but there's not a team on our schedule, and I've never been able to say this, that we can't beat. There's not like there's no way they're going to beat that team. Plus, there's not a team. I don't have to plan a pathway in the playoffs like, we missed this one, we missed that one, and, if we catch a lucky break here. No. The only thing I don't want to see in the playoffs is us face back-to-back Philly and San Fran. Otherwise, not to say we're going to win or we're going to get the Super Bowl, but we can win. There's a path, no matter what.
I like a world where the Lions are playing a second-round playoff game against Philly or San Francisco. I love a world when they're hosting an NFC title game against Philly or San Francisco. But I will take a first-round win and a second-round matchup with one of those teams to prove themselves.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Just let's win the division, get to the playoffs,
It's so
win
long
the playoff
to go.
game, and exactly.
You don't want to fast forward through the season.
No,
but
you don't. I want to enjoy
I
want to savor it, and I'm looking forward to Sunday's game. I'm feeling much better about it. Like their chances to win this one now. Yeah, you are. Yeah. That's right, Doug. Would I like to be there? Having a pit beef sandwich and maybe a crab cake appetizer? You're damn right.
I'm sensing a Lions pick coming up in about 15 minutes, and I'm sensing an Iowa-Minnesota over.
I'm not going to confirm nor deny that. Only Kang knows. Because I've sent him my picks.
Me wait, I thought I was going to be able to read your mind. By reading your mind, I meant read your text.
Yes.
All right, Red Wings at Ottawa tomorrow. Last time they played significant, meaningful games at Ottawa, the Red Wings kind of got bullied last year. I'm sure that those that played in those two games at Ottawa aren't going to want anything close to a similar type of affair.
No. And it's also, DeBrincat played there. So now he's playing against his former teammates. Mm-hmm. Is he going to have something extra on his mind that he wants to score? Sure, he would love to score against his former team. And I'm sure this Red Wing team would love to avenge what happened last year, but one game doesn't do that. And they'll play at Ottawa several times this year. So it's a nice start. It's a nice game to have this early in the season against a team that really stuck in the craw of Red Wing fans for sure. And I'm pretty sure that team isn't happy that they lost those games the way they did because it ended their season. It effectively ended the season.
Yes, it did.
Trade away Bertuzzi and, move on.
So, and I look at the start and I go, all right, the Red Wings are averaging the highest goals per game in the NHL. And they've got the best power play in the NHL. I don't think that's them. But is DeBrincat possibly going to be an elite goal scorer? That feels like it's more possible to me.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, the start he's off to with 5 goals in 4 games, and he's got a bunch of chances already. Looks really good playing there with Larkin or anybody else. He just looks like a pure goal scorer.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's unfair, but right away I'm like, he's a 40 goal scorer again. And can he get to 50? Is that possible? And he'll have an effect on everybody else. Once you see somebody putting the puck in the net like that, everybody else wants to get on board and do it. And I think the Red Wings are second in the NHL right now in goals scored with 19 in 4 games. That's almost 5 a game. That's awesome. They're not going to keep that up, but can they be close to 4 goals a game? If they do that, they're definitely a playoff team.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, text as well. Come in at 97136. From an unnamed texter, I think Monday we're going to be talking about the rookie's impact on the game. I think Jack Campbell will be the answer for Lamar's legs and a branch pick. Not sure if you fill up Baltimore this Sunday. Bart Scott gets inducted to the Stadium Ring of Fame. That's from Jeff and Warren. Is it Bart Scott?
Or Terrell Suggs.
Apparently, I think it must be multiples.
Is it?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Fans that go to Baltimore should let the Lions know they believe in them and congregate even if they lose. I mean, I don't know if they'll congregate if they lose, but
yeah, if they're losing, I can't imagine that you can congregate because the Baltimore fans are going to leave.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Our picks coming up in about 13 minutes. 97.1 the ticket.
seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so Jahmyr Gibbs, he was clear to play this afternoon. I did see that. Green light to make his return in Baltimore. Didn't the injury actually happen on a Friday practice late?
That's when it was reported, yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully there's, if he's full go at practice today, they won't... He won't re-injure anything, but that's helpful.
Here's a quote from Dan Campbell that Gina Trotman has. I'd like to say that we want to be careful with him, but the reality of it is we need him, Jahmyr Gibbs. So we'll go as far as he can take us here, trying to be as smart as we can, but he's got to go, and he's ready.
Something that's starting to percolate a little bit. Percolate, yeah. I knew I was wrong. Take 2 and 3, 2, 1. Something's starting to percolate a little bit here, Gator. Jared Goff is an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
There is something that goes on. There's a long way to go. And I think this might be a little bit of an attempt by some of our media brethren to make that early call that no one else is saying, but it's starting to get echoed a little bit. It's not undeserved given the way he's playing, but there's a long way to go. But it's, again, another sign that it's wild that we have gotten to this point.
I got a text from somebody yesterday that said that they were going to place a wager on Jared Goff winning the MVP. And it was a sizable wager. And wanted my thoughts on it. Like,
sizable?
Sizable. Like, look, man, what you do with your money is your business, but I think he's got a good chance to win it. I think he's in the top 5, sure. I mean, the MVP candidate usually comes from the winning team or one of the winning teams, right? And you have a great season. And I feel like it gets sometimes maybe they get tired of just handing it to the same guy.
Yep.
So
I think the same thing's true of the Heisman.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of back-to-back winners. Now, I don't know how often the back-to-back thing is really valid, but I think the if you're a Heisman winner and you're
We've
coming
only
back,
seen it once,
yeah, I think the odds are stacked against you winning it again because there gets to be an it candidate that
everybody kind of falls for. And that candidate this year in the NFL might be Jared Goff.
But there'll be other players that are getting that. I mean, right now, if you had to put a top 5 in there, I think you'd have Tua, Jared Goff. Would you have Tyreek Hill?
Maybe split the Miami vote.
And yeah, those are the front runners.
Yes,
I mean,
understanding.
Purdy just had a bad game, so it kind of knocks him out.
And we just kind of passed the quarter post. So there's
Mahomes is Mahomes, but Mahomes isn't having that Mahomes-like season, so he's not there right now.
Long way to go.
If Tua beats the Eagles this weekend, it's his award to lose at that point. Just because the numbers will be so, his numbers are ridiculous.
They are ridiculous.
Yeah, and Goff has been very, very good as well, but the numbers Tua's putting up, it's just hard to ignore. If there's a tiebreaker at all, both teams finish, 14-3 or something like that, the tiebreaker is going to go to Tua with like 5,000 yards passing, right?
And they put 70 up on them.
Yeah, exactly.
Sean, they just scored again.
Well, they were running the ball for most of the second half, it seemed like the last 4 or 5 possessions, and they still were scoring touchdowns.
You know who's pissed off with that game is the special teams coach. Let's go. Come on. Extra point. Extra point. Kickoff return. Kickoff return. Kickoff return.
Yep.
Enough.
A kickoff coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put up 70, and that'll get people going.
I was looking from the Denver standpoint. Yeah.
I got you.
So you guys were reading off that, Gibbs should be good to go.
Yes.
And they expect to use him a lot. But someone who plays fantasy football a lot, I've heard this talk from coaches before from a player coming back from injury. So would it surprise you, or would you be disappointed at all if Craig Reynolds actually outsnapped Jahmyr Gibbs at the running back spot?
I would be surprised.
I would too.
Because they went to this before when Montgomery missed a game. And what do you have, 19 carries, Jahmyr Gibbs, or something like that, 18 carries? I would expect him to get the lion's share of the carries, yeah. And if he didn't, it would mean to me that there's an aggravation of the injury.
The weather's not supposed to be the best this Sunday, right?
It's supposed to be windy. I didn't see it. It looked like a high of 63. So I don't know if it's going to be, and I'm going to go look here, but I thought I saw earlier the biggest factor was going to be wind.
Well, you don't like to throw in the wind.
You don't like to. I mean, I don't know I actually don't know. There has to be a point that everybody's like, that's too windy to really rely on the throw game. But
64 is what I see. 64 and partly sunny.
Okay. And the wind?
I don't see. I'm just looking at the.
Oh, temperature-wise, it seems fine.
Yes.
But the wind,
yeah,
as we all said earlier, the wind can suck.
Mm-hmm. Last week it was 13-mile-per-hour winds at Tampa. Now that's not calm, but that's not particularly windy either. So I think you could tell watching the game that there was quite a bit of wind happening in that game. So I'm just trying to find the weekend forecast here. Sunday wind gusts up to 16 miles an hour. So it's a little bit. I thought it was 17. It's not too bad. Maybe you could throw the ball, but. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. More text coming in regarding the Detroit Lions. Sorry, the page just refreshed.
I have this update on the wind. I'm looking through AccuWeather. For Sunday, it says partly sunny and windy. Unsecured objects and holiday decorations can be blown around.
That's for Baltimore?
Yeah.
Holiday decorations. Halloween stuff?
Yeah. Well, and Christmas.
Mark my words, Ben Johnson to the Chargers. Signed Chesty Lauren from Irish Hills.
Chesty Lauren?
Mm-hmm.
She's confident.
Is she confident?
I know guys named Lauren, too.
That's true. Well, how is it spelled?
Lauren. Austin at work. This isn't a no-lose situation for Lions. Win the damn game. No excuses. We expect to win. Goff is better than Lamar Jackson. Lose and it looks bad. No moral victories or they're still a good team. Win the game, period. Austin has higher standards. Got higher standards than us, I guess. If I'm going to pick a game that they're going to lose the rest of the way, it's this one. You are in the win the game thing. So
yes, sir.
All right, here we go. Let's make some picks. All right, here we go. Last week we both went 3-3. I hit my lock. You missed yours. Gator 18, 12, and 3 on the year. 3-3 in his locks. I am 17, 15, and 1, 4 and 2 in the locks. I will start. I mentioned this earlier in the week. I think this is the first time James Franklin has the better quarterback potentially in the matchup with Ohio State. They both still have something to prove, Aller and McCord. I'll take Penn State plus the 4.5.
Yeah, I look at that game and I think Penn State wins it outright. So you're going to give me the 4.5 points. I'll take the 4.5 points. I think the Penn State they've just got a lot of talent on this team on both sides of the ball. They're stocked up front, and I think that their running game is eventually going to wear down Ohio State.
Next up, taking a look at the Mid-American Conference, Buffalo coming off a win over Toledo, which is impressive. They're playing host to Kent State, and they are laying 6.5. I'll take Buffalo at home to cover the 6.5, and that is my Car House lock of the week.
Doug, our alma mater, Michigan State, is hosting Michigan tomorrow night. Michigan's giving up 24 points in this game. I hate to do this, but I just don't see how Michigan State can keep it closer than 24 points. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week, Michigan covering the 24.
Wow. Okay, next up, I'm going to play Utah. They've shown some depth at the quarterback position, and they are playing at USC. USC flew close to the sun against Arizona. They lost at Notre Dame. I think USC wins, but I will gladly take the 7 points with the Utes.
Doug, I also look at this game, and I think to myself, Utah is incredibly well coached. They've got a real defense, and the defense shows up. USC obviously is explosive, but they can be rattled. And I think that Utah has enough offense to take care of some things as well. It's surprising how well that their offense has been without Cam Rising as the quarterback while he deals with the injury. But I like Utah getting 7.5 at USC.
Wow, we agree.
Yeah.
2 of the 3.
I know.
Right.
And they're big games.
Let's go to the National Football League. I will start looking at Kansas City playing host to the Chargers. Starting to move off my Chargers position. I'll take the Chiefs minus 5.5 against the Chargers.
We should probably start consulting each other. I also look at this game. Chiefs are playing at home. The Chargers are just, I don't understand them. They can't get out of their own way. If this game were, one of these typical Kansas City being favored by 9.5 point spreads, I would take the Chargers because it doesn't seem like Kansas City covers those big spreads. But this is only 5.5 points. It's a touchdown. I like the Chiefs at home.
3 of 4 we've agreed on now.
Yeah.
The Giants. The Rams. No, I'm kidding. The Giants plus 2.5. Taking on Washington. I'll take the Giants plus the points.
Well, I'm looking at a team getting 2.5 points as well. They're at home. It's Indianapolis. They're getting 2.5 points at home against Cleveland. Gardner Minshew threw for a bunch of yards last week, but he threw some costly interceptions. Cleveland coming off the high of beating San Francisco, but Cleveland's not that good. I don't know. Deshaun Watson's been practicing, but is he even going to play? Don't know. Don't care. Indy at home getting the points. Up, down, Kang.
Well, I'm going up, down on my last one, although this team has been down quite a bit. I'm going to take the Cardinals on the road against Seattle. Cardinals are getting 8 points. I think they're going to keep this one closer than that. So I'll take Seattle plus the 8.
Another team getting 2.5 points, but this time it's on the road. This is a big game, and I think a lot of people are going to look at this matchup on Sunday. Philadelphia is hosting the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins are getting 2.5 points. I don't think people give enough credit for what Miami's offense can do. You're going to give them points? I'll take the points. Miami plus 2.5.
All right, every week Kang loves on a pick and hates one. Which one do you like this week?
Gator, I'm with you on your lock, man. Michigan minus 24. Go ahead and give up the points. I think just Michigan State just has nothing in resistance. I like Michigan to roll.
And which one do you hate?
I hate one game that you guys both like, actually. It's Kansas City minus 5.5. This is classic up-down. Your Chargers have the talent to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. I would take the money line, but since we're playing with the points, I'll take the points. Chargers, they will beat the Chiefs, though.
Those are our picks. We do them every week.
You want to have fun and do the over-under for Iowa, Minnesota?
I'm taking the under.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
I'm going to take the over in that one.
To be fair, I wouldn't touch it, but if I'm forced to make a pick, that's what I'll do.
And we'll have our Lions picks coming up next.
Hey, discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Connecticut Premier Softener. Call 855-339-4242. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
All right, so obviously you don't think the Michigan State game will be close.
I don't. I wish look, obviously, being a graduate, I really wish Michigan State had a chance of this. I just don't see it. It's a game where Michigan State has to play near flawlessly. They can't turn it over. They can't commit penalties. And they can't make just boneheaded mistakes. And every game, this is what their downfall is when they lose. And the special teams errors are particularly frightening. You're taking on a team like Michigan that is extraordinarily well disciplined. They've committed 16 penalties all year. They're taking on a team that protects their quarterback. And J.J. McCarthy, I think he's set up to have a breakout game. I think Michigan State can stop the run. They've done a good job of that this year. You don't really run against the Spartans. But the other side of that is then you expose yourself to the pass. And Michigan's receivers have started to get better. Roman Wilson is pretty pretty good. Cornelius Johnson is good. They've got guys they can throw to. The tight end is awfully good as well. And Donovan Edwards out of the backfield is good too. The problem with Michigan State, one of the many problems with them, is that they don't get pressure on the quarterback. I believe they have 14 sacks this year. Maybe you want to put this in your pocket.
Okay.
They have 14 sacks this year, but only half of those have come from the defensive line. So it means that the reason they're getting any pressure, and 14 is not a lot to have through this many games, is because they're bringing pressure from a safety or a linebacker, corner blitz, whatever the case is. But they're just not getting the job done to get after the quarterback.
So the path to victory for an upset often goes through special teams, which are not solid for Michigan State, often goes through mistakes. Michigan is number 1 in the country in penalties committed. Michigan State's 116th. So it's hard to craft. When I did the deep dive into Michigan State, the special teams errors that were just avoided were also potentially catastrophic. They're just going to have an out-of-body experience. And I always think of Rocky Lombardi to Ricky White 9 times or whatever it was. But, Jay Johnson was the offensive coordinator back then. Michigan's aware of it. So
now if Michigan State wants to slow things down, maybe they can run the ball. Don't get too cute with it. Just be straightforward with it. And Nathan Carter's a good running back. Michigan at times has had some drives and they've let teams run the ball on them. And if they can do that and sustain it, try to control the clock a little bit, that can work. Now, if Michigan State decides to go with no huddle and try to rush things, I just think that's a disaster.
All right, so yeah, we both agree Michigan wins the game. You think Michigan covers? I'm not sure of that, but and then there's the Lions game. You're sticking with it?
Yeah, I'm chesty on this one. I like the Lions winning this one 24-20. I like what somebody had said earlier in the week that they need to win by more than a 3-point margin. So you take Justin Turner out of this whole thing, right?
Yeah.
You don't want the kicker to show up and it's a 65-yard attempt. We know. Don't want to see that. So I give it the 4-point break there. I think it's going to be a struggle for the Lions offensively to score big points, but maybe they move the ball down the field enough where it just doesn't matter. And it'll be the running game can run to win at the end of the game. I still like a 24-20 Lions.
I like Baltimore to win this one 23-21. I don't like it. Let me be clear here. I think Baltimore wins a close game. But I do think the Lions compete with them, and I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to the last drive, last moment, and there's no shame. There's no shame in losing this one. Do you want to win them all? Of course. But if I don't pick them to lose this game, I don't know that I'm going to pick them to lose again this year. So that's where I stand. Kang, you're sticking with it?
Yeah, I'm on the chesty side with Gator. I like the Lions to win this one. They will lose a game, but it won't be this week. It's going to be a game where we don't expect. It's up, down, it's NFL. But this week they take care of business in Baltimore. I think Lamar Jackson escapes the pocket and his receivers let him down multiple times in this game. I think Jamo goes deep for at least one touchdown. I like the Lions 27-17, another double-digit victory.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I think they pull away in the second
chesty.
half. I think they pull away in the I think it's close in the first half, but I think the second half, this Lions team, they don't quit. The grit is like the perfect verbiage for this team, or adjective, whatever you want to call it. They're going to put away Baltimore, and I think we're going to be the whole city's going to be chesty with me and Gator after Sunday. No Marcus Williams for the Baltimore Ravens, by the way. Their playmaking safety back there. They'll have Kyle Hamilton, but he only can cover one guy.
So the Iowa-Minnesota line, what'd you have it at? 31?
31.
The over-under? It's down to 30.5. Which means people are betting the under.
They're hammering the under.
Yeah.
Hammer the under in that one. You understand why.
Yep. I got Iowa managing to find a way, unless Darius Taylor plays for Minnesota, 9-4.
9-4. I think Iowa wins at home. And I think they win it 13-10.
Okay. 248-539-9797.
How low would the number have to be for you guys to say over? I mean, am I basing off the two scores you just gave?
Like where I would be like, I'm excited to bet this game on the under, or like fork to my nose, do I bet over under? I mean,
like I say 21. This thing drops to 21. Do you bet the over?
I'd bet the over.
I don't know if I can resist the over. Because it seems so absurd.
It is absurd.
Let's get back to your open line calls. JC, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, JC?
Hey, nothing much, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I'm kind of all over the place. I'll try to be quick here. Pat Surtain probably will become the best player on our team, minus Penei Sewell, no? I mean, I'm sure the man ring a bell. He hung out with Pat back in the day about 20 years ago, and he told me about a young Pat Surtain probably running around South Florida, 4 years old. I don't know about 2 first rounds in the second, but a first, a second, and maybe another third, I would do it, because if we keep in with the picks, we're not going to be able to sign those guys a la OKC anyways. We need some veterans in there. I think we got another draft class of guys, and you start putting some vets around, I think we're going to be good. One last thing.
Well, hold on. What if the price tag is more than that?
Over how many years? Over 3? I'll do it. Over 3, I'll do it, because then Brad will get the picks back anyways. And if we don't get the picks back, then we get Pat and we start the trajectory we on. I think we'll be able to start rolling free agents to come. And almost like the transfer portal, like get the ready-made, the ready-cooked veterans to come in, couple-year deal. Don't have to worry about signing 9 all-star Brad picks onto rookie deals, onto max deals. And I know, again, I'm all over the place. I would go for Pat. You got to go for Pat. Nick Saban knows about Pat. Big Pat knows about Pat. Herm Edwards giving him and Ty Law all that money in Kansas City.
Okay, well, thank you for the phone call. Sam Boston is a reporter. It says reporter for CBS Sports. It tweeted, the Denver Broncos and the Philadelphia Eagles are in serious trade talks regarding young star cornerback Patrick Surtain Jr. Things are heating up as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline.
Wow. Philadelphia?
Yep.
Wow. Well, that's a team that it is in a situation right now, the way the roster is, that they're like, look, we don't need first-round picks. We've got young players, a young core of players that we're moving with, and you want to add an all-pro guy like that, go ahead.
Now, I was just laughing because I'm like, Patrick Surtain Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, who wants him? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the kid who was all-pro his second year in the league.
No, I forgot. Yes, okay, the kid. So,
God, they would be. They would. Remember that Philly super team they put together a few years ago that bombed?
Mm-hmm.
They would start to be looking like that team again if they got him. You know what? Lions are making people make moves.
There you go. Well, go get it.
Hi, Rico.
Edge rusher.
Hi, Doug.
How are you?
Gator.
Hi, Rico.
Hey, guys.
What do you got? What do you got planned coming up next?
Well, fortunately, there's no breaking news, so we can just do a regular old show. Mike has something he's not telling me. He was just being very mean to me in pre-show meeting.
Why is that?
None of my business.
Why was he being mean?
Expletives in there. I don't know.
Just Thursday?
The day ends
Friday?
in Y.
It's Friday, yeah.
Yeah. And then also, just a very simple question. Which game are you more looking forward to this weekend? Michigan State, or Lions-Ravens?
Ohio State, Penn State.
I just like to keep it simple.
I want to throw Red Wings Ottawa in there. It's a big showdown game. But all right, have a great show. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. Everybody tomorrow in East Lansing, treat each other with respect. In the meantime, every Friday we leave you with the rant, how you get more time in front of the TV for a big sports weekend. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Look, I think it's a safe debate that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless, and yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision. And through an interception, they lost. And those weren't two good teams.
How the hell is everybody? Big Friday. Man, this weather sucks. All right. So we're going to try this a couple different ways. Obviously, Lions-Ravens has not gotten the shine it deserves because Michigan had Spygate, and we did talk a little MSU coaching fun. And while we still got to do that, I can't ignore Sunday. But see, Rico made an interesting point. Maybe it's just about putting it to you, the people, and you dictate where this program goes for a bit. Because which game matters more to you? Let's face it. If you're a Wolverine, you're on national championship drive. You know you've been dragged through the mud here the last 24 hours. You know that it's Michigan versus everybody. You know how Harbaugh's going to use this. He'll do what he does best. He'll play the aggrieved.
Right.
But you need this game. You're playing those scumbags from East Lansing. You're going to want to drop a bomb on your opponent. You're into this. Now, you're also a Lions fan. Lions 5-1. They haven't been 6-1 since 1956. I mean, you're going on the road. You're taking on the Ravens, top 5 in offense, top 5 in defense, hostile environment.
Won the last 4 games by 14 or more points. Last time you did that, I believe I saw it was 19. Want to take a guess?
Please.
34.
Big Mama was alive.
Yes, she was.
Nailed it. So here's the deal. This is important. By the way, Big Mama was his grandmother. That was her name. He doesn't know her name. The point I'm making is you're a Spartan fan. Well, I mean, of course the season's been a disaster and you don't care, but let's think about this. While you know you don't want to watch this game, if it were a game, your friends are going to get to you and be like, you need to turn this TV on. No matter what, look, I don't want to watch this game. I have no interest. I don't want to be at the game. I don't want to watch the game. But what would a win mean? Oh, my God. I made an inappropriate joke to Rico. I would just tell you would need a wet wipe in continuum for roughly 8 hours. It would be sportsgasm.
Yeah. I simply asked Mike.
It would be the greatest, Schadenfreude you could ever produce to see Michigan the week they get popped for allegedly Spygate, losing his 24.5-point favorites to Harlan Barnett's unplugged headset.
So I simply asked David, because he kept, all week long, he said there's no shot. I'm like, David, just bear with me. What's your Monday like if Michigan State wins? And David simply just started coughing. I thought he was choking on something. No, he was like, no, I'm coughing. I'm not coming in.
Yeah, no.
I'm sick.
No. David's opting out.
So then I asked Mike, and I'm like, Mike, I know what you're going to say. Don't yell. Bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
What's it like for you at midnight, the game is over, and Paul Bunyan has a Spartan Black Shadows helmet on his head?
Probably a lot of this. and a little more. But my point would be, what game matters more to you? Because both sides of the rivalry, there's an angle that even if you're not hyped going into it, the fallout of losing it or winning it meaningful.
Right.
And then the Lions game, let's face it, if the Lions go on the road and beat the Ravens and go to 6-1, or heaven help you win another game by double digits, guys, you may as well just say it. You are a Super Bowl contender.
If that were to happen, you're probably looking at the floor.
2 seed.
Is 14-3 record. That's the floor.
Right.
If you beat Baltimore, there's only 2 more games on your schedule that you may or may not be favored.
Correct.
That's it. Other than that, a lot of Bears, basically, you will finish your year off playing the Big Ten West.
And look, here's the other thing. Rico always says this. Winning is the best disinfectant. For Michigan fans that are upset that you're the lead story again today because people think they found your spy, you want to erase that, disappear for 3 hours, go win 52-6.
Oh, and by the way,
what?
For the record, props to Harbaugh and Michigan staff for hiring this guy. That's a brilliant move. A guy who can decode things and figure things out.
Dude, he was an officer at the Naval Academy.
Right, I'm saying that's thinking outside the box. So for people to say Sparty Ray, I'm applauding that move. Like, I never would have thought about that if I was a head coach, but it makes so much sense. This guy knows all about code breaking. Props to you. So go ahead. But with the games coming up, Michigan, Michigan State, Lions, Ravens, which one has your attention? What are you more excited for? Because if the Lions win, I'm telling you.
Oh, man.
Lions win 14-3, and all the people who said, it's a little too early for that, not anymore.
No, I agree.
Because looking at the remainder of the schedule, here's what you don't play. You don't play the Dolphins. You don't play the Eagles. You don't play the Niners. You don't play the Bills. You play nothing but bottom feeders.
You're basically Michigan.
All you have to do is keep Goff in bubble wrap, and you're in the playoffs. And you got a home game at Ford Field, at least one.
Right. Now, again, I can answer it very honestly. I, as a State fan, there's no excitement going into this. The excitement would have to be produced by something once-in-a-generation type performance that they're in this thing. It would be the Lions game based on the Lions are very real. We've never seen the Lions be good. Michigan is usually good. Yes, it's been a minute since they've been great. But bottom line, but Lions, Ravens, that's.
But even Michigan State games, you always have that whole, they hate each other. Something's going to happen. This is one where it does feel empty, feels hollow.
Yeah.
You hope that at least in the first quarter, maybe you can see some glimmer of hope, like the time when the game was 7-7 going into the fourth, and then Michigan pulled away and won 21-7. But at least that game, I think that was when Bush kicked up the grass and Michigan was a heavy favorite, but it was interesting. It was, okay, maybe you got a shot, but this is one where, you just kind of feel like.
It's 24.5 point spread. You don't kind of feel that way. It is that way.
Yeah, what is Vegas?
Okay, 248-539-9797. David, where are you at? I mean, obviously. And I know you love your Steelers, but Lions, Ravens, as you live in the city of Detroit and you do radio in Detroit, like, this is the things we wait for. And Michigan State, this would have been, if Mel Tucker wasn't such a POS, or if Michigan didn't need to go Spygate, if we just had a normal game where State was 4-2 and you were exactly who you are, and we both had coaches and we had no nonsense, this would have been one of the great weeks of radio of my career.
I mean, heck, even if Michigan was favored by 13.5, you would at least feel like, okay, there's a shot.
No problem.
24.5 is just, can you just not let them cover?
But David, where are you at with it?
Here's the thing, and I'm going to start off with a stat here. When is the last time the Lions started a season 6-1? Any guess there, guys?
1956.
It was 1956.
Oh, I thought you were joking.
No.
1956 was the last time they started 6-1. So on surface, I'm closer. They do this. I'm closer to taking my grandfather, who's in his 80s, to his first Detroit Lions parade if they win this game. That's where I'm at. I'm excited for it. But it's the weekend here, guys. I told you what I would be. When the weekend hits, I will be excited for the massacre on Saturday. And that's what I'm more excited for. I'm more excited. I'm more into the Michigan State game because I want to see it. I want to see the killing in front of my eyes.
See, I respect that.
Thank you, Pastor Hull.
No, yeah, I like that. I want to hear that sermon on Sunday. No, I respect it.
We would not give you the offering.
You got to go to a pretty dark place to find that point of view, but I dig it. Because I remember when State was murdering Michigan. It never got old to me. That was fun.
No.
So I respect that. And if you're a Michigan fan, yeah, totally. Now, what I don't get is I love the fact that somehow MSU's the one who has to pay the price for your crime. We didn't do anything. There's no evidence. We didn't turn you in, man.
Right.
That's coming from James Franklin.
Not the whistleblower.
We're just sitting here like, what the hell did we do?
We know it was you.
Michigan versus everybody. We're going to murder them. It's like, whoa. Man, I'm just dropping off the mail. But I actually vibe with where David is at. If I were on his side of the rivalry, I'm probably more excited for the certainty of that than the drama.
I'm going to be honest with you. No, David, I'm not mad at you. I was you in 2014 and 2015. Especially, 2013 and 2014. I was you. Because I think that was the back-to-back years that Michigan had to come to Michigan State.
Yes.
And it was simply just, come on. Let's get this game going. Come on. Yes, there it is. Beat the quarterback down. Do this, do that. Yep. Love it. Run your little trick plays. Try to run all your stuff. Not going to work. We're just better than you. So I was you.
Hey, real quick. Is this thing on? Yeah. Now, see, if you want me to take the easy way out, I could do it. Oh, we could sit here and bring Michigan up, their cheating scandal, take you through the whole Navy spy routine. I don't want to do that, guys. We gave you 4 hours of it yesterday. We gave you our thoughts on it. I really don't want to go that route. We could talk about the game or we could talk about the Lions. And that's kind of where I want to stay. Mm-hmm. That's the lane I want to be in today.
Right.
Because unless there's new news, then I don't want to rehash it.
Right. Please, don't make me out to be a liar because I said, you know what? This is a big weekend, and you got really a game that means something and a game that's prideful. Which one are you more interested in? 248-539-9797.
I just can't wait.
I didn't want to do the rehash.
I can't wait until a shadowy figure emerges from the tunnel. MSU's in their all blacks tomorrow night, and there's one figure in a black robe like the Grim Reaper, and he flips the hood down and it's Urban Meyer. Could I get that? Then he takes his sickle to Harlan Barnett, and he goes, I'm leading this team, and he puts the headset down, and we're out. We're going.
Always take things too far.
I don't take it anywhere. Put your microphone down tomorrow, Harlan.
He has it down. Do you realize how many people you've killed off this week?
A lot, and I'm not done. No, I want to.
Nobody's safe, man.
No one. Spare no one.
Big G, run!
A number of grandmas you got. You got Harlan Barnett now.
We took Big Mom out Tuesday. Kenny, what do you got? I'm sorry.
Nah. See, I was just hoping that maybe that's at the little green and white game. That's when Izzo's like, hey, guys, brought a friend in for you. The next coach of Michigan State.
Wouldn't it be amazing?
Oh,
but no, I think it's hard to be excited. Listen, it's hard to be excited when the result seems already predetermined. If you're a Michigan fan, you know you're going to win. It's by how much. If you're a State fan, you know you're going to lose, but by how much? The drama only happens. The excitement happens, or fear, which is a form of excitement, happens if this thing were somehow, which I don't think it will be, a game deep into the third quarter. For the Lions game, you're looking at something in the NFL. It's a 3-point spread. It is.
You're not favorite.
Ravens are top 5 in the AFC. You're top 5 in the NFC. How about top 3 each? And you're going into a hostile environment, us against everybody. And the Lions are trying to do something they haven't done in 67 years. Mm-hmm. So obviously, easier for me to go that route. But I totally get where David's at. Mm-hmm. If you're a Wolverine and you're telling me, look, I'm amped about the Lions, but
I've been waiting.
This is different.
I've been waiting for this since the end of the game and the whole tunnel thing. This is the payback. This is the revenge.
248-539-9797. We'll get TJ in here at 3. We got Who Said It. We got blitzes. We got the picks. Full plate today. You want to call up and talk ball, Lions or Wolverine, go for it. What I don't want to do is a redux of yesterday. Don't make me do that. 97.1.
Rivalry week, Tito's specialty drinks. We're wrapping it up today. Last drink for your party or tailgate. House might be divided. Things might get a little salty. A little salt is okay, though, as long as it's on the rim of the Tito Rita touchdown. What you need, 2 ounces of Tito's handmade vodka, half ounce of orange liqueur, 2 ounces of lime juice, and yes, a quarter ounce of agave. Throw it all in the shaker with ice, shake it, and strain into a glass. With or without ice. Your call is very important to us. Garnish with lime and salt on the rim for some extra kick. Boom, premium cocktail.
Come on, keep the intensity up, man.
Serve.
Come on.
Get all the recipes on our YouTube page at Tito'sVodka.com. 80 proof Tito's handmade vodka, distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas, crafted to be savored responsibly.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Bottom line, the best mattress on the marketplace, the iComfort Eco from Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleep, pressure relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made here in Michigan, have been for over 110 years. Just go to Serta.com, find a retailer near you. Thanks, Kenny. David, ticket text. Then we get to the people. Then we get to the prop bet casino. Go ahead. What do people have to say?
So I would be more excited for the NFL or the NFL Lite. I think I'll go with the NFL Go Lions. That is from Max. Someone says, Michigan fan here. It's the Lions by a mile. I'm obsessed with the Lions for the first time ever. That is from Ryan. If MSU wins, my hangover will last until they announce the new head coach after the Penn State game. Oh, man. Definitely the Lions game. This is uncharted territory. If State loses, a whoop-de-doo. Who cares? Shocker. If Michigan loses, they are also trash. It will not bring me back from such a disgrace. If we start 6-1, we're without question hosting the NFC Championship game in January. Joey and Fenton, that's the game.
Joey, what it opens up is the ability to really dream. We talked about it. If you won 2 of the next 3, we'd be satisfied. If you start out the second quadrant of the year with road wins at Tampa, who's in first, road win at Baltimore, who's in first, then you come home, long week, dunk on the Raiders, you're sitting 7-1 into the bye. You have a right to dream about whatever you want.
7-1, and you have 5 games against your own divisional opponent
that are all trash.
Right. So there's 5 more victories. So now you're at 12 games.
He's doing the BOGO again.
Oh, you win this game?
I know.
Oh, BOGO coupons.
Go ahead, David.
I'm excited about both games, but I really want the Wolverines to, you know what, Sparty up. And what I mean by that is I love to see the score somewhere in the 50s to like 0.
See, I think there's a real shot at it. Because here's how it works. Now, it doesn't make any sense, but it's fine. Harbaugh is using this right now, and he's going to say, well, people think you guys are no good. They think we're a bunch of cheaters. We're going to show everybody. I just, to me, if they have an opportunity to do it, they're gonna. They ran trick plays at the end of last year.
Oh, no. I think they're going to try to hit 50. I don't think it's going to be 50-0.
Oh, I mean, it might be. Our offense. No. Our Jay Johnson.
No. The offense is fine. Mike, they've turned the ball over 9 times
our
last
offense.
2 games.
Yeah, and what would stop here?
I'm just saying.
Okay.
It's not like Iowa's offense is just totally inept.
David, what's the team total for Michigan State tomorrow? We'll take the under.
I have to look that up.
Oh, you can bet it. It's there. We'll have that for on the board. All right, let's get to the people. Go to D. He's in Southfield leading off today. What's up, D? How are you, buddy?
Man, I haven't talked to y'all in a while. What's up, fellas?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, man, blessings, man. I'm doing great. Look, this is easy for me. If the Lions make the wild card, I'm happy because nobody, even on the road, wants to play the Lions right now. They already popped Kansas City. They already popped Tampa Bay. The Lions right now, to me, can beat maybe any team outside of San Francisco in the league. So this is all about Michigan for me. I'm a Michigan man, true blue, all day long. When I went to the Ohio State game in 21, we sitting there and everybody else was rushing the field. You know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about that loss to Michigan State and what damage it did for us in the playoffs. We'd have been the number 1 seed. We'd have played Cincinnati and probably would have went to the national championship game. And my disdain for Michigan State goes deeper than my love for the Lions. That's the best way for me to put it. Although I love the Lions, and I believe the Lions are going to make a run, man, at 6-1, the Lions are already way ahead of schedule. Michigan, we need every win because I don't know if we're going to have Harbaugh next year or not. So I'm savoring the moment.
Yep.
I want to run at the national title, and you got to beat Michigan State to do it.
Respect. D, it's a well-thought-out plan. By the way, your team total. What do you think the MSU team total is? I have it.
I don't know. I'm trying to find it.
You don't need to find it. Place a guess. You're the prop bet master.
Well, it's in the prop bet, but I'm going to say 13.5.
David?
Yeah, I was thinking 10.5.
10.5.
Okay.
I'll take under.
Okay.
They already have our plays.
I'll take that bet.
They got the Navy guy in the spy plane.
I'll take that bet.
We only have 4 plays.
They got more than 4.
Run, pass, play, pass, punt.
No, but you forget. They brought Coach D back just for this game.
Yeah, you know what? Someone might want to tell Mark that he's back. Because I saw him the first week looking confused with his hands in his pockets on the sideline. They don't even bother to show him anymore.
No. Okay.
Okay.
I'll take that bet. 10.5?
Yeah, under.
Okay.
You're going over?
I'll take the over.
You got a deal. Let's go, Andrew, 97.1. What's up, Andrew?
What's up, Mike?
How you doing, buddy?
As a Spartan fan, I'm doing good. As a Spartan fan, it's a no-brainer which game means more to me this week. the 5-1 Lions or the team that employs Jay Johnson, Ross Ells, and runs 3rd and 15 screens every play to Malik Carr. I think the only thing that can intrigue me about Saturday night's game is if Urban Meyer is announced as head coach at halftime. I think the Lions should be every State fan's focus this weekend, and we should just not care about the Spartan football team the rest of the year.
So, Andrew, I'm going to ask you the same question as Mike. Just bear with me. We live in the land of rainbows and unicorns. MSU pulls off the upset. What's your night like?
All right. If they pull off the upset, which obviously
I know,
it's a long
rainbows
shot.
and unicorns.
All right, we're partying all night. We'll be hungover for the Lions game. But regardless, in the end, it doesn't really mean much to me because then what are we, 3-4? I mean, we have the win over Michigan, but it doesn't really change Michigan's season all that much because they still have Penn State and Ohio State, and they're still fighting for the Big Ten championship. So they would still have a playoff shot anyway. But, I mean, for us, it really means nothing.
All right, Andrew, just asking. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
Appreciate the
listen,
phone call.
Andrew's being honest.
Yeah, be honest. Yeah, I just was curious.
Look, but this is proof
I wasn't
positive.
expecting your reaction. I thought you were just going to, just get out. Get out. You're like, if it were me. The things that you said was
I
like,
will only
wow.
say the one I could say on the air, but honestly, it would make me believe God is real.
David?
Honestly, it would take divine intervention for State to do it.
David, you know what you got to root for now. David?
I gotta pray for Michigan State now.
David, what's more important to you, your selfish earthly desires or saving a soul?
David, David, do you want this to be the one thing on Judgment Day that holds you out?
That you could have saved a soul and brought someone else into the family.
Well, all of a sudden, Gabriel, whoa. Is that David Hull? Whoa. Stop.
Out.
Come back here.
Mike, the fact that you said that could be saving a soul or my earthly.
Right.
Think about this.
David, you had a chance to save a soul.
You're
and
denying.
You said go blue?
Right. See? You know why? Because you didn't read Romans and things.
What am I supposed to say here?
I just,
Hey, David, think about this. How unpopular would you be? You choose to not pray for State to win this game, and you're denying the church life-changing money. Mm-hmm. You would have a new parishioner making healthy donations every month. You call me, Mike, we need a new speaker.
And
Got
David,
you covered.
David?
Mike, we need new instruments for the celebration of life. Somebody just died. I got you. But instead, you were selfish.
And David,
you were the opposite of Jesus.
To paraphrase, what would it profit a man to see a Wolverine victory, but to lose a soul?
Yeah, that.
All you have to do is say go green. It's that easy, David.
David, what would it profit a man to gain the whole world?
Yeah.
And a Michigan victory.
Exactly.
You just lost this soul right here. Mike's.
I feel
Eternal
like
damnation.
I feel like
all
a
on
heathen,
you.
but go blue.
Wow. Oh my. Let's go to. Hey, right now we've got live audio of God's reaction to David. And that's the last straw, David.
Just can't.
That's the last straw. You're not going to F over God anymore. How dare you?
I'm not allowed in the building tonight, is what you're saying.
I'm going to tell you something. You're gonna go to Sunday service in disgrace. You're the fellow power brokers at the church are not going to be happy with you.
Now, every single Spartan friend of mine is going to text me right now from the church and tell me, what are you doing?
David, I mean, this
Bring
is a
those
no-brainer.
prayers, man.
Pastor. It's a no-brainer, Pastor.
How do you explain it to your uncle and his 7 bow ties? You can't. What a disgrace.
I guess.
What does it profit a guy to things or whatever Rico was saying?
I guess everybody does have a price.
How about that?
Wow.
We found out that David is not so holy.
Wow.
What a scumbag. All right. Moran Buick GMC. How about the new 23 Acadia, 24 months, $266 a month with seating up to 7. If David would pray for a state win, I could bring 7 people to church for David. Now you get nothing. Go to Moran Buick GMC. New stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering always at MoranExpress.com. Super, super prices. You're always going to get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number one seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for a long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
All right, we do it every week. Rico curates and brings to us a buffet, a cornucopia, if you will, of prop bets as we enter the football weekend. Some are real, some are not, but we call it the Prop Bet Casino. Now, this open, obviously better than the original. All right, let's go.
First of all, props to Jimmy Cookies, who sat in for you, and for the first time, somebody got double-digit victories in this. So Cookies finished with 11 prop bets wins.
Good for him. Too bad he can't do that on the pod.
All right, let's start off.
Oh, my
in
God.
East Lansing.
Under.
Okay.
No, just come on.
Kate Nauser touchdown passes.
Oh, definitely.
Over under 0.5.
Under. Look, his delivery is slow as molasses. He's got one career start. Michigan already knows what plays he's calling. I got to go under.
It's 0.5. My knee jerk was over, but I got to go under here.
They're not scoring, Kenny, so it's under.
You know what? Just for that, I'm going to go over.
He's going Spite Store.
JJ completions over under 18.5.
Ooh. I'm actually going to go reverse psychology here because he hasn't been putting up numbers. Not that a Service Academy quarterback wouldn't put up. I actually think they're going to use this as a Heisman platform for him.
You're going over.
Yeah, I'll go over. I don't know. Don't you feel like they'll use this as a launch pad for him? National TV, night game, dog bleep opponent.
See, I don't know. See, well, I'm going to go under, but it's the opposite, Mike, that I think that get the points, get the score, and then get off the field because we've already seen what Michigan State will do to our players if they get angry. I don't need you getting hit with a helmet. Just get them off the game.
Yeah, this to me feels like a kick them while they're down special, so I'll say over.
An SEC special. Yeah. Bully ball special.
No, I'm with you, Rico. I don't think they keep them in late because of those reasons. I'm going under.
Right, because at that point, it's just, guys, go make that 15-yard penalty count.
Yeah, but then the backup has our plays. Don't you get it?
Right, but JJ can't win the Heisman on crutches. You got to remember. Well, you know what? He could be the first one to get that.
Yeah, I was going to say, what planet are you
on? This was a push last week, Mike, but Nate Carter or Blake Corum rushing yards. They each had 52 yards last week.
Blake Corum. Okay. Easily. What are you, insane?
Yeah, Blake Corum.
Yeah, everybody said the same thing last week. It was a push.
Hey, well, it ain't last. I wasn't here last week.
Okay, Mike.
I was at a fall wedding.
Are you done yelling?
I've only just begun.
Mike's taking Blake.
Corum.
Yeah, I'm going Corum as well.
Does Kenny not participate?
I said Corum already. I said
okay,
Corum.
I'm sorry.
I'm like, just because Brock Bowers is opted out doesn't mean you are.
See, I think this is the game you get Donovan, the Don. Right.
Okay.
I go Nate.
Let me know how it goes.
He still plays?
He still plays.
Oh.
You know what? I couldn't put his prop bet in here because he actually scored a touchdown. So I can't put it in here anymore. It's not funny anymore. Michigan State turnovers over under.
Over.
Okay.
Most turnovers in
wanna hear the
America.
rest?
They get the most turnovers in America.
I'll say under.
At least give you the number.
No, give me under.
Okay. Kenny took unknown under. Kenny's taking the under.
What'd you put? 1.5?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I want to know the number.
3.5.
Oh my God, under. Come on, under.
No. Yours is over. No. You've already said over. Judges?
He said over.
Okay.
I'm going to go.
You know what? F it. I hope they go full Michael Taylor and throw 7 picks.
They've averaged 4.5 turnovers in the last 2 games. That's why I said 3.5.
Yeah, I'm going to go 3, so under.
David's going under. David, you know what? I think I'm going to join Mike. I'm going to go over. Longest field goal made in the game, either team, over under 52.5 yards.
Under. State's not in a position to kick him, and Michigan won't need to.
That's exactly right. Under.
Under.
Yeah, under.
I'm going to go over. I think that'll happen, and whoever has the ball first is going to kick that field.
Hold on, we got the touchdown mega mix.
More receiving yards. Trey Mosley or Jamo against the Ravens?
Oh, man. Oh, no. Wow. Wow, this is the question of the year. I'm going to go Jamo.
All right.
Jamo catches 1 ball of 20 yards. That'll be more than Mosley gets.
Yeah, they only target him with these deep throws. So, yeah, Jamo would make sense.
Ooh, this is a tough one, but I think I have to go Mosley.
David, I'm with you. They're wearing the Die Shadows jersey just for Trey. I'm going Trey. The Evan Jenkins wants one on here. He says,
what's that, weed gummies consumed?
Malik Carr receiving yards over under 42.5.
Under. He's one of the biggest dogs to ever play, and I don't mean that in a good way.
Just answer the question.
Under.
We don't need commentary for everyone. We got more to go.
We got more to go. You have to want to care to have yards.
I'm going to go over because I'm not as emotional as Mike.
Thank you.
Have you seen Malik Carr play?
Shuffling my papers like that Simpsons news anchor.
I'm over as well. You're going under?
I'm going under.
All right. More rushing yards. Jahmyr Gibbs or the Don?
The Don. He's going to break one against State. I can just feel it. Cal Halliday will take a bad angle. He's out the back door. And as Kenny likes to say.
All right. Dan Campbell basically came out and said he's going to give Jameer a big workload. So I'm going to say Jameer.
Yeah, they're going to force it to Gibbs. I don't think Edwards knows how to play football anymore.
Oh,
so I'm going to go
David.
Gibbs.
Wait. That you draw the line on. The poor Carr family, but that you draw the line on.
No, it's not the poor Carr family. I don't blame the family. The kid has to want it.
He wants it. Jamo touchdowns. Over under. 0.5. Don't.
I'm throwing a flag at you. I had to make a flag because I don't have one in here anymore.
But I caught it, so it didn't count. It's like dodgeball.
You can't tell me he won. Get out of here.
Jamo touchdown. Over under. 0.5.
Under.
I'll go over.
Yeah, I'm going to go under. Lamar Jackson rushing yards. Over under 38.5.
Over. I think it's important they supplement their ground game using him because the Lions are actually elite at stopping it. So I'll say over.
Stopping the regular run game, the Lions are great. Stopping a quarterback on the move, that's a little bit of a different story sometimes. So I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go over as well.
Yeah, I'm over. I'm over as well. Jared Goff interceptions. Over under 0.5.
Over.
Under.
Over.
Yeah, I think he gets picked in this game as well. Josh Reynolds, receiving yards, over under 51.5.
Wow. Every catch he has gets him a first down. I'm going to go under.
I'm going to go over, but just barely. That's a great number you set there, Rico.
Oh, there you go. Kiss his ass a little bit, make him feel better about himself. There we go, Kenny.
All right. That is a wonderful number, Rico. That is outstanding. I'm going to go over.
Wow, there you go. You couldn't pray for my soul, but you can kiss this man's ass.
I'm going to go over.
You really are a fickle mistress. You know that, David?
Iowa total points.
Under.
Over, under.
Under.
14.5.
Just under. That game has 13-10 written all over it. It's impossible to watch Iowa play
I gotta
football.
believe they. Okay, I'm gonna believe in them this week. Over.
Do you need to steal their plays to stop them? Magic 8 Ball says no.
Over under top 25 upsets.
Okay.
2.5.
Over. Chaos factor.
You said 2.5?
Yeah.
There'll be 2 under.
I was gonna say 1, so yeah, under.
I'm gonna go over. And Kenny, if I got the Wings, Ottawa Saturday.
Yeah. Yep.
Wings total goals or MSU touchdowns.
Wings total goals. They're not going to get shut out.
Yeah, Wings. All the Wings are fast, exciting. Who says DeBrinket's too short? Yeah. Shout out Gajda's beer.
I already said MSU doesn't
Every
score.
Every 50-50, he wins them all. What a player.
You know,
Wings.
just for that.
Let's get a
I'm gonna
Gajda's
go
beer
Spike.
jersey for Kenny.
Wings score 5.
5.
That's actually live audio from Russ Ells regarding MSU special teams.
That's your prop bet casino. 97-1.
I mean, all right. Hey, college football, huh? Who's amped up? Not Spartan fans. But Old Nation Brewing is ready to deliver high-caliber beer, even if your team sucks like mine does. And hey, if you're a Michigan fan, you're toasting. No loser toasts anything. You have to be a winner to toast. But Michigan State, Old Nation's got you covered. The M43, the B43, the Oktoberfest, they've got it all. So check it out wherever you buy your beer. Ask for Old Nation by name. It's Old Nation Brewing That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
All right, 10 minutes. TJ will join us in studio. We have to see if he's going to agree or disagree with the breaking news declaration I have at 3 o'clock. David, a few ticket texts, then we'll go on the board briefly. David.
Someone says, I'm crying right now, Steve, in a car. David, don't sell your soul to scumbags from East Lansing. LOL.
Hey, listen, you were offered an opportunity, and I think we know where you stand. Your faith is not nearly as important to you as you proclaim.
Never texted the show before, but I've never been more proud of an individual in my life. Good job, David. Go blue.
Good job throwing away an entire life of blind faith because you didn't want to save a soul.
Make sure you let your parishioners know this on Sunday.
If the Lions win Sunday, they're going to end up as the number 1 seed in the NFC. That's the game that I'm more interested in to see that happen.
Yeah. Hey, listen, we're trying to service everybody today where it's like, hey, if you want to rap about Michigan State, we're going to keep bringing up aspects of it. What I'm not going to do is what we did yesterday. I gave you 4 hours on a news story we got sideswiped by. There's nothing more for me to add to it. Yes, they found your Navy spy. Yes, it doesn't look good because innocent people generally don't try to wipe every aspect of their life off the internet. My point to you is there's nothing to add. I'll wait for the evidence and we'll go from there. Do I think you're guilty? Hell yes, I do.
Spartan and Lion fan here. It is by far the Spartans I am more interested in this weekend.
Why is that?
That's just what he says.
Then again, I just asked a question of a ticket texter who can't respond in real time. I'm not on my game right now.
Liberty Bibberty.
Liberty Bibberty.
I like this next one, though. He says, as an MSU alumnus, the only thing that has me excited about tomorrow's game is that we may be beaten badly enough to shame State Brass into giving Urban the bag.
Hard to be shamed when you don't have any. Let's go.
I'm about to say it's hard to be shamed when you have a bunch of people who will die on a hill.
Oh, no.
Never Urban.
Are you breaking news?
No.
Oh, all right. Let's go on the board.
What, there's people who don't like him? Yeah. That's not breaking news. Go ahead.
All right, so talk a little bit of college football here. I mean, obviously the game of the week, Penn State, Ohio State. The number feels decent at 4.5 for Penn State. I have some questions. Obviously, they lack explosiveness. They just don't have any downfield passing game. They haven't shown it. Ohio State, 94th in America running the ball. They only do it at 3.7 a carry. So here was my question. While the side looks okay, wouldn't playing the under be the move here? 46.5. Doesn't this game have 24-20 written all over it?
It does, Mike. It would be the first time. Normally this game gets into the 60s. I think it averages around 62 points. But this does feel low because Ohio State's coming in with basically a third-string running back. They don't know if the top three are going to play. Emeka Egbuka, don't know if he's playing in this game.
The other thing is they have two elite corners at Penn State, and they're able to pressure you.
Yeah.
I thought the under was interesting. I know that's not sexy, and if you just want to play a game, play a spot, last week we gave you Pitt outright. Play against Pitt this week. It's homecoming at Wake Forest. Wake Forest looked like garbage last week at VTech. They got wiped out by the flu. A little bit of a misleading score. Pitt, high energy, off a bye, at home, new QB. Well, guess what? Now the other team's got tape of your new QB. He ain't at home no more. And Pitt's in a look-ahead spot, playing Notre Dame and Florida State the next 2 weeks. So maybe a little look to Wake Forest laying one. Rico, what do you got?
Mike, I'm just going to say go ahead and take Michigan State on the money line. I just want to see if you guys are paying attention.
I got to go.
I just want to see if you were paying attention. No, it goes to what you were saying. I've been teasing this with you
look,
guys.
It's breaking news again.
We talked about the Minnesota at Iowa. It's over under now, 30.5. I'm going to go ahead and parlay that with the under of the Wisconsin at Illinois at 40.5, along with beep, boop, boop. Come on.
Beep, boop, boop.
Yeah, this stupid thing's messing up. And Northwestern at Nebraska, under 40.5.
The sadness parlay.
I'm going to go ahead and this is the set it and forget it parlay.
You don't watch any of these.
You just go ahead, make the bet, and head to the orchard. Do something else. But yes, at plus 645, the I Hate Football, set it and forget it, the Big Ten West is complete trash parlay.
You know who's not trash? Kenny and I on hockey.
We are 2 for 2 now.
3 for 3.
3 for 3. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so.
But hey, listen. Nice work. And they're all plus odds teams. That's the key. Now, tonight, you only get 2 games. By the way, shout out NHL. 2 games on a Friday night?
Yeah, what are you doing
What's
here?
wrong with your league?
Nothing to compete against.
We're
we
going
have 2
with
games.
the over. Islanders, Devils.
Right game, wrong side.
Damn.
We're going with your Islanders plus 105. Believe it or not, they're actually near the top of the league in pretty much every nerdy metric that I respect. And they're at home. So,
the
yes.
Fighting Horvats.
That's
do
right.
This.
Let's go.
So
I'm on your team here.
Islanders live at UBS. What are they? Plus 110?
Plus 105. It was even money when I was out there earlier.
Okay.
Now jumped up to plus 105.
All right.
No problem.
Okay. Let's
Plus
go
odds.
Islanders.
We're 3 for 3. We plus odds again.
We're coming to you live from Floral Park. Let's do it. All right.
All right.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, this one's straight emotion.
Breaking news here.
What's the breaking news?
They
Michigan
just suspended
Connor Stallions pending investigation.
Listen, Sparty, that's not breaking news.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, that was a reflex. David, go ahead.
Yeah, this one's all emotion. Kenny will probably tell me not to do this, but I'm going plus 126 Red Wings for tomorrow's game. It is a first-place battle, and I'm all in.
Over 6.5 for Gosda's Beer winning 50-50 pucks in the corner. Let's do this.
So plus 126.
What's the issue, Kenny?
Gotta get that pronunciation a little bit better.
Gosda's Beer.
Think Ghost Bear. Gosda's Bear.
Listen. Dustin Bufflin. Bafoogian. Who cares? Big guy. I'm making a point here.
Loose puck battle, win, white guy.
That's.
I'm also going to take minus 270 for Mike Soul because David just said he didn't want to help.
Oh, no.
David, I will tell you, it's disappointing. Can we do a prayer during the break?
Sure, if you want to. Won't be for Michigan State, though.
Wow. Okay.
David?
I'm going to break some news next, but do you want to address what was up on the TV? Your call.
Oh, no.
Sparty.
Oh, me next?
Yeah.
No, give me your news.
Done and done. 97-1. Thanks, Tom. FanDuel, more ways to play this weekend. New customers, $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. And look, case in point, I tried to bait Jimmy Powers into a bet. MSU team total 10.5. He's been barking all week. State's going to play better than you think. And I'm like, okay there, Tito. Put your money where your mouth is. He wouldn't do it. But that's really the only way to play this game. FanDuel, betting market. You want to take over 10.5? I'll take the under. Little lunch bet. Got yourself a deal.
I got you a little sad burrito.
That's right. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season right with FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Jay Johnson is Satan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Ross Ells is a moron. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. Look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless, and yet they've turned it around and. Things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision. And through an interception, they lost. And those weren't two good teams.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Cars for Kids. A former military analyst and current University of Michigan staffer is at the center of allegations that the Wolverines conducted impermissible in-person scouting and sign stealing of opponents. Other reports accuse the university of using a vast network of informants. Jim Harbaugh denies any knowledge of same. Michigan at Michigan State tomorrow night at 7:30, 4:30 our pregame. And make that 4 p.m. the pregame right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Wolverines favored by 24. Penn State at Ohio State. The Buckeyes favored by 4.5 there. Also tomorrow, Western Michigan at Ohio U. Central visiting Ball State. Eastern visiting Northern Illinois. 5-1 Lions, a 3-point road dog. Sunday at 3-2 Baltimore here on The Ticket. The Ravens have already lost at home to the Colts. Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, both expected back in the lineup Sunday. Craig Reynolds also back at practice today. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks, Gov. All right, 3 o'clock. TJ joining us. Very exciting. So, TJ, before we get to I have breaking news for you. Just a word quickly, and then can we please move on? What was ESPN reporting? They have suspended Sergeant Stallone or whatever his name is from the Michigan sidelines. What's the Bobby Stallion?
Yeah, is it Connor Stallion? He's suspended. I think Evan said with pay. So
yes, it is with pay.
Basically, that's a vacation.
Well, but it gives him plenty of time to get down to Columbus tomorrow to steal a bunch of stuff.
Need you to head to Ohio on your day off.
And his name is Connor Stallion.
Connor Stallion. Yeah.
Probably
he's been suspended.
I like Sergeant Stallone a lot better.
Probably routine practice. If somebody's under investigation, you say, go home while we figure it out.
Hey,
I don't know. I mean, I heard you guys. You hit on it enough probably yesterday.
Oh, you think?
And I hate to be that guy that wait and see, but I haven't seen anything that's substantial. I mean, this guy's breaking down TV film. It's like, okay.
This is all about,
unknown person, unknown place, unknown time. Yeah, sure. And if he's accused, if it's true of what he's accused of, then yeah, they should be punished.
What do you want to happen to him? You're a big Go Blue guy.
I would, honestly, I think I would be shocked if anything even comes out of it.
Okay. Well, he's losing.
I would be shocked. I'd be shocked if anything comes out of it. I would. Is that John Jansen?
That's actually the John Bot. That's the official. That's the official response to anything happening at U of M.
But look, I think Harbaugh is clearly the NCAA's Colonel Nathan Jessup. I mean, they want him on that wall and they need him on that wall. He's mocked him so long, and it's brought. I mean, he brought it upon.
I like that.
He brought it upon himself. I mean, with kind of how he's handled obviously what happened last year, and you know what I mean. It's kind of like a mocking type gesture of you can't catch me, right? Like, and now I think they're going to take every allegation, whether
not
it's
even a
legit or
mocking
not.
gesture. It's just him saying, "Yeah, I'm doing all of this, and you can't stop."
And I think this is their way in return of saying every little thing that comes out, true or not, we're going to make damn sure that it's public that we are investigating you. Now, nothing's might come out of this. I don't think anything will come out of this. But I think this is the way they treat him. And I think, look, and if you're Harbaugh, you can't really blame anybody. You kind of brought it on yourself.
248-539-9797. And I said it. I don't really want to go down this road, but that was the breaking news. Whatever. Your Navy intel guy is now suspended.
So Rain Man over there.
Yeah, honestly.
Dissecting pictures on
look,
powdered donuts on a poster
I don't know,
board.
man. They went from firing Harbaugh and never being able to win a big game to now they're Leviathan in the second half of every game.
I had
very difficult to find another reason.
I had a conversation with a couple coaches that I played for at Eastern Michigan that are still coaching, and I talked to one of them today, and I just said, "How would it be an advantage? How often do you guys change signals?" He said, "Every week." So I said, "Is there even an advantage somebody knowing your signals 2 weeks ago when you're playing this?" No. I mean, we change them. We have got 4 guys over there. We rotate, who's in, who's out. I mean, so like to me, and none of it just really makes sense. I mean, you really got to get an edge on Rutgers in Indiana
to try to get an advantage. Like,
if you run the system, you run the system.
Right,
That's
but I'm
what
saying,
it is, TJ. It's not selective if you're doing it.
And look, nothing makes sense. But then again,
network,
last year, did you need Mozzie to beat Indiana? No, but you took him on that plane anyway. He had the gun charge. You didn't need him. This is your chance to say, you know what? You're going to be suspended. Nope. Full systems go. We're going to win this game at all costs.
A lot of that was probably too protecting the player. I mean,
But
you don't want to throw it out there.
You know what? He's suspended for team rules for one game. I'll explain later.
Yeah,
and you move on.
I'm with you. I mean, and if it comes down to, and I think Evan was showing me pictures earlier of this
Sergeant
Stallone, like on the sideline with the coordinators, and like that's. If it's game day stuff, that's part of the game.
If it's game day only, there's no issue. But that's not what the accusation is.
Right. Which, and like I said, I mean, until I see something credible of
what do you
we
want?
have.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to get.
There's got to be evidence.
I'm
you
going to
can't
show
just
you.
throw this out.
I'm going to show you a picture of a guy who looks like Groucho Marx with giant safari binoculars at
With a fake
opposing
mustache.
stadium. What do you want? I mean,
that's what it's got to be, though. I mean,
But
if you're
it's
going to
his-
throw out these accusations, it shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, I'm quite sure his photo is
prove
now
it.
up at Buckeye Stadium. If you see this man, call security.
Right. It shouldn't be that hard to prove it if it's legit. So I think, look, if this thing takes a long time to play out, I don't think the NCAA has anything. I think that they're going to try to expedite this investigation where if they find something, we're going to know about it probably
Hell,
next
they
week.
presented evidence to Michigan State allegedly saying, hey, now we only run 4 plays, which
it shouldn't be difficult to figure out.
Enjoy stealing those.
But yeah, the fact that they told MSU and the other teams, hey, guys, just so you know, they probably know what you're doing. So
weird. So do State fans.
Great. I mean, so does everybody when you get in the game and you see what's going on. I mean, I don't know what to. Do you think players are coming to the sideline and saying, "Oh, I messed up. I thought it was a chocolate chip cookie on the board. It was oatmeal raisin, coach. My bad." Like that doesn't happen on game day. And are we just assuming that Michigan gets the last opportunity to make a check, offensive and defensive? Like they don't wait until they see the other team and then say, "Oh, wait, we got to change ours."
TJ, all
like,
I
that's
can
not
tell
how
you,
it works.
all I can tell you is this. When you look at the data, there is no team that has had the violent differential in first half, second half over the last 2 years. The second half against Michigan, they're either making the greatest halftime adjustments in the history of football, or the video evidence they have of Sergeant Funsalot doing his signals right next to the assistants. They got something. The guy's military level code breaker. So I'm just saying, if you want to know, well, geez, what evidence would there be? TJ, the second half against Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan State, outscoring people 69-3. Alabama in prime doesn't do that.
Second half, though, I mean, if you had their play calls going into the game, don't you think they'd be murdering teams in the first half?
No, but what about no. What you said
halftime
is the
like,
key.
hey, we picked up on it.
This was already. Listen, I talked to somebody, and it was explained to me like this.
Oh, siren.
Okay, I'll do it.
Be fair.
Woo! Good call. My bad. Good call, big fella. So, no, listen. It was the first half. Any changes they would make, you'd be able to resync the data you have. And then in the second half, you'd be able to deploy it. It's this idea that you're right. Changes do happen week to week. But you can't totally reinvent everything all the time. There's something to look. I didn't
give it a new name.
Yeah, I didn't go to the Navy Academy. All right, I wasn't smart enough. I'm not telling you I'm smart enough to know what the hell they're doing.
You weren't man enough.
No, I wasn't smart enough.
I'm just kidding.
No, you know what? Not man enough. Hey, buddy, I knew that. I don't think you or I would make it on the West Point. All right.
I would have been too big of a target.
But it's just, I'm just making a point here. It's there's enough smoke there where I'm willing to say, hey, I'm buying something. Something changed from the time he was about to get clipped to then all of a sudden recruiting never got better, and all of a sudden they started looking like Alabama in the second half of all these games. And now you got a bunch of teams with, in their mind, proof their stuff was getting stolen. That new Dellinger piece today is something. That's all I'm telling you. Doesn't save my team. Doesn't fix me. That's where I love Michigan fans think this is a win for me. What the hell does this do for me?
I mean,
That's like the homeless guy outside of a mansion going, well, at least the guy in there is up on tax evasion charges. You're still homeless.
Right, not to pile on, but I think for a lot of people, it adds in a built-in excuse. Oh, the only reason they did that is because they knew a place.
No, let me help you. They're going to beat us because they're exponentially better at football.
No, but the problem is whether it's the accusation. So no matter what happens, you're going to always have that cloud over your head. You win a national title, you're Bill Belichick and the Patriots. But did you cheat? We'll never know. The whole spy thing. Brady, did you deflate the balls? We'll never know.
The only thing I focused on when we did this.
I'm saying it's that.
And you guys are the same. I mean,
but TJ, here's the thing.
We're honest
for
Urban Meyer and
we're honest about it, though.
Yeah, I'm with
what
you
I'm
too.
saying
Why
is,
am I yelling?
I don't know.
What
We're
I'm
on the
saying
same
is
page.
this. That's fine. And we had a caller yesterday, and I applaud him. He said, I don't care. Just win games. But you can't come across as we do it the right way and then have all of these things keep happening and then justify them. Just simply say, we're like the SEC, it matters more to us, and move on. But it's the whole, we're leaders in best, and we do it this way, and we're not like those scumbags in Columbus and down in the SEC. Actually, you are. Because you're doing the same thing.
I'm willing to admit it.
Yeah, that's all. Just admit it.
If Satan was in the transfer portal and he could run the RPO effectively, I'll drill holes in the helmet so the horns can slip through. I'll do whatever you want. But I don't pretend the way they do. I don't do this stuff.
Yeah. Right, that's what I said. Yeah, for me, yeah. If Urban wanted to come there, I don't care what you did.
I want to see if he'll take my bet.
Go win games.
Because then I do want to get to the Lions.
We're on the same page.
Hold on, brother. Will you take my bet?
I don't know what it is.
I'm about to tell you.
Maybe.
Why am I yelling?
I don't know.
MSU's team total. Team total. Over under 10.5. I want the under. Would you take the over? Gentleman's bet, off-air amount.
Yeah, I would take the over. I would do that.
Let's party. All right, I got some action on the game now. I already bet Michigan, but I needed something else.
So my bet doesn't count?
Nah.
Okay.
I'll do that for you, Mike.
I took the over, but apparently,
13 points.
What makes you think they can get over 10.5? You watch Michigan State football.
David, do you think it's going to be a close game?
No.
I think we're going to see a lot of
Kenny's
backups
excited.
maybe in the fourth quarter. Who knows? I mean, there could be a garbage time touchdown in there.
Tell him what Kenny thinks about the game, David.
Oh, Kenny doesn't look happy. Hutchdown? Did you say Hutchdown? Nice. I like that. It's the first time I've heard that.
Try the agave. All right, here's what I want. Wait a minute. So you've heard?
I've heard that.
Oh,
one, yeah.
I mean, Kenny's a star now, huh?
You can make me drinks any day, man.
All you need to do is muddle the sage. What about Goby Bear or whatever his name is? Ghost Bear.
Goopy Bear.
Stick up for yourself, Kenny.
Boiled shrimp.
You can't do it.
Any toppings you like. All right, here's the deal. I've got Lions, Ravens. I have breaking news. It's gonna go one of two ways. I want to know if TJ agrees with one, both, or neither of my proclamations regarding your Lions next.
I'm excited.
Yeah, you should be. This is actual good stuff. I know you don't get the creativity like this in the mornings. 248-539-9797. Let's let it all play out, Johnny. All right, 97. Rico, tell them all about it.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew, gigantic Wolverine fan, and the sales staff. They want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They'll find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Hamilton recently received a large delivery of new 2024 Chevrolets. They're ready for immediate delivery, and selection is best right now, including the October Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, I said that. You get a brand new 2024 Chevy Equinox for under $300 a month. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. If you would stop hitting buttons, Chevrolet, find new roads.
seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number one seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
Hey, when you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, slip and fall, attorney David Femininio, the guy you need to call. We've told you, you get David, you get paid. It's simple. He'll personally make sure you get every dime you deserve, and David doesn't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, tell them to call David Femininio. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so I want to switch to Lions and Ravens. And this is really, really, really exciting because they haven't been 6-1 since 1956. I did not stutter.
It was Wojo's graduation year, wasn't it?
Probably. Sounds about right. Or the last time he wrote something critical about U of M. So listen, let me do this. I think there are 2 declarative statements I can make about this game. One of them is this. If you go on the road and get to 6-1, you will have gone to Kansas City, to Lambeau, to Tampa, and then to Baltimore and swept the board. 4 for 4 on the road. That is exceedingly difficult. If you win this game, you will move to 6-1. No matter what happens across the league, you will be tied for the league's best record, and then you get to dunk on the Raiders on a long week and go to 7-1. If you win this game, you are absolutely a true Super Bowl contender. Declarative statement 1. If you win this game, you are San Francisco, you are Philadelphia. You are a true Super Bowl candidate out of the NFC. Declarative statement 2. You're not winning this game Sunday. This is the end of the road for the good times. You're still damn good, but you got to be an absolute wagon to go on the road to Baltimore, to keep doing this, to go 4 for 4 on the road, to just keep the vibes going. It's hard, man. Teams don't go 16-1. You can be elite, but you don't win every week. Evidence, Rico's team lost to P.J. Walker last week. Bleep happens. So I feel like this is kind of one of those league games. You don't have the heartbeat of your team in David Montgomery. We're going to get Gibbs back. Let's see what that's worth. But you're going to take on a Baltimore team that, analytically speaking, is top 5 in offense and top 5 in defense. I just think it is kind of one of those games where you know what? We're still a hell of a good team. But in order to win this game, you got to be Super Bowl good. And I'm not ready to go there yet. Which declarative statement do you buy more? That if you win, you are absolutely a Super Bowl team, or despite as good as I think the team is, they're not winning Sunday?
I vote yes on Prop 1 and no on Prop 2.
Be careful with that.
And Mike, we talked about this earlier. I've been a guy, like most fans this season, that I watch this team keep winning. I watch Jared Goff keep having great games. And I always keep saying to myself, I just got to see it one more time. Oh, I got to see it against Baltimore. Oh, I got to see Goff do it again on the road. Oh, I got to see this happen again, right? Just one more time. I want to see it one more time. I'm at the point now, I don't need to see anything anymore. I already think this team is a legit Super Bowl contender. With that being said, I don't think this is certainly not an easy game. This is going to be the first probably true road game this team has faced. Arrowhead's a tough place to play, but when you look up and there's 15,000 Lions fans, makes you feel a little bit better. When you go to Tampa and it's probably 50-50 Lions fans, makes you feel a little bit better. Baltimore's one of those places that it's intense. It is hostile. You feel like you're truly going into enemy territory. I would assume there's still going to be a good amount of traveling fans at this game, but it's not going to be anything like what we saw in Green Bay, and certainly not Tampa Bay. So I do think it's going to be a tough game. But I've seen enough from this team. I've seen enough from this defense. I've seen enough from Jared Goff this year consistently to say this is a good football team, and if you're the good football team that I think you are, this is a game you find a way to win. Because I look at Baltimore and I say they're a good football team too. They've got athletes all over the place. We know Lamar Jackson is an incredible athlete, but they have flaws. I don't look at this as going into some powerhouse team. It's certainly going to be a tough game, but I expect them to win this game. And I think I'm done with I need to see it again. Oh, I need to see it against Baltimore. Oh, I need to see it one more time. I'm done with that. I think I've seen enough to where I believe that this team, when they play the style of football they've played for the first 6 weeks, they can beat anybody. And I haven't seen anything outside of maybe a couple injuries here and there. I think Montgomery's certainly going to hurt you. But I haven't seen anything from this team so far that has been concerning to me to say, that's not sustainable. You got lucky. We can't keep that up. No, I haven't seen it from this
everything
team.
I'm talking about, Enrico, I'll get out of your way here. It's just, TJ, you know how hard it is to win your first 4 road games of the year.
Absolutely.
Do it in tough places. I feel like things have been going so well that I'm just accustomed in the NFL to, all right, you know what? Bloom's going to be off the rows that week. It's not me. Believe me, I've been Mr. Positive about the team.
Yeah.
They win this game, I'd be infinitely impressed.
Yeah, and it's going to happen eventually. I mean, it's going to happen. You're going to lay a dud. I know that. I just don't feel like it's going to be this week.
See, I don't look at it as this team is, I do think that Baltimore is probably going to end up winning this game. I would feel better if the game was here, but it's not. But it's nothing against this team. I just feel like, kind of like what Mike said, it's hard to just keep winning week after week after week. The injuries, though they're not significant, are just starting to pile up, and you may end up losing a game. Now, like I said, for me, it was split one of those 2 games either last week or this week. You got last week's game. If you lose this week, you're still on pace, man, to go 13-4. Like, it's not going to derail your season whatsoever. But I do just kind of feel like in the NFL, man, it's just that game where – you know what? You just don't have it. Like, everything just caught up to you. Fortunately, you get the Raiders and a bye week, which I just consider you get 2 bye weeks after this game. But I do think that the biggest thing that this team has had problems with has always been a mobile QB, the guy that can extend plays. And even in Kansas City, they beat them. But the game was a lot closer because Mahomes was able to extend plays, to move around, to move the pocket, and just to make things difficult. That even when your defense is doing their job, nobody's accounting for that quarterback. Now, Lamar is a little faster and a little different than Patrick Mahomes. That's the only thing that bothers me. I don't think that it's a coincidence that, when you look back, that Geno Smith and the Seahawks has been a problem for the Lions. Geno can move the ball. He'll move around. He'll extend plays. That's been the one bugaboo for this defense is that mobile QB.
Yeah, and I think I felt how you do now. I felt that way last week. I felt, oh, man, Tampa, the Heat, good defense, right? Maybe this is the week that, hey, we kind of get brought back to earth a little bit, right, and have to regroup. Clearly, awesome. I was wrong about that. I think with Baltimore, though, like the situational football that they've been playing on defense has been incredibly good on third down, getting off the field. Even last week against Tampa, hey, let them march into the red zone. Don't care. Hold them to 3 points, right? We're going to win games that way. We got an offense good enough to win games. You look at Baltimore and you say, they're going to have their plays. Lamar's going to have probably a 30-yard scramble on a big third down. They're going to hit an explosive play, probably to Zay Flowers or Mark Andrews down the field. But when they get in the red zone, keep them out of the end zone, right? And I think this team has been doing that against pretty good offenses and pretty good other, last week, Mike Evans, Chris Scott, those are pretty two good red zone threats, right? And you limit those guys to 2 field goals. I just think that I've got confidence in them being able to do that again. I don't care how many yards Lamar runs for, how many he throws for, as long as you keep him out of the end zone, that's all I care about. And that's what this team has been doing. And I just think the confidence on the offensive side of the ball, I'll admit, I was one of those guys like Jim Costa, where I'm looking at Jared Goff and I'm saying, he's a good quarterback. This guy's playing incredible football right now. And the confidence level that he has, the throws that he's making that we didn't see him make in the past, right? Last year was just, man, you got one-on-one, pull the trigger, right? Wasn't doing it. This year, he's playing with so much confidence. He trusts the guys. He trusts his receivers. We saw it last week with Jamo. Drop, right, on the beautiful 20-yard comeback on the route. Probably a little bit underthrown. Should have made the catch, right? No worries. Go right back to you. 2 plays later, bam, 45-yard touchdown. Right. Like, he's playing at a different level right now that I think just gives me that confidence that you can go toe-to-toe with anybody. Now, I think you kind of mentioned it. Kind of had a rough patch with injuries lately. This is going to be a physical-ass football game. It always is when you play these AFC North, whether it's Cleveland, Pittsburgh, now Baltimore, Cincinnati's. It's a physical football game. Probably going to get beat up again. But I just think they have the complete team to go out there, handle adversity. Don't care who's in our way. We got one job to do. We came here for a reason. Let's get out there, get the job done, get the hell out of here. It's just a different feel around this football team. And like I said, I'm done with the, we'll see. I don't know. I know that they're not going to win every game on their schedule left.
Close.
But this is a good football team that I think you got a damn good chance to go do it again this week.
Like I said, now you win this game, I'm handing out the You win this game, BOGO happens, you got the Raiders. I'm throwing in that Raiders win already if you win.
Yeah, and I heard you talking earlier, Mike, who are you more excited to watch the rivalry game tomorrow? The Lions. I think it's the Lions because
for me, but I'm a State fan.
Well, and you'd be more excited, I think, if Michigan State won.
Or had a coach.
Well, stay on track.
I'm sorry.
But I think we'd all be absolutely thrilled if the Lions pulled this one out, right? Because that would just kind of legitimize what we think about this team. I already think I'm there. I think you guys need to see it one more time.
No. I don't.
No. But just saying, if they win this right now, I'm going to Super Bowl. I'm already there.
You have to understand. I said at the beginning of the week, you're on pace to be the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Win or lose with this game, you're on pace.
Whereas I said the 2 seed is still the ceiling for me.
Yeah. No. Rico and I talked about it last week in a joking manner. Like, could you imagine?
David, I broke out jokingly. David's yelling at us. Everybody shut up. See? David has to feel important. We'll continue momentarily. You've heard us talk about capital mortgage funding. The home purchase market is something. I don't know what to tell you. Rates aren't good, and yet multiple offers, overbidding, chaos. If you want to buy a house, you're going to need a pre-approval. You got to have that offer ready to roll, or by the time your ass hits the car seat, that house is gone. So if you want to get that done, go to Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff there will make the process as painless as possible. And the days of them promising you some amazing rate are toast, but they can at least get you the pre-approval done and get it done right quick, and effective. It's 1-800-LOW-RATE. Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker.
Look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless. And yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision. And through an interception, they lost. And those weren't two good teams. Seasons are very long, and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A
They
win
could.
over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But
another suspension in Ann Arbor. This update brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome.
This is
a
true.
former military
The Bear-
analyst and current University of Michigan football staffer, Connor Stallions, is at the center of allegations that the Wolverines conducted impermissible in-person scouting and sign stealing of opponents. He has been suspended by the university with pay pending the results of the investigation. Other reports accuse Michigan of using a vast network of informants. Jim Harbaugh denies any knowledge of same. Michigan at Michigan State tomorrow night at 7:30, 4 p.m. the pregame right here on 97 on the ticket. Wolverines favored by 24. Elsewhere tomorrow, Penn State a 4.5-point road underdog at Ohio State. Western Michigan visiting Ohio U. Central at Ball State. Eastern visiting Northern Illinois. 5-1 Lions, a 3-point road dog at 3-2 Baltimore, who've already lost at home to the Colts. Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, both expected back in the lineup Sunday. Craig Reynolds back at practice today. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Just doing some redecorating. Don't mind me. All right.
That's called destroying property.
David Ticketek.
Just no respect.
Then we get I don't have any. Then we get to the people.
Says, not sure I can ever say that the Lions will be Super Bowl contenders until this year. They are playing like it. So, yes, they win Sunday, and I'll say it along with you, Mike.
That's right.
Someone says,
See, I don't even think they have to win Sunday. They're there. It's just Lions fans can't grasp the fact this team's good and looking at the remaining of the schedule. They're there already. That's why this game, if you win it, great. If you don't, you're still on pace to be the number 1 seed. I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
Not sure if this makes sense, but I believe the Lions can make the Super Bowl now. But if they win Sunday, I'm convinced they are going to the Super Bowl.
I think that would accurately describe how I feel. It's the difference between, sure, I think they're capable to where if you win, you're like, oh my God, they're an absolute freight train.
Start grabbing Airbnbs in Las Vegas.
See, here's the thing for me, and maybe the whole. I think that they can become the number 1 seed. I think they'll be in the playoffs, but I don't know if because they've never been there before, the difference between regular season and playoff. And TJ, you can speak to that because you've gone through that. It's a different game. It's a lot faster. They've never been there, so I think that they could get a top seed. But then I don't know if they have what it takes to get over that next hump.
Yeah, we'll see. And honestly, I mean, I'm excited to see what happens over the next couple weeks, right? I think the trade deadline's coming up in a couple weeks.
31st.
And I'm not going to sit here and scream, oh, you got to add this. But if they don't make any moves, I think that would kind of hint to me that they'd be okay just winning the division, right? I think the best teams never stop acquiring good players. We saw it all last year. You see it every year with the Chiefs. You see it every year with the Eagles.
Look at this scumbag. They went out and got Randy Gregory for $5.
Right, and last year McCaffrey. Right, I mean that would be something if they make a couple appropriate moves. I think that would let us all know that they feel the same way we do, which is legit contenders.
I'll be the guy yelling then. They have to make a move.
You have to, yeah. And for the people that are saying, well, number 1 seed, you guys are crazy. The AFC has been a gauntlet for a couple years, right? Who was the number 1 seed 2 years ago? The Tennessee Titans, right? You don't look at them and say, oh, they're a powerhouse, right? Even back then in 2021, they weren't a powerhouse. They just kept, they kept winning games, ugly games, running the ball, stopping. You know what I mean? It's very similar to what the Lions
see,
are
that's
doing.
what I'm saying. There's a difference between the number 1 seed and the Super Bowl, but I think based on the rest of your schedule and how you are playing now, it doesn't matter what happens on Sunday. Yes. Do you want to win? Absolutely. If this team loses, I'm not going to come out here and say, well, you had your chance. You're still on pace to be at worst, the absolute worst, You're the third seed. You're going to get a home playoff game.
Yeah, you should be totally fine.
But
right?
I look at your you got the Big Ten West for the remainder of the schedule. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
you can beat Wisconsin and Illinois and Iowa.
That's the best part of starting 5-1 is when that time does come where you hit a couple rough patches, you've built yourself enough cushion to not have to panic and not have to press to freak out about, oh, no, you're still going to have a nice, comfortable lead, at least in the division. So that's been the great part about the first 6 games, because these games are the ones we're going to look back on at the end of the season and say, man, that was a huge win. Didn't realize it at the time, but yep, when we went to Baltimore, man, that was the big one.
I think the Tampa game is going to be a
Could
game
be too,
where we're going to
yeah.
look back and say, wow, that game means a whole lot more.
Yeah, it happens every year.
248-539-9797. All right, let me get some of the calls in the mix. Go to Bryson, 97.1. What's up, Bryson? How are you?
Well, it's good, gentlemen. How are you all doing today?
Hey, Bryce.
You guys there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got
you. You hear us?
All right, got you. So I'm agreeing with all three of you guys on little different topics here. I'll agree with Mike from earlier in the week when you said there's scheduled losses. There's 2-3 games around this bye that we could lose. And guess what, Lions fans? 2 losses, and the sky's still not falling down on this team. We still have a good team. But then you look at our schedule, Rico's right that the schedule gets us to the first seed. But I don't want an asterisk on this first seed. I'm done with eating kneecaps, biting them off. I want to go straight for the souls. If you look at the quarterbacks in the last 3-4 games, look at them in the fourth quarter. They're all sitting there on the bench, hopeless faces. I want that for 16 weeks straight, all the way till the Super Bowl. And I think there's a couple things, the trade that TJ's talking about, that you can do that'll get us there.
Yeah, one of them's another pass rusher.
Exactly. And if you look at teams that could be 1-7 after the next 2 weeks, Giants, Panthers, Broncos. Pick your name, pick what you want. I'm no rocket scientist. I don't understand the U.S. tax code or the salary cap.
No, but can I throw one more name, one more team? I don't think the
Go for it.
Vikings win this week, and Daniil Hunter doesn't have a contract. I think guys who
Understood.
are expiring give you a better opportunity. The Brian Burns thing has been bantied about by other hosts at this station. I'll never knock it, but I haven't heard any indication they're going to move Brian Burns.
But how desperate are the Panthers for draft capital right now?
I would say very. I mean, they're in a rebuild.
More
They got
desperate
it.
than they were last year.
Yeah,
So
they
that's
gave
where
away their number
the
one
possibility
pick.
comes into
They
play.
gave it all up for Bryce, too, yeah. No, I agree with you. I think, and even the Giants are kind of intriguing. I mean,
we just don't have any pass rush.
Well, Leonard Williams is a very good interior guy, right?
I'd be happy to give you him. He's been garbage since we paid him.
You're going to say everybody.
He had an 11.5 sack season. We paid him. He doesn't have 11.5 sacks since.
There's nobody to compliment him. You pair him up with
He
Aiden
plays
Hutchinson.
next to Dexter Lawrence. I'm yelling again.
Get some medicine in here for you.
No,
My
I just
goodness.
you needle. I don't have any joy with football. Christ.
You got to tell me before the show where the soft spots are, Rico. I can't
TJ,
keep
you know
doing
what?
this.
Every now and then I need somebody else to do the heavy lifting.
No, I mean, Rico.
You're over there smiling at me.
TJ ought to go to some crackhead meeting and then just remind everybody, hey, man, remember how much you miss doing crack? You bring people to a bad place.
TJ, ask him if he misses
I just
Dave.
said Leonard
TJ,
Williams was a good player. I didn't know it was going to rile you
TJ,
up.
ask him if he misses Dave Warner.
Oh, no, I'm not. It's on you.
You know what? Just going to go ahead and tell you about Old Nation Brewing. Do you work with people you hate? Good. Grab some Old Nation beer. Hey, are you a Michigan fan whose team's on the way to a natty? Yep, Old Nation. Hey, if you're a Spartan fan, you don't want to get out of bed. Old Nation. It's all there for you. The complete lineup. M43, B43, the Oktoberfest. They just got named the best regional brewery in America, damn near, by Untapped. Only Michigan brewery to be in that category. What else do you need? When you're driving home today, stop, get a little 4-pack from where you buy beer. Ask for Old Nation by name. It's oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly.
seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number 1 seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
And still, I don't even care anymore. We have the very same record and the very same record last week, and this guy walks in with the belt, just like he did 2 weeks ago. I go 10-2. This guy walks in with my belt because I'm not here.
He had the belt last week, reigning champion.
Oh, so it's make it, you take it.
Right.
Pick up basketball.
Right, because I was tied as well, and, Kenny told me to go park a car. So
yeah, we tied. I won last week. By default.
Going to the bullpen, Rico.
Let's do the picks. All right, let's do the picks. We got a Service Academy game. Air Force travels to Annapolis. Over under 34. We go to Rico.
Mike, I'm looking at this. Looks like Air Force will probably run the ball a lot. Give me the over in this game.
Also, water's wet. Let's go to Kenny Cott.
34. Jesus. Under, I guess.
Touchdown. All right, let's go to David.
Yeah, I think it's going to rain, so I'm going to go under.
This is a Mike Valenti special, ain't it, Rico? That
it is.
Over-under in a Service Academy
right there.
matchup.
Hey,
What are we doing?
Black Jesus did it, not me.
What are we doing? I'm going to take the over.
Got to go under. Service Academy unders hit it like 75%. It's disgusting.
I told you this was a
and both
got
teams.
all the stats.
Both teams backup quarterbacks. Rhett Laurier's hurt for Air Force, and then Leviatai, whatever his name is, out for Navy, but he blows. All right, Mississippi State at Arkansas. Arkansas laying 6.5. What's the problem?
You're a freak. You know every player.
I
for Air Force
do a podcast
Navy.
called Catch the Chicken. We know these things. All right, Miss State at Arkansas. Arky, losers of 5 in a row. Maybe the only team that blows more than State. Rico.
Maybe Mike, but they're at home for the first time in 5 weeks.
A lot of pride in those pigs, huh?
There's a lot of pride. Woo, pigs.
That's right. Prideful piggies.
100% Rico. Woo pig suey.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. They're at home again. Go Arkansas.
TJ.
I'm going to try to steal one here and go with Mississippi State. Don't know why, but everybody else picked against it, so I'm going to take them.
Arkansas's had a gauntlet of a schedule, 4 to 5 losses, are by 1 score. I don't know. Give me Arky. This is the rat line of the week, boys. Clemson laying 3 on the road at Miami. We go to Rico Beard.
Yeah, I don't really believe in either. I don't believe in either one of these teams. But if I had to pick one, I'll take Clemson.
Kenny?
Who's the bigger fraud? Clemson, Miami, Clemson, Miami. Miami is the bigger fraud. Go Clemson.
Over to David.
Yeah, I can't stand either team. Dabo, but I got to go Dabo and Clemson here.
Teach?
Yeah, Cristobal, at least made one of the dumbest decisions you're ever going to see in college football. I just can't trust a guy like that. Give me Clemson.
Neither can I, but the line looks weird.
I don't care.
Clemson has no explosiveness on offense. None. I'm going
Miami is Miami.
I know
Miami will refuse to take a knee.
I know, and there's a chance Tyler Van Dyke doesn't play. I don't know. Just give me Miami. Move on. Tennessee, Bama. Bama laying 9.5. Rico.
I think Bama finally has confidence in their quarterback. And, we had the Tennessee fan that called up the show yesterday. He didn't sound confident. Roll Tide.
Kenneth.
Alabama's got no business laying 9.5 to anybody. Give me Tennessee.
Over to David.
And I hear you, Kenny. 9.5 is a lot, but Tennessee can't score. Their offense is horrible. I got to go Alabama.
TJ?
Yeah, Tennessee offense stinks right now. What did Milton throw 100 yards against A&M?
Well, they're a running football team.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to throw it against Alabama. Give me Crimson Tide.
Tennessee gets a ton of pressure on the quarterback. Tennessee's going to pound the rock. They ran it on A&M when Bama really couldn't. I'll take the points here. I don't get how this is 9. I'm with Kenny on this. Let's go over to Utah USC, a.k.a. what I'll be watching instead of Michigan State. USC laying 7. Rico Beard.
USC can't play a lick of defense. They'll score points, but I like Utah and the points in this game.
Over to Kenneth.
Yeah, USC's defense does stink, but I'll take them laying 7 here.
David.
Yeah, is Cam Rising ever going to play football ever again?
No, there's reports he could redshirt, along with Keithy, the star tight end who hasn't played.
I'm going to go for a recovery game with Caleb Williams, USC.
All right.
Yeah, you said it best, David. I think USC back against the wall. No, they can't drop another one. I think they're going to win big.
This is also Utah away from home. They turned into a pumpkin. They've played awful on the road this year. I'll take USC. Let's go to Penn. Oh, big noon kickoff. Penn State getting 4.5. They travel to OSU. Rico taking a deep sigh.
Because this is the game that makes no sense. Everything in me screams Penn State. You got the number one defense. Ohio State is missing 3 of their running backs, maybe a wide receiver. Does James Franklin still coach Penn State? Give me Ohio State.
Over to Kenny.
It's more than a field goal. It's too close to the Devil's number. I'm going to take Penn State here.
Hatchet.
So I believed earlier in the year that Ohio State found their quarterback against Notre Dame. I believe Penn State will find theirs. Drew Aller will be the difference in this game. Penn State.
TJ, who hates both of these programs.
Yeah, just can't trust James Franklin. Just quite can't. This game's in Columbus. Got potential, I think, to be ugly. I'm taking Ohio State.
I just still think he comes back. OSU's 94th in America running the ball, 3.7 yards a carry, and the O-line sucks. That's Manny Diaz pressure calling card.
It is.
NFL corners.
But James Franklin studies from the Mario Cristobal School of Coaching.
I got to take Penn State. Give me the 4.5.
Win up. Just throw the ball.
I'm going Penn State. God help me. All right, Michigan State. Yay. MSU catching 24. Rico Beard. What's so funny, Kenny? What?
That's a big number.
Turd Ferguson. It's a big hat. It's funny. It's a funny hat.
A lot of tights.
A lot of points. Still a rivalry game. There'll be some pride. They're wearing the Dice Shadows jerseys. I'll take Michigan State in the points.
Kenny Koch.
Originally, I was going to take Michigan, but at halftime, Urban Meyer comes out of the tunnel and fires up the boys. Michigan State covers.
What a dream sequence. Then he throws a down marker and kills somebody with it. Brick, you just killed a guy with a trident.
I hate you, Kenny. That's my nightmare. It ain't happening.
I have nothing.
Screw Urban Meyer. Let's go blue.
Okay. I'm sorry, TJ. Go ahead. Just do it.
Yeah, Michigan big.
Michigan.
All black, Mike, for the
funeral.
Yeah.
I would.
Sure you haven't heard that
Rico
one
and
yet
I
this week.
agreed. I never would have wore these jerseys for this game. I bet Michigan earlier in the week. I'm locked in. Let's party. Let's go to pros, shall we? You want coaching malpractice? Forget about Harlan Barnett. I give you Brandon Staley. Chargers catching 5.5. They travel to Arrowhead. Mr. Rico Beard.
Oh, the devil's number.
That's right.
But you know what? I rebuke you, Satan. I'm taking the Chiefs.
Over to Kenny.
It is the devil's number, but Brandon Staley. Give me the Chiefs.
I got to go with the devil here. I got to go with the Chargers.
You've been going with the devil all day, David.
The hell was that?
Dusty Rhodes.
Talking about Brandon Staley?
Talking about the level of coaching poor Justin Herbert gets.
This is going to be a week of the Road Dogs, I believe, and it's going to start with San Diego.
Really?
Start with L.A. Chargers. I hate Brandon Staley, but the Chargers, Herbert does just enough to keep it close. I think they're going to cover.
All right, I'm going to just go. I feel like they priced in Herbert's more hurt than we realize, more than just the hand. I'm going to go Chiefs.
Line's been bad, too.
Ew,
Bad.
brutal. Dolphins, Eagles, Sunday night football. By the way, anybody else notice why did they change the Sunday night theme? Why is it so dark and angry now? Like it's not just, waiting all day for Sunday.
Not Carrie Underwood anymore?
It sort of is.
It
but
is,
like
but she came out with a different version of it.
It's
more goth.
It's almost sultry, if you will. I don't know. Dolphins, Eagles. Eagles laying 2.5.
Things that bother you. You know what? I'm going to go.
Tread lightly.
I know.
Careful, Rico.
We love horses.
Careful.
We love horses.
Dexter Lawrence is great.
Right. You know what? I think this is a bounce back game from the Eagles that found a way to lose last week. Give me the Eagles.
Over to Kenneth.
I'm just rooting against the Eagles because of conference standings. Give me the Dolphins.
Oh, I understand what you're doing there, but I have to go Eagles here.
TJ.
Road dog again. Dolphins scoring a lot of points. Some just doesn't look right with Philly right now. Jalen Hurts does not look like the same quarterback. He's making way too many silly mistakes. I think it's going to cost him when you play an explosive offense like Miami. So I'm taking the road dog.
Miami, outside, 41 degrees. Toughness versus finesse. Eagles embarrassed last week. And the Dolphins don't get a ton of pressure on you. I'm going to go Eagles. But if Lane Johnson doesn't play, I'm dead.
Key. Lane Johnson might not be.
Do you know their record when Lane Johnson doesn't play? 10-22. They can't win a game without Lane Johnson. All right, there we go. You're welcome. Lions at Baltimore. Baltimore laying 3. Mr. Rico Beard. Do the robot dance, Rico. that guy went nuts when the Holy Ghost came out.
Baltimore coming back from London, but one of the biggest fallacies out there is when you come back from London that you lose games. That's not actually true. I got the Ravens.
Quickly, Kenny.
Good teams win, but great teams cover. Give me the Lions. Throw away the points. Win straight up.
David?
You're right, Rico. I should have went with his soul. I'm going to go Baltimore here.
TJ.
You wanted Michigan to win so badly. This is on you. On you.
Road dog again. Sweet revenge, I feel. Riley Patterson, walk-off field goal, about 48 yards. Lions 24. Ravens 22.
Yeah, no. Ravens going to win. All right, those are the picks. Boo! 97-1.
Boo.
it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page.
Brought to you by the good people at Mother Waddles. His name is Connor Stallions. Who is he? He's a former military captain and current University of Michigan football staffer who serves as an analyst. He makes $55,000 a year. Well, he is at the center of allegations that the Wolverines conducted impermissible in-person scouting and sign stealing of opponents. He has been suspended this afternoon with pay by the university pending the results of the investigation. Other reports accuse Michigan of using a vast network of informants. Keep it right here. A 97 won the ticket for the latest in this developing story. Jim Harbaugh, for the record, denies any knowledge of same. Michigan at Michigan State tomorrow night at 7:30, 4 p.m. our pregame right here on 97 won the ticket. Elsewhere tomorrow, Ohio State home to Penn State. Buckeyes favored by 4.5 to 5.5. Also tomorrow, local interest, Western Michigan visiting Ohio U, Central at Ball State, Eastern visiting Northern Illinois. It's the Lions, a 3-point road dog at 3-2 Baltimore Sunday. Some good news for Lions fans. Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, both expected back in the lineup on Sunday. Craig Reynolds also back at practice today. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we will get some ticket texts here. Let's get the phone calls. We're going to do Who Said It here at 4:15 to make sure we have it appropriately timed out. David, feedback from the picks and otherwise on a big Friday.
I think TJ is right. The Lions have proven they are a serious team, and this feels like a game where the Lions are good enough to steal one. That is from Ryan. We're going to beat the Ravens, and then we're going to decapitate CMC's head in the NFC Championship game, expose Rat Purdy for the fraud he is, and make Rico cry. We expect the Lions to win.
Personal.
I mean, sure. But the thing is, see, I don't get to retaliate if it goes the other way. I have to be the bigger person.
We expect the Lions to win. The Ravens are still trying to figure out their offense, which doesn't look good. Only thing that's saving them is their defense. Super Bowl good.
Hold on. Time out. What did that person just say?
The Ravens' defense is really saving them. They're off. They're trying to figure out their offense.
They have a top 5 offense.
Yeah, they sure do.
It's cool if you say things, but when you straight make stuff up, that's kind of an issue.
Rat Purdy.
Oh, the red zone.
That's fact.
That's not fact.
From Kevin, my expectations have changed from just winning the division to winning at least one playoff game. The NFC is too weak this year for us not to.
I think it is a down year in the NFC. And what I mean is the top of the NFC is very good, but there's really nothing else. It's much like the Big Ten. But I think the Lions are one of OSU, PSU, and Michigan.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would be bitterly disappointed if this team doesn't win a playoff game this year. Everybody okay? Did that comment kill somebody?
I thought David had more.
Yeah, I did too.
Wow, David, they're calling you out.
The Gov drop of spicy garlic guy is killing me. Needs to be added to a new White Rumors, Kirk in Troy.
In the Tecumseh area.
I miss the big black sack. That was the best one. You still got it up there?
No.
Haven't heard that in a long time.
No, we let that one go.
But you know what? I think
Shame.
TJ just gave us a new drop.
Oh, I had one Monday. I had one Monday for sure. I don't think Roberto was listening. I would have heard it already this week.
Okay, then let's get to the people.
Wait, you had what Monday?
A drop.
Oh, okay.
Really? Okay.
Not the other thing.
Can I go
Let's just
home?
take a caller.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to Antonio. Antonio, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you, sir?
Excellent. What's up?
Good. First time caller, long time listener. I was calling to get my thoughts about the Lions and Ravens game Sunday.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to know y'all. If y'all could agree with me, like the Ravens had to play across the pond Sunday, and that was they lost to the Steelers the week before, and it was a tough game. Now they got to come back home and play a good team against the Lions. I think they're not going to be ready.
Look, I think there's something to what you're saying regarding the travel, a little bit of jet lag, whatever you want to call it. I don't have an issue with that. I
think I heard Doug talk about it. I think the record is like 9-4 for people when teams come back from London. It's actually not what we think it is, where it's like, oh, it's jet lag and you're not going to make it. They actually win more games than they lose when they come back from playing overseas.
Yeah, and this will be Baltimore's first home game in 4 weeks.
They had a bad taste in their mouth against the Steelers the week before. So they really wanted to – they kicked 6 field goals against the Tennessee team. That's no good. You agree?
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, Tennessee did a nice job of holding them to field goals. You're right. I think when you look at the stats, though, the Ravens in the first quarter outscoring teams 41-6. The Lions 48-10 outscoring in the opening quarter. So you're right. I mean, if there is a little bit of a London hangover and they get off to a slow start, that's where you gotta jump on top of them.
A question for you guys, unrelated. I was thinking about something. Remember when the news broke here? I don't know, about 45 minutes ago with the Michigan thing. Mm-hmm. If you're suspending this guy, Sergeant Stallione or whatever the hell his name was, here's my thing. Why wouldn't you suspend Harbaugh? Have it on your watch. It's in the bylaws that says it doesn't matter if you knew about it or not. Your coach is already under investigation by the NCAA. And second of all, I see what they're doing. They're going to turn this guy into a patsy. But my point to you is, okay, let's say Harbaugh claims I didn't know what was going on. Well, I would give you a quote from a book all about leadership written by a guy you may remember named Bo Schembechler. He basically said, saying I didn't know is never an excuse. Just means you're too stupid to have the job. That's a quote from your boy. The point I'm making to you is, even if Jim didn't know, the assistants were benefiting. So the idea of suspending this guy, well, hey, hell, half of you guys are telling me nothing to see here. Then why'd they suspend him?
Just throwing a little chum in the water. Hey, here, you know what? Just in case, we'll give you this guy. Is that good enough for everybody? We'll move along. You're right. But they're going to turn him into the lone gunman.
Yeah,
he was this rogue fan who just went too far.
Rogue fan? He was on staff.
Well, he started off as a rogue fan, and then he got the job.
No, I'm just saying we had this conversation about Mel Tucker, too. Just when an investigation comes out, you can't just get suspended because there's an investigation, right? I know that with this guy probably said, hey, you're a low-level staffer. Take a couple weeks off until it probably comes back.
Yeah,
but if you suspend Harbaugh, I mean, you're the same thing with Mel Tucker we talked about. If it comes out that what he did nothing wrong, now you're looking at a whole lot of liability, aren't you?
Here's the difference. That was never the case.
Well, Mel Tucker actually admitted, but I get what you're saying.
I'm just saying every time you open an investigation, you can't just, you're suspended because they're investigating you.
No, but that's my point.
The case,
if he didn't do anything wrong, they could easily just say,
we're going to let it play out.
But no, we're not. We're not going to start. We're not going to embarrass this guy. He didn't do anything wrong.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Because maybe it's the difference being the general manager and the head coach, as opposed to
but
an
the thing is, TJ,
analyst, low level guy.
If you're saying nothing to see here, nobody gets suspended.
Thank you, Joe.
Exactly. No, I don't think you can.
I did not create that. I did not create that, but I love it.
You endorse it.
Look at David. I do endorse it.
Are you pulling a Jim Harbaugh? You were unaware that drop was made?
Yeah.
You're the boss.
Wow.
You're liable.
I'm too stupid to have this job. I love it. Yeah. The difference is I ain't suspending David with pay. I'm giving David a promotion. That's tremendous. See, I lean right into it. We're gonna let it play out. We're gonna get to who said it.
Didn't know, but I love it.
I love it. Wish I thought of it sooner. All right, FanDuel. God help us all. The only way to watch that game tomorrow, you got to bet on it. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place $5 wager. Hell, maybe you're like Kenny. You want Lions money line. You think they're going to the Super Bowl. FanDuel's got more ways to play, more markets to bet on, including team total MSU under 10.5. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the season the right way. Just kick off your Saturday the right way. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford Hamp And, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
If you've been injured in an auto accident or a slip and fall, life can feel like it's falling apart. My friends over at Applebaum and Stone are here to help. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They'll handle those difficult insurance companies. You can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, guess what? You get them. They come to you and they get you the money you deserve. So call Applebaum and Stone right now. 833-WINS-BIG. Tell them Rico sent you. That's 833-WINS-BIG.
Yes. Already? Oh, man.
All right.
Didn't know you felt that way.
All right, so Roberto took a scheduled day to take his kids to a Kiss concert. Ay.
Oh,
yeah.
It's at a 2 p.m. show.
I don't know. It's a
That's why I was
matinee.
like, it was a matinee Kiss?
That's so Gene Simmons can stay awake. They do it in the afternoon. All right. David is going to run Who Said It. Are we all prepared?
Let's go.
Hatchet, do the business. All right, David, let's see if you can live up to the very low standard of Roberto.
All right, here we go. Who said it? We do it every week. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
You ready?
You ready to play the game?
You ready?
You ready?
Everybody
You
ready?
You ready? You ready?
Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Here is the first one.
You ready?
I'm not ready. Hold on, I'm not ready.
He wanted a Laporta jersey. I'll see what I can find, and I went online, and sure enough, I found somebody who was going to deliver it a lot quicker than 6 weeks.
First, just the initial would be it's got to be somebody with kids, correct?
Yeah.
John's got 12 of them.
I would say, but I'm going to go Gov. Because I think Gov's, yeah. I think Gov.
Yeah. I was either Gov or John. I think you might be right. I think this might be Gov.
Why do you say it?
Because he's a father. I mean, he just wants to,
His
wants
kid
to help
is
out
older.
his kids. Yeah.
John has bred an entire offensive line. He's a dad, too.
That's true.
He's got like 6 kids.
They're all. I think they're all young. Like you wouldn't have.
Doesn't
like,
John
I
have a
want
kid
this-
in high school?
He's got a couple girls in high school. I think his son is about 12, 13.
And then he goes all the way down to like 6 months.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. Year.
Sorry, I didn't. We were not doing the family tree here. I apologize. I just.
Maybe it's David.
Well,
No, it's not.
How old is Karsh's kids? He's got
grown.
one.
Oh,
in
they're
high
all
school.
like they're all
they're
like
in
30.
college.
They don't even talk
Older?
to Doug anymore.
Yeah.
No,
But Gov's got younger kids than that.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, pick. Kenny says Gov. You say
Gov.
David says wait. He's hosting. Over to TJ.
I'm going to say Karsh. Yeah, I feel like he still has one kid in high school.
Maybe we should just say Gator for David.
No. What was he buying it for Lois?
For the dog. The dog told him.
I'll just say John. I don't know. You're probably. You know what? Kenny's probably sharking us here. He probably knows the answer but doesn't want to admit it.
You know, I would have used the
first. Right?
I would have used the jank rule if that's the case. Exact. Boiled shrimp.
Hey, David, I said Gov first and Kitty.
I wasn't listening to you. All right, who said it?
We going to the bullpen. You know what? Shout out
Who's
David.
this?
Gator.
Who's he talking about, though? He doesn't have any kids.
He has some nephews, nieces and nephews.
You know what?
Uncle
David,
Gator.
you would have won by proxy because you would have just said Gator.
Beat a kid. Ask your parents.
Wow. All right, let's go to number 2.
I'm with you there, TJ.
That was curveball.
That was good.
You see the way they are in the locker room. There seems to be a lot of love between the coaching staff, the general manager, the players. They all seem to really like each other.
That could really be anybody.
Well, hold on. We have an advantage. TJ does some segments and listens to the morning show. Kenny answers phones for midday. There should be some intel here.
Oh, can we get a code breaking here?
Yeah, where's Sergeant Stallone from U of M sidelines?
Kenny, blink twice if it's Doug.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, it sounds like something that Midday would have said.
One more time, Roberto. Full Roberto.
You see the way they are in the locker room. There seems to be a lot of love between the coaching staff, the general manager, the players. They all seem to really like each other.
There seems to be a lot of love. Kind of getting hung up on that.
TJ, is that something you would have said?
I don't
I'm
think
asking
so.
questions here.
I don't think so. Honest, I would tell you if I thought it was me. I don't think it's me.
No, it's way too well formed a sentence.
I can't.
Maybe this is the Wednesday with Wojo.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Very happy, upbeat.
I can't picture Wojo saying a lot of love like that. I don't think that's something he would say.
Definitely not.
But he's saying there seems to be a lot of love.
I'm getting a Karsh vibe.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Karsh.
Kenny?
Could this be a Jansen? Analyzing locker room and seeing how the players interact with each other?
See,
I'm going to guess Jansen here.
I can hear that in John's voice.
The only memorable thing I heard John say this week was his encounter in the shower with Jim Zorn. He had like a...
Say that again?
He met his new coach. He was like just walking out of the shower fully nude, and Jim Zorn shows up in D.C. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to put some clothes on before I shake your hand. They were talking about like famous brushes with greatness in the bathroom. I don't know. I turned the channel. I heard John say it.
It started getting uncomfortable.
I was just like, what the hell am I listening to? What is this? Who said it? I didn't get it. I would have never have guessed Stoney there. Let's go to the next one, David. By the way, these are really difficult this week.
Yeah, we got to start thinking outside the box here.
Because it's not Roberto selecting them. We have actual effort. So it makes it really hard.
It's difficult.
Really difficult.
They aren't expected to win. I mean, we are at a place where we would be pleasantly surprised if they win.
The hell does...
I have no idea. What we're doing. There's like no code words either.
Rico.
Nothing to pick up on.
Well, in the age of sign stealing, we had to be very careful.
Stuff and things. Kang.
Wow.
I thought the same thing. A lot of word soup, not really saying a whole lot. Yeah, I like Kang there.
I'm just saying Kang because I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, you might as well flip a coin now. These are tough. Can I go Rieger?
Is he eligible, David?
Is he eligible?
He is eligible.
I'm going to go Rieger. Throwing darts at the wall.
David, who said it? See, we should have. This is the issue. That was right there for us. That was the biggest nothing burger take ever. Doug, that's the vanilla soft serve. That was right there. That was from the Karsh Tasty Twist. And we decided we didn't want ice cream.
Yeah, Hatchet's mixing it up. He's throwing us off. He's throwing us off.
Damn it, David. Stop working so hard. Stop trying so much.
Ready for the next one?
Yeah.
1-6, and our head coach was 4-20 as a head coach. Fans had a right to be angry.
I think I said that. I think I said that because I had to yell at a caller.
I'll second that.
All right.
I'm not going to go against you, Mike.
Yeah, you know what? Let's all go down with the ship.
Yeah, you're right, 100%.
We had a guy.
We're taking Air Force.
We had a guy call in, And he was all like, "Oh, where are the fans now?" And I'm like, "All right, here we go, idiot." At 1-6, they had a right to be mad.
Yeah,
then they turned it around.
I was here. I kind of do a show with
You didn't say that? No, you didn't say that. That's not you.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
said I'm here. I hear you.
I trust you, Mike. Put all my eggs in that basket.
All right, let's go.
All right, we got one.
All right, what's next?
I want to know, what is the worst Halloween candy? Does No Child actually want a Baby Ruth? Would this have been scoffed at if we had put it in the box out with a Butterfinger, 100 grand, Baby Ruth, and Crunch?
Jeez.
I have to use the jank rule.
I think
here.
I got
know
to
who
use
said
the
this.
jank rule as well. I didn't hear it, but I heard the conversation, so I got to use the jank.
But that conversation would only reside on one show.
That was a lot. Halloween candy.
Problem, I can't be expected to get this. I wouldn't be around long enough to hear the whole sentence.
Was Cookies in this week?
No. Let TJ have his fun.
Do you know?
No,
Did
I
you
wish
guess?
I knew.
I did not hear it, but I caught the tail end of the conversation.
Was Cookies in this
So
week?
I'm deducing. Yeah, he was in this week.
You think it was him?
I don't know. I'm just picking
I
names.
was going one more. Look, here's the thing. This is a you and me conversation because they're all
No,
recusing
I
themselves.
get to come in. I just later. He heard
I
it.
feel like this would be, it's Doug or Scott. This is their wheelhouse topic. Or would Heather in the news and would there have been an angle there?
Or maybe Jansen talking about handing out Halloween candy.
And he can't help us. He can't help us.
No, I can help you.
Help
'Cause I
me.
didn't hear it.
Help me,
It's
I'm
the
poor.
I'm
the
gonna
morning
switch. I'm gonna
show
go to
talked
Jansen.
about
Yeah,
this.
we know what show
All
it
right.
was.
The
and that
morning
would
show
screw it up
talked about it.
Either way.
I'm thinking it was Cookies because he was calling Baby Ruth old man candy.
Why is he such an ass? Honestly.
Maybe Jansen was
Why
talking
is
about
Cookies such, he's so mean?
David, one more time if you would. Please.
Honestly.
I want to know, what is the worst Halloween candy? Does No Child actually want a Baby Ruth? Would this have been scoffed at if we put...
Time out. Stop. He would use that word.
Scoffed
Cookies
at?
would use the word scoff.
Okay.
All right, you've talked me back into it. I'm going Cookies.
Cookies.
If it's Jansen, I'm going to be... All right, good. Okay.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, that's enough.
You sure that
That's
wasn't-
enough.
Hey, Jim, scoff this.
You sure that wasn't the midday show he was filling in for?
Who
No,
knows?
that's all they
It was the
talk
morning-
about is food.
No, because then they brought in Wojo and asked him, and Wojo was like, "I like Mounds bars." I'm like, who eats
Mounds.
What psychopath eats Mounds?
It's like,
for
I
the
don't like the
almond
fruity
joy.
candy, only the chocolate candy.
Right.
Oh, probably the guy who lives alone and has a Christmas tree up all year in his home.
At least get
That's
the,
who.
At least get the almond joy going.
The guy who's got bodies in his basement. I'm kidding. He's just got a creepy basement kill room.
It is creepy.
All right, we finished strong.
Excellent work.
Damn, that was tough.
But that was great effort by David.
Yeah, that was a good
golf
job.
clap for
Are you,
David.
are you ready?
Tremendous.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Are you ready?
You ready?
Are you ready?
You
Okay.
Everybody ready? You ready? You ready? You locked in? You got it?
Everybody ready?
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. All right, Northville Lumber, the oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex decking and railing than Northville. You can cover up to 26 football fields with the product they move. TJ, yes, that's Derek Carr, and you hate him. Hey, it's Northville Lumber. Let's get involved. They've got industry low pricing and everything in stock all the time because it's right in their warehouse. Deck season, it's damn near all year long. You can build one way later into the year than you realize. They'll introduce you to a Trex decking professional. All you got to do, call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless, and yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision. And through an interception, they lost. And those weren't two good teams.
We're brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. Connor Stallions is a former military captain and current University of Michigan football staffer who is paid $55,000 a year to do his job. The question now is, what is his actual job? He is the center of allegations that the Wolverines conducted impermissible in-person scouting and sign stealing of opponents. He has been suspended with pay by the university pending the results of the investigation. Other reports accuse Michigan of using a vast network of informants. Keep it right here on 97.1 The Ticket for the latest in this developing story. Jim Harbaugh, for the record, denying any knowledge of same. It's Michigan at Michigan State tomorrow night at Spartan Stadium at 7:30. Michigan favored by 24. The pregame begins at 4 p.m. right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Penn State, a 4.5-point dog at Ohio State. Also tomorrow, Western Michigan, Central Michigan, Eastern Michigan, all on the road. The Lions, a 3-point underdog at Baltimore on Sunday. Now, the Ravens have already lost at home to the Colts. The Lions allowing an NFL low 64.7 yards per game in the ground. Last year, they allowed over 147 per game. Lions also haven't allowed a 100-yard rusher in a game yet this year. The last time they did that through 6 games was 1932, or the year before my father was born, and they were playing in Portsmouth. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we'll get to your phone calls in a minute. We do have the injury report. And why is it a big deal on Fridays? You listen to the show, you don't practice, you don't play. So Fridays are a big deal. Now, at one point this week, all 3 running backs were on the injury report. David, where are we at, Lions-Ravens?
Jonah Jackson out, David Montgomery out. I think that was expected. James Mitchell, Pascal, and Craig Reynolds are questionable. So off the list and will play Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, Frank Ragnow, Sam Laporta.
Okay. And again, I mean, Gibbs, I think it's an added bonus. I wasn't sure we were going to get that. This is his shot he's got to carry the mail until Montgomery comes back. Now, I don't ever expect him to be a 25 carry player. But yeah, the idea would be Jahmyr Gibbs all in 18 to 20 touches a week, and Craig Reynolds fills in the rest. But there can't be a big fall off. Like, we can't get seduced by last week with Goff throwing it 40 times for 300-plus yards. That's not who this team is.
See, and you could tell me if I'm wrong, because I believe they lose this game. I think the only way they win is if Jahmyr Gibbs shows how special he is. They give him 25 to 30 touches possibly, and he can show, okay, look, this is why they drafted me. I don't think they can win if he's subpar. if he doesn't give – he's not going to give a Montgomery game.
Look, I think it's going to be a very difficult game. All right? And no one's been more bullish for longer on the Lions than me this year. I'm all in, but you're not going 16-1, and that's okay. The idea of going at Kansas City, at Green Bay, at Tampa, and at Baltimore and sweeping the board, man, you do that, you better start getting hotel rooms in Vegas.
No, and you're right about that. I'm thinking about it. The 49ers, the Eagles, teams like that have gone to the Super Bowl.
Bills.
Chiefs. All of a sudden, they start winning and they stack up 4 or 5 road wins. You're like, okay, that's because they're a great team. That's what great teams do.
Right. And again, I think the Lions are very good, but I have never sat here and said 1 seed, home field throughout, bye week, Super Bowl. If they win Sunday, we begin talking that way because it would be I told you their performance last weekend was one of the most impressive wins of my 20 years in this town. If you back that up with an equally impressive win, guys, we are completely in uncharted territory in a great way. And if they lose, it doesn't change how I feel. I still think they're in competition for that 2 seed. Let's go to the people. Paul's in Shelby. He's up next. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Stellar. Can't wait for kickoff tomorrow.
Yeah, should be a wonderful time. I'm sure that you and the wife will have a splendid time at Yates Cider Mill.
Yeah, I was going to say, attended any funerals lately? I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
go to Yates.
Well, the only thing I have to say is being a former graduate of SEER School in the Marine Corps, I totally dropped the ball. Semper Fi, Marine. Enjoy your time off. I should have went into football. But,
I know you could have been a sign stealer. Who knew there was a cottage industry?
Yeah, exactly. Now, the only thing I got offered was Alaskan State Trooper, but, we're not going to go there.
What do you got?
Okay. Is TJ still with us?
No, he has left.
Oh, I missed him again. Oh, well, maybe next time. Regarding the Lions, I don't see the train stopping. I really don't. And I just feel that, we're on such a roll, and it would be a feat. I think, well, nobody expected the Kansas City game, but it would be at this stage in the season. We go into Baltimore and we take care of business, which I think we're going to do. I really do. I think we're going to pull away in the second half. Both teams are extremely good in the first half, but I think it's going to be a shootout there. If we force Lamar to throw, we're gonna beat this team because that guy can't hit the Atlantic Ocean on a cruise ship on his way to France. And I just feel the way we are against the run, I don't think we're going to roll them, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's double digits. I really don't,
okay.
Mike.
Listen, Paul, I want you to be right because,
I was right last week, and one James, Poo Costa told me no.
He's mean. Just one, I want to take issue with one thing, and I am not a Lamar defender, but I want to be accurate on this. He's completing 70% of his passes.
I was just about to say he's completing 70.
Now,
I
you
know.
want to say 6 games, only 5 touchdowns. Now that I'll criticize. You want to tell me the 3 interceptions. But he is completing 70% of his passes.
They found ways to lose games. So that's been their problem. They can't close. I mean, they've had the lead twice now where they could be undefeated. But, yeah, he is completing passes. We got to drop that stereotype.
Just wanted to put that out there. Let's go over to Eric, 97.1. Eric, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Mike and Rico?
What's going on, man?
Well, I called you guys earlier telling you that I would never, ever buy the NFL YouTube Sunday TV package. I bought it, and I'm totally in the Lions train. And I'm actually boarding a flight right now to go to Baltimore to watch the Lions. I'm on Southwest D4 to see the Lions win this weekend. And what I want to say is that 2 things, Mike. My dad, for Christmas a couple of years ago, God rest his soul, no longer with us, we gave him the original manuscript to the Gridiron Heroes. And is still with me. We own the original manuscript to the Gridiron Heroes theme fight song. So I'm taking that with me in my bag, taking it maybe to the stadium to sing, and Lions are going to win by 50. Not a joke. Just have no doubt this season is unreal. There's just an optimism that I feel, when guys step in, there's no worry about injuries.
No,
We
it's
got
next
new
man
guys
up.
stepping up. We're ready to go.
Look, and again, I'm just, you don't need to look further than last week. The San Francisco 49ers lost to P.J. Walker. All right? This is a brutal league. You don't just go out and play your A game every week. So in many ways, me saying I don't think you're winning this weekend, you guys can think this is twisted. It's actually me having so much respect for how well you've played the past 4 weeks. There's always one of those duds built in. It's just really hard to go out every week, play your A game.
And actually, here's the thing. It would be easier to say, hey, we lost to the Ravens than we lost to the Raiders on Monday night.
Correct.
Just to put things in perspective. I still think, regardless of what happens in this game, you're on pace to get the number 1 seed. The second half of your schedule, I'm not going to say it's a piece of cake, but you got 5 NFC North teams along with Denver and the Saints. That's 7 wins right there.
248-539-9797. We will get to the prop bet casino, reset everything at 5. Lots to do. When the IRS comes calling, you better have representation, whether it's a collection or audit. You need a law firm that's going to fight for you. Maurice and Jerry, Abraham and Rose are just the lawyers for you. They've dealt with the IRS for years. They will advocate for you, fight for you, and hopefully save you time, money, and a hell of a headache. It's simple. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, getting to the NBA with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. All customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel, when they place that $5 bet on the NBA. You can watch all the action, bet on everything from point spreads to player props, and yes, live betting in the NBA, tons of value to it. Don't miss your chance to get $200 in bonus bets plus 3 months of NBA League Pass. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. And tip off the NBA season the right way. It's FanDuel, official partner of the NBA and the official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and over, present Michigan. New customer offer. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer. $5 NBA wager. $5 NBA wager requirement. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply. All right, get the NFL week off on the right foot because right now all NFL customers get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday night football. Place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between the Bucs and Bills, and you get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlay, perfect way to combine your bets, get a chance at something bigger. In reality, a lot of these Thursday games are lousy, so it gives you a reason to watch, be engaged, have a good time. Build your own or choose from some of the pre-built SGPs in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket so you don't miss out on your chance to get that no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL and official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. You got to be 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund, $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
Look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless, and yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision and threw an interception. They lost. And those weren't two good teams. Seasons are very long, and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down, but the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
Look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless. And yet they've turned it around.
We're brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Connor Stallions is a former military captain and current University of Michigan football staffer, paid $55,000 a year to do his job. The question now becomes, what is his actual job? He is one at the center of allegations alleging the Wolverines conducted impermissible in-person scouting and sign stealing of opponents. Today, he was suspended with pay by the university. Pending the results of the investigation, other reports are accusing Michigan of using a vast network of informants. Keep it right here on 97.1 The Ticket for this developing story. Jim Harbaugh denying any knowledge of same. Stuart Brown, an attorney who has experience with NCAA cases, says any former allegations, he tells ESPN, are likely to be level 1, the most serious level. He also said these types of allegations are normally handled behind the scenes between the schools. Michigan at Michigan State tomorrow night, 7:30, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Our pregame begins at 4 p.m. Also tomorrow, Penn State visiting Ohio State, Western Michigan at Ohio U, Central at Ball State, Eastern visiting Northern Illinois. Lions getting healthier ahead of their tilt at Baltimore Sunday. Brian Branch, Jameer Gibbs, both expected back in the lineup. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, caller Ron, one of the moments of the week for us, along with Kenny. We've had a real good week, all things considered. So let's reset everything. You guys can take this one of two ways. Lions, Ravens, Michigan, Michigan State. Really what you're more into, you're welcome to call about. The Lions thing, well, clearly I'm a State fan, so there's just nothing there for me. As I said to start the week, it is the equivalent of buying a ticket to watch your Nona get beaten to death with a cast iron skillet. There's no point for me. But the Lions thing, I think there's a lot going on here, and it's all good. No one has been more impressive over the last month. No Lions team since 1956 has gone 6-1. And you have a chance to sweep half of your road games before Halloween. You will have swept the board going at Arrowhead, at Green Bay, at Tampa, at Baltimore. That is unheard of. Not in just Lions history. You know what, David, could you please go to the Jesus Stats and Information Department and find out the percentage of teams that ever start a year 4-0 on the road? And you will have done it at 3 playoff teams. So it's this idea of if the Lions win, I think they are elevated to absolute Super Bowl caliber status. Yeah. Whereas right now, I don't have them there. I have them as a very good team, a team that will win their division, a team that will compete for the 2 seed. So that's there.
Yeah. But see, I guess I look at the Super Bowl. Could they make it? Yes. I think the playoffs are a total different animal.
You're right.
That,
right.
You know what? You can be a top seed. Yes, absolutely. The way the schedule sets up, and not saying you'll go full Vikings, but yeah, they were 13-4. All fell apart thanks to Daniel Jones.
The other angle, look, it's Michigan, Michigan State. Now, what we haven't done today is we've spent a whopping 7 minutes on Michigan scandal. We covered it yesterday. You know how we feel. It's just more nonsense.
You guys just wanted Jim Harbaugh to get suspended.
No, I don't care if they suspend him. It has nothing to do with it.
Signed Michigan fan.
Whatever, dude. You can do whatever you like. The point I'm making is They're already under NCAA investigation. Now they're under an additional investigation. And it doesn't look very good when now we've identified a United States Naval Academy grad, an officer in the military, and you hire this guy because he's a code breaker and a sign stealer, and he might be the ringleader of this vast network where you're, again, please stop with the intellectual dishonesty. No one is saying stealing signs in-game is illegal. You hear me in the back? That's not what you're accused of. So when I see an article written where they're addressing everyone steals signs, that's the equivalent of, hey, look at the light, look at the meteor in the sky while you're stealing their wallet. It's not the same thing. You are accused of off-site, on the road, illicit video monitoring and taping of teams' games. You've just suspended this guy today, and it's nonsense. There's no other word for it. Everyone has a right to the gray area of sign stealing, scouting, getting an advantage, but when you go outside the pale, you're going to get popped. Example, speed limits. 70 miles an hour on a highway, Lord knows we're all going 80. You get up now near 85 and you get popped, you don't get to tell the cop, but everybody's doing it. Mm-hmm. Well, everybody ain't the one I pulled over.
It's a witch hunt.
And
you just have it out against
you've gone too far outside the zone, you're going to expose yourself. So there's the deal on that. We put it to bed. Whatever happens, happens. But it is clear you got some problems. And now the NCAA, you're right, it is a witch hunt because you've made it one. And is there a chance your wins get vacated, stuff like that? You know what? We'll have those discussions down the line. In the here and now, it has no impact on dropping a bomb on MSU tomorrow. But if you wanted to talk about the game, feel free. You know, what will make you happy tomorrow? If you're a Michigan fan, what is going to make you happy? The win isn't in doubt. It would be, I'll call it one of the 5 worst losses in school history if you lost that game tomorrow. I mean, it would outdo App State. It would probably outdo the COVID Bowl. It rivals probably no one versus number 1 in 1990, even though that MSU team ended up tying for the Big Ten title.
Right, but at the time, nobody knew that. At the time, a young Mike on the radio would have been like, there's no way you're winning this game in Ann Arbor.
I would have been 9. It would have been very exciting. Mm-hmm. No, but I would love to know. And I mean, David said this best earlier. If you want to wrap Michigan to Michigan State, David wants the football equivalent of blood. He wants 52-3. Respect. I have no issue with that.
But you want the 2014 game in reverse?
Yeah, sure.
Negative 48 yards.
Exactly.
Bloody quarterback. Okay.
And I'm not mad about it. And David, I said this to Karsh earlier. I said, give Harbaugh a message. Go for 2. You'll never hear me call the ambulance. I didn't call the ambulance when you ran trick plays on us. I don't care. You get a chance to rub it and do it. That is
no, because that would be my thing. If you're shut his mic off for a second. I just want to say something. If you're Harlan Barnett, honestly, onside kick, go for 2, whatever you can do. You don't punt the ball at all unless you're sitting at your own 3-yard line. Other than that, you have nothing to lose. Just play this game with a reckless abandonment. You're not going to get the job. Just, guys, let's just go out there. If you get the 15-yard penalty, make it count. Plain and simple.
Can I say something now?
You can say something.
All right. Yeah, I'm not doing – look, if they're in the game at halftime, you'll get my interest. I have no faith because the staff won't be here. They're low grade.
And that's what I'm saying. Because
players won't be here.
Guys, you literally have to take this as we got nothing to lose. You look around this room.
Then play like it.
Exactly.
Exactly. See, I don't want to hear that. You know what? Like, no, not you. I'm saying like, we got nothing. Then play like it. Stop turning the ball over. Stop being. Look, they're 115th in penalties.
See, I think
they've got the most turnovers in America.
See, I think that's the problem. Is you got 85 free agents. You got 85 people who are all
in
looking
it for themselves.
Yep.
Welcome to. And then again, when fans go, "Well, Mike's a bad Spartan." No, you change the game. I don't have to stay the same. Mm-hmm. I don't have to support these players.
Everybody's trying to get that highlight, so you get Alante Brown out there instead of going down. Nope, let me try to make this extra spin move, fumble. And yeah.
Every guy's on a job interview right now for the next coach or for the portal. Mm-hmm. Well, that ain't got nothing to do with Michigan State University. So for me, they can show me. And frankly, I have no problem if Michigan wants to go crazy. No. And here's what I think is going to happen. Harbaugh, and it might be the only move he can make, he will use this as another, it'll be a way to gaslight the team a little bit where it's like, hey, everyone says you're cheaters. It's us versus everyone, even though, by the way, the coaching staff would be the one empowering the cheating. They will say it's us versus everyone. We're going to show the world. We're going to, lock it down and go score 70. That they can. And again, it is their prerogative. I have never cried about stuff like that. You don't want it to happen? Be better.
Stop them.
Be better.
Right.
They ran trick plays on us at the end of the game last year. We stopped them. Be better.
Yeah.
I have no problem with it. I don't want anybody calling the ambulance because when MSU ran it up on them, I loved it. This is what you wait for.
So if Jay Johnson scores late in the game, should he pump his fist like, who was the Michigan?
It was Doug Nussmeier. They were getting shut out, and he did the Tiger Woods at the Masters fist pump when they got on the board.
Now, why do you got to remind me of that?
It's all we have, David.
No, because I was like, man, this guy's
Nona's in the casket. He wants to tell a story about when she was upright. Leave him alone. We're at the celebration of life.
All right, Doug, that's enough over there, sir, Mr. Nussmeier. We don't need that.
No, because then they went for 2 and got that as well.
It was a big day.
But you're right. That's what I want in reverse.
And guess what? You have every right to that as a Michigan fan. Look, I don't have to like the school. I don't have to like the fan base. But the rules aren't different. It's the same deal. Like, that's where I laughed. If yesterday's news was emanating out of East Lansing, you don't think I would have burned Mel Tucker to the ground? It's an embarrassment. Illegal scouting ring.
No, you just let it play out.
Oh, like hell. I would never. Oh, I see what he's doing. He wants you to do. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, John. So, no, we can rap about both games. Obviously, more juice on my side of things lies with Lions and Ravens. But I fully understand if you are dyed-in-the-wool Wolverine, hey, man, tomorrow you live for stuff like this. Not just beating your rival, but when you get a chance to embarrass them, cool. Totally get it.
I mean, it's something special. It's like when Texas embarrassed Oklahoma last year.
Was that 44-0?
Yeah. It's one of those things that, you know what? You want to keep doing the horns now? Do it now. Let me see you do it now. Yeah. So, yeah, it's rivalry game. They're gonna be dialed up. The thing is, how long can MSU even come close to matching the intensity, and how long will it last? Can you at least give State fans a quarter, a half, before it all falls apart? I mean, even if it's a false, like Indiana was 7-0 going into the second quarter. Now Michigan scored 52 unanswered points, but it was 7-0. Rieger sends me a text. Oh boy, oh buddy. I'm like, Jeff, no, just no. Go do something with Olive.
Why does that not surprise me? He would text you that.
Hey, what? Like, oh, did you see what Indiana just did? Like, you're gonna win this game and you're gonna cover.
David, you got to relax. Indiana ran a play they'd never run before, so you guys didn't have a chance to steal it. That's the only reason they scored. Just relax.
He was wide open, and then they wrote down, wait, okay.
The rest of the stuff, they already had the answers to the test, and Indiana never scored again. You're okay?
They did that play. Let me add that to the Rolodex. There we go.
Sergeant Stallione, or whatever this cat's name is. Unbelievable.
248. Yeah, you're suspended.
248.
See you in Ohio.
539. All I want to see is video evidence tomorrow of this Bob Scallione down at Columbus in a Groucho Marx outfit. He's got the mustache.
I need the Bobby Valentine fake mustache.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's not me.
Wait a minute. What's that guy with a photographic lens doing in row 58?
No, I'm a Buckeye guy. I love Ohio State. What are you A's? OH!
And things.
I was here for Archie.
Right. Dude, you're like 35.
Right.
All right, Rico, tell them all about it.
You know, you can save yourself a lot of time and energy by being prepared for the unexpected. That's why you keep an extra key under the doormat. Wait, I got to find a new hiding space now. All I'm saying is there's a reason why cars come with a spare tire. Unfortunately, there's no spare when your internet goes out. Well, unless you have the storm-ready Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Storm-ready Wi-Fi is a battery-powered backup that automatically switches your Wi-Fi to cellular connection in the event of an outage. So you can get to stream or search even when the power is out. Give your home Wi-Fi some backup and stay connected for up to 4 hours with storm-ready Wi-Fi only from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/StormReady. Restrictions apply. StormReady Wi-Fi limited to customers within the 4G LTE cellular signal range. Speeds reduced to 30 by 7 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. For more details, visit Xfinity.com/StormReady.
And look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless, and yet they've turned it around. And things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision and threw an interception. They lost.
It's America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games, including Michigan State, I guess. You can enjoy one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of the biggest outdoor sports book on the globe, quite frankly. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim. You book that spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, David, ticket text. We'll get to the calls. We got the picks coming up. Where are people more interested? Is it Ravens and Lions? Is it Michigan State? What are we getting?
A lot of Lions, actually. Ed from Clawson says it's not a question of can we win 4 road games. It's we already won 3. Those have no bearing on Sunday, though. It'll be a hard fight, but the Lions aren't due to lose.
Can I apologize? Even though I think he's a horse's ass, can I apologize for my coach being a horse's ass and ruining this? Like, I understand you get great pleasure kicking our ass, as you should. But think about the fun we could have had. We had a night game in East Lansing. national TV on NBC, you're in a national title chase. I do believe, even though Mel Tucker wasn't some great coach, I do believe if he's coaching, they're 4-2. That ain't no great shakes, but I believe they're 4-2. And we could have had an actual hope for some kind of game. When you have one program in complete disarray, it takes the hardest of hardcore Wolverines, a.k.a. a guy like David, respect. My buddy Rick, respect. You want the blood, go get it. Beat them 52-3. I'm saying in general, for radio purposes.
Right.
The only thing that was hot this week was us talking about the coaching search and then Michigan deciding they were going to recreate the movie Spy Kids. Yeah. That's really it had nothing to do with the game. I mean, hell, tomorrow we're doing a game day show. Half of that show is going to be about college football national. What the hell are you going to talk about? Known as dead on the floor. What's somebody going to do? Pick up her arm like Bernie Lomax and drop it back down? She dead.
Poor Nona.
Poor Big Mama.
Just saying, you're right. I mean, probably talk more about the Ohio State-Penn State game.
The last time the game meant this little was 06 for me. I knew John L. was getting fired. We knew that was over. We were in Ann Arbor, and there was no hope. You just wanted to spin the wheel. The difference with this, coach is already gone. Now we're in the NIL era.
I was going to say, see, for me, probably 19.
Well, Mark's last hurrah, 44-10. Okay. Yeah, I guess.
Because you knew something was just not up. It was the same, like, maybe they could, I don't even think they could even go down there and put up a fight. Sure enough, I forgot the wide receiver goes down. The only good player State had got injured on the very first play.
Not Felton.
No, it was wide receiver and little dude. I forgot his name, and he's done.
Wide receiver, little dude.
Let me look it up.
Was this Akeem Shabai Jr.?
No.
All right. Let's go to the people while Rico looks up little guy dude wide receiver for State. Rico's got a creative player. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. What's up, B?
Not much. I was wondering if you guys went to scout for Michigan because I've been trying to call for a while and just finally got through.
What's up, man?
I said I've been trying to call for a while and I just got through, so I didn't know if you guys left to go start scouting for Harbaugh or not.
Oh yeah, listen, I got the telescope out. It's exciting. No, what do you want to rap about? You want Michigan Lions? What are we doing here?
Well, first I do want to say to hell with Michigan and Harbaugh.
Okay.
And second, Lions win by 10 this weekend.
Wow, Brian, if they win another game by double digits. And they go to 6-1.
I don't even know if they got the history for that.
I mean, they haven't been 6-1 since 1956. You're talking about if they do that, I have no problem coming on the air Monday and telling you guys, you need to start having Super Bowl aspirations. That's the height of professionalism if they can go and do that.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from both. Decent team, but
We got some Brian, I know you're going to hear me in a couple of seconds. Your cell phone absolutely went the way of a Jay Johnson drive. Totally fell apart right there.
Yeah, it did.
Go to Mike in Southfield. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing?
How you doing, Mike? What's up?
I got 2 predictions. My first prediction is Lions 27, Baltimore 14.
Wow, another double-digit winner. God,
I believe in my Lions.
Ooh.
And this is gonna be a heartbreaker for y'all, but I got the Michigan Wolverines 70.
Woo!
And I got little brother 3.
Oh my!
It's gonna be a bloodbath.
I mean, here's 70 to 3. Mike.
After the game, quote me on this because I'm being the stand.
Okay.
In my Michigan gear. After this game is over with, you know how the Lions been invading these road games? It's going to be the same thing.
Oh, God, yeah.
You're going to hear the Michigan band playing. You're going to hear everybody
I won't hear it.
Hail to the victors.
No, you'll hear it. I won't hear it. I'm not there. For this reason. I don't need 50,000 rats entering my stadium. I won't partake in it. But you have every right. Do your whole little "it's great to be" and play the song. Do whatever you want. Hey, take Paul, put the helmet on, run around, do whatever the hell you want. There are no Spartans arguing this. We can't. Our program's in complete disarray. But you're 100% right. This will be like Arrowhead opening night. Yeah. Because Mel Tucker ruined everything.
Nope, you're right. Oh, by the way, no, I was wrong. I think it was Josiah Scott got knocked out the game, not the DB.
Oh, that's not little dude wide receiver.
No, little dude corner got knocked out the game. Like
What's
very
your
first
favorite
play.
Napoleon outlaw? Go ahead. Okay, let's go to Victor. 97.1. Victor, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Rico, Mike, I'll tell you, I was at golf league the other night, and I'm like, oh, my God. I'm like, these guys are wearing their Michigan hats and shirts, and I'm like, I'm so sorry that this game is going to suck this weekend.
I know.
I feel personally responsible. I'm a Spartan grad, Spartan fan, blah, blah, blah. But, what a bummer. I'm not even watching college football this year. And I wanted to apologize. Imagine if Ohio State did what we did, and they're going to their last game of the year, big rivalry, and it's a total S show.
I know.
And it's like it ruins everything.
You know what's funny?
Apologizing for our school.
You know what's funny about it, Victor, when you think about it? Normally, if you got a coach on the ropes, as a fan, you at least get to go, all right, is this guy and is this team going to fight for this guy, and is this guy going to fight for his job? But the idea the coach is already fired in mid-October, has been for a month. It's like, it's unthinkable. I never imagined it would end up like this.
Yeah, they're ready for me to go, oh, we're going to kick your butts this week, because like it used to be at some point in my life. And they're like, man, Vic, I'm so sorry, dude. You look sad. I'm like, I am sad. And I'm apologizing to you because this game is just, not what
it sucks.
It should be.
It sucks. And there were a couple of years Michigan was in this exact same spot we were, and the game didn't have a lot of juice on their end. And guys like you and Rico and myself loved it. Look, you take your medicine in a rivalry. I don't sit here and make excuses. They were never this bad.
Even on a bad year for Michigan, they weren't this bad where Michigan had this much over Michigan, or Michigan State had this much over Michigan. Can you think of a time?
I mean, it's D'Antonio's last year.
70-3?
No, I
was going to say probably Hoke's last year.
Listen, if
when Hoke apologized for sticking the stake in the ground, you knew it was over for him.
Oddly enough,
okay.
So when it was this bad for them, they had a coach with a headset that wasn't plugged in like we do.
His headset is plugged in. Mike.
Yeah.
Victor and I disagree.
You know what? Here's the thing.
Worse, maybe because it's recent. It feels worse.
I'm going to take photos of it, and all you're going to do is say, you're a liar.
No.
You're a liar.
Show me a photograph of Harlan with the mic down and actually saying something into it.
All right, I'll take some video, but your phone doesn't take video.
What are you, scouting for Michigan?
Yeah.
Come on, David. It's harmless. You're going to beat us by 50.
I kind of need audio evidence, though. I need to make sure that
Well, David, if I get video, audio comes with it. I upgraded my phone.
No, I'm not talking about him talking. I want to know that they're talking back to him.
Wouldn't it be amazing? Rico sends the video, and then we find out Harlan's just singing "The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round" into his microphone.
Harlan, I'm so sorry.
He sends this is the song that doesn't end. He goes on and on, my friends. Rico, if you don't laugh, you cry. What else do we have?
The wipers on the bus go whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
I'll take nothing from you.
Oh, no. All right. You get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet with FanDuel. $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you're thinking about joining FanDuel, no better time. Hey, look, you got Rivalry this week. You want to play a same-game parlay, play Corum touchdown. Maybe this is McCarthy's Heisman platform. Maybe this is where they try to pad his numbers. You believe that's the angle. Do whatever you like. FanDuel's got a million ways to bet these games. FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
seasons are very long and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number one seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games the Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for
We are brought to you by CGC Water Treatment, a former military captain named Connor Stallions. He is a current U of M football staffer. He's paid $55,000 a year. He is also at the center of allegations that the Wolverines conducted impermissible in-person scouting and sign stealing of opponents. Today he was suspended by the university with pay pending the results of the investigation. Other reports accuse Michigan of using a vast network of informants. Jim Harbaugh, for his part, denies any knowledge of same. Michigan at Michigan State tomorrow night at Spartan Stadium. Kickoff at 7:30. Our pregame right here on 97.1. The ticket begins at 4 p.m. Penn State and underdog at Ohio State tomorrow afternoon. Also tomorrow, Western Michigan is at Ohio. Central is at Ball State. Eastern visiting Northern Illinois. Lions getting back Brian Branch and Jahmyr Gibbs on Sunday as they visit the Ravens right here at 97.1. The ticket kickoff at 1 p.m. Both expected to return to the lineup. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
lines. Look, I think it's a safe debate as that we can have. I think we're licensed to have a debate whether or not they're the best team in the NFC, given what happened over the weekend. That's A. And B, even if they aren't the best team, they appear to be set up for the best path to success, given the schedule. Seasons are long, man. Things change. A year ago at this time, things looked pretty hopeless. And yet they've turned it around, and things can go south in a hurry. We all know that. And this past weekend was a prime example of how, I mean, San Francisco was a double-digit favorite against Cleveland and lost. Philadelphia was in the process of putting the Jets away, and then their quarterback made a terrible decision. And through an interception, they lost. And those weren't two good teams. Seasons are very long, and things change throughout the course of the season. If the Lions go to Baltimore and win, it's hard to envision where and if it could go south. Like you're setting yourself up.
Stop. We know there's one.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing. But they are really setting themselves up to have a chance at that number one seed that he talked about. A win over Baltimore will go a long way toward helping about that. But even if they lose to Baltimore, the Lions' schedule compared to San Francisco and Philadelphia's is on paper significantly easier. They still have the 5 division games. They still have Denver on the schedule. I mean, they still have some teams that don't look very good, that really could. Nothing's a punch button win, right? But those are 6 games that Lions have the luxury of playing that Philly and San Francisco don't have.
This is true. I mean, the Bears, and we'll see what happens with Justin Fields if he's hurt for the long term or if he was just out for the rest of that game yesterday. But if he's out long term, that torpedoes what they're trying to build. Takes a big old detour.
So good you had to hear it twice. All right, favorite pizza? Simple when you're watching football. And this weekend, whether you're a Wolverine or a Spartan, whether your team wins or loses, it doesn't really matter. Pizza, that's the move. Hungry Howie's, month of giving, National Breast Cancer Foundation. This month, every pizza you buy, portion of the proceeds goes to a great cause, the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Hungry Howie's is trying to raise $5 million this month for their month of giving. So all you need to do is what you normally would do anyways. Order some pizzas for the big game, or something we can all get on the same page with. Order some pizza for Lions-Ravens, a real football game with two capable teams, something we're not getting Saturday. It's Hungry Howie's month of giving, National Breast Cancer Foundation, the drive to raise $5 million. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. All right. David, some ticket text. Allegedly, Wojo is here at some point. I see the door slowly opening. It is Wojo. Okay, Wojo is here. Yes! David, ticket text while he plugs in, please.
63-0. That's what I want tomorrow. Someone says, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Go blue.
Yeah, you're a moron. It's okay, though.
Mike, I think David said he wanted to see the killing in front of him. That's what he actually said. Yes, I do.
Well, David didn't mean literal. He meant figurative. David, you're a pastor, for Christ's sakes.
I mean, this Sunday's sermon.
This Sunday's sermon is going to be spicy.
I mean,
someone is
David,
asking.
we need to talk. Pastor Hull, we need to talk.
I'm a spicy garlic guy, by the way.
Bring your collar, please.
I got you.
Me
Walk
too.
out and never come back.
Bring your collar, please.
Turn in your collar.
I don't know why it's funny.
He says spicy garlic so chipperly. Oh, that was sad.
That's Gus Johnson.
I know. From the whatever that ball game was.
Question.
Yes.
Would you be willing to take this bet? I'm offering this. You don't even need to go to FanDuel.
Okay.
MSU team total over under 10.5. I want the under. Would you take the over?
I would. Yeah.
What would you like to place on that? Would you like to talk about it off the air?
Yeah. Okay. We'll do dinner or something. I'll take the over.
Yeah, we actually do have to talk about it off the air.
Oh.
Somebody in that office doesn't want us doing the bets on the air. Let's move on.
Excuse me?
Oh.
What?
Oh.
What's the problem?
Let's go on.
Oh.
I'm so confused.
Okay, Mike. I'll explain it later.
Okay, Dad. All right.
I bet you he'll explain it later. I bet you he will.
Something new every day here.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Nothing new on Signgate today, as far as I know.
No, they suspended Sergeant Stallone. Or
Right. Which standard operating procedure when somebody's the apparent object of.
Now I'm just looking for Groucho Marx in Columbus tomorrow. That's the guy with like a telescope. Like the Bobby Valentine, as Rico put it, the fake mustache.
You know, I heard your guys' Lions-Ravens talk.
Yes.
And this makes me nervous, to be honest. I am of Valenti's mind on this. This is, I'm not moving the bar. This is the game where you can say Super Bowl contender if they win this game. You can. And not that you can say it now if you want. I don't care.
But it's cemented.
For me, I would say it.
Even if they lose, you can still say Super Bowl contender.
You can, but I don't know. I want to see what they do without Montgomery.
They would be 3-1 on the road going up against playoff caliber
teams. But it's a chance to do something they haven't done in 67 years.
And this is a unique challenge.
Yeah, but see, this is where I get angry at not you, but this line because it's weak-minded. It's like, okay, but what about this? What about that? Like, guys, they're winning. They're good. Accept it, and let's just move on.
No, but Lions fans can't win with people then because if they say, no, we're going to the Super Bowl, we're going to win. Everybody goes, you're getting ahead of yourselves. You haven't even won half your games
but see,
yet
that's why I
for the
said,
season.
To me, you're vying for the number 1 seed, maybe the 2 seed. You're right up there. Now, Super Bowl, let's wait till the playoffs, see what happens. That's a different animal. But you're good enough, you could have number 1 overall seed with this schedule.
See, but I'll do what I've done with I banned Rieger, although he still does it, from telling Lions fans how they should think and what they're feeling, because I don't think he ever gets it right. And I don't think they have to be cocky. I think they're going to lose on Sunday. I do. Just because it's the NFL and that's what happens. And it's not a big deal. If they win, I do think it's a big deal.
Oh,
If they win, we go back to BOGO. If they win that game, then I'm going to throw in the Raider game as well, and you'll be going
7-1 at
7-1 in the bye.
No, if they win in Baltimore, they should rest their starters for the rest of the season to get ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, kind of get fresh.
But in all seriousness, if they win in Baltimore, you could probably let Montgomery heal up a few more extra weeks.
Oh, yeah.
All right, before we depart.
Yeah.
Final score tomorrow night.
I put it in the paper.
Well, I didn't read it.
We got to read it?
I will reveal it here.
Come on.
38-10. So I should not have taken
I was
the
just
bet
about
that
to
we
say,
didn't
you
make.
shouldn't have took that bet.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You can't say that on there. All right, we're done.
38-11.
You know what? Don't Just don't.
38-11.
Just don't.
I can't wait to hear this off air.
We'll talk to everybody Monday.
It's because of your partner.
I'm sure it is.
Whoa, everybody calm down. All right. 97.1.
Woo! All right, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You want to get into radio, TV, graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. You're going to hit the ground running. We're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn how to produce and direct and write for radio and TV, and you're going to learn all about basic videography skills, and you're going to learn whatever you can in nonlinear editing, the graphics communications program. You're going to learn it all for print and digital media. So visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.